The Source by Walter Ljungquist, translated by GPT. Chapter 1. It began with a few peculiar words said by that strange girl. She spoke of a forest spring her mother had seen as a child and told about. What kind of spring could it be, and what was so remarkable about it, he had asked. And the girl said that she could neither disclose nor was allowed to tell, for it was a secret, and if she betrayed the secret prematurely, the spring in question would just disappear. This strange talk aroused his wonder and interest, and he could not keep silent, so he asked what she intended to do there. He had to ask more than once before he got an answer, but finally the answer came, that she intended to perform her devotions there. It sounded odd. Devotions? Although his mother used to perform her devotions at home every morning or alone in the church in the middle of the week when the church was empty, he found it remarkable, for she was only 13 years old still. And she did not want to come out with it, but she detained and captivated him with obscure words and allusions and enigmatic, serious smiles. Children are drawn to the mysterious. Fundamentally, they do not seek clarity, certainty, affirmation, for they have clarity and certainty in their unconscious spiritual being, over which the earthly nascent consciousness then builds its conceptions until the original certainty and clarity become obscured and disappear. But as long as it, the certainty, lives its secret life within them, they are drawn with irresistible power to secrets that they deeply feel are connected to their own human enigma. In children, there is more original truth than in adults, unless the children's truth is harmed by misunderstanding or doubting parents who consider themselves wiser, and who call their adult busyness common sense. Cantor Dandelin's youngest boy, Jerk, was not just like most children in this respect. He lived in a whole world of secrets, from which his sensual being still drew nourishment while it slowly freed itself from them, precisely by consuming them, precisely by sustaining his earthly growth from them. He had turned 9 that summer, a summer before the 2 world wars, and he was a dreamer who stood with one leg in a day-bright reality and with the other in a creation mystery, in a mythological obscurity that he was not able to see through, but in which he breathed the morning air of creation. The sun, the moon, and the stars lean over you, his mother had once said, for you are their creation and are born to be human. Human is your name. Children live in the world of myth, but the way they do it, or are allowed to do it, depends largely on the adults. Jerk started when that strange girl finally said that the spring she sought was the fountain of immortal youth. It seemed somehow familiar to him, for Uncle Felix often spoke of the spring of knowledge, wisdom, and poetry, as if it really existed somewhere, and his mother had spoken of the spring of eternal life, the spring which she said was the origin of all life, the spring that the people of our time no longer found because they denied its existence. That spring, she said, flows forth in all that is good, loving, in the pious wisdom of old people, in the tale, in devotion, in humility. Jerk was not familiar with the word myth, for neither his mother nor Uncle Felix used it, at least not when they spoke to him, and his father only used it in entirely different contexts, as an expression of superstition, credulity, and lies. So Jerk did not know that when he followed that strange girl's search for a spring her mother had told about, and which was said to lie deep in the great Ljungquist forest, north of Dalhem, it was the intent from the very spring of myth he was following. He was a healthy and sound, but very thoughtful and sensitive boy. The calls from the world of myths that he still perceived this year were stronger than what the adults, the faint-hearted, called the voice of reason. He was still too close to the spiritual spring that had given him life, but which he would later, for a long time, like most people in our time, deny, to be able to hear in what the faint-hearted called the voice of reason anything other than a voice of doubt, something that really did not stand on the side of the original, living life. Chapter 2. That day began as innocently as any other summer day. It was at that time of year when the churchyard lindens were in bloom, and there was a scent of honey and a buzz of bees around them. He woke up very early, pulled up the roller blind, and looked out. The window was open. In the distance, across the meadows, the vicarage cows were lowing, and the clinking of milk pails and the occasional very distant hooting and shouting, "Kosera, kosera, kosera," told him it was milking time. The windowsill was wet with night dew. The road below, between the schoolhouse and the churchyard wall, lay shadowy and empty, but on the stone steps leading through an opening in the wall, the carpenter's old tomcat sat watching the sparrows flying in and out of the hedge and hopping around the horse droppings. The house's shadow fell across the road, the ditch, and the churchyard wall, but the little chapel of rest shone chalk white in the sunshine. This early, the morning air was still cool and fresh, and when a light breeze came, he felt how his nightshirt lifted, and the chilly air washed around his body. It felt like a cleansing, a baptism, something sacred, as Uncle Felix used to say when he, puffing like a seal, climbed out of his morning dip in the church lake. Uncle Felix and his mother had in common that they turned the most mundane into something ceremonial, as if they were always trying to remember what it felt like to do it for the first time. He thought to recite his morning prayer, but realized he couldn't remember it. It had flown away and perched on a branch somewhere far off, and he couldn't reach it. He didn't want to neglect it, but more for his mother's sake than his own. During the dark seasons, when he didn't wake up this early, she would always come in and wake him, and while he sat groggy in bed, they would say the morning prayer together. And now he had forgotten it. It often happened to him that the most ordinary things he was supposed to remember turned into birds that flew away and perched somewhere else. But he didn't want to make his mother sad in case she asked, though she very seldom did, so he chose from the pile of other prayers instead and began, "God who loves children dear, watch over me, who's little here." Then his thoughts drifted aside. He couldn't hold them, so he quickly added, "Bom faderi and bom faderala," and considered the matter settled. The room was filled with a yellow shimmering reflection of the light outside. It was his room now. Previously he had shared it with his brother Hinke, 7 years his senior, but since his brother started at the secondary school in Oskarshamn last autumn, he had it to himself. During his visits home, Hinke had to use the guest room. Now he was with relatives in Nyangsgärde, harvesting hay, and the guest room was occupied by Uncle Felix, who had arrived a couple of days ago. He dressed, went to the washstand, pulled aside the floral curtain that concealed it, and dipped his face and hands in the wash basin. He used a little soap just for show, played with the soap for a while in the water, and then dried himself. Then he made his bed, for he was considered grown up enough to do that now, that is according to Dad's opinion. But he didn't like it, and placed Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island and a thick bundle of Var 8 Dag, which had been his evening reading, on the bookshelf. In Var 8 Dag, he had repeatedly studied the pictures from the Greek royal assassination and the Balkan Wars, and a couple of portraits of Robert Scott with a picture of the ill-fated South Pole Expedition's ship, Terra Nova. In the bookshelf stood a whole row of books that he was very fond of and took good care of, not because someone had taught him to, but because he was as if born with a reverent tenderness for books. There stood Robinson Crusoe, The Three Musketeers, Ivanhoe, Oliver Twist, The Last of the Mohicans, Leatherstocking, The Deerslayer, Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, The Flying Dutchman, Treasure Island, Michael Strogoff, Around the World in 80 Days, The Jungle Book, Kim Anderson's Fairy Tales, and 1001 Nights, in a selection and in an adaptation for children. These books painted a picture of a young man, a very young man, with a pronounced taste for at once intricate and tangible adventures, but it was not a true picture. He still had difficulty reading books with long sentences and harbored a secret weakness for fairy tales, a weakness that he did not want to flaunt. So with the exception of Anderson's Fairy Tales and 1001 Nights, he had hidden away the fairy tale books he secretly read in the evenings. That he concealed this little weakness was not because of father or mother, but because of Hinke, who thought it was girlish to like fairy tales. And, in the way of older brothers and older men, Hinke carefully forgot that he himself had once been 9 years old and liked fairy tales. Most of these books, which he had inherited from Hinke or received for future use, he had only glanced through, skimmed, or guessed his way to the meaning in. But still, he cherished them and returned to them time and again in the hope that they would reveal their many enigmatic words and contexts. And they did, more and more. Books, even those he had just skimmed, inspired in him various and very complex moods, for the cantor's youngest boy was a dreamer who in his dreams advanced ahead of his natural development. He dwelled with his imagination more on what he did not understand than on what he had truly learned to grasp. The comprehensible was certainly interesting, but the incomprehensible attracted him with an irresistible force. He felt increasingly more at home in the fairy tales, but this was not because they were less enigmatic or because the language was more comprehensible in them, for after all, they were more mysterious than anything else and thus more difficult to understand. Had someone asked him why, but of course no one did, he would have answered, if he had the courage, because they are more real. For there he still stood. If someone had asked him why the fairy tales were more real than the adventure books, which strictly speaking were also a kind of fairy tale, though he did not understand that, he would not have been able to give an answer. A child knows much that it does not know it knows, and one cannot always answer everything that one actually knows. He was imaginatively gifted, as adults say when they don't understand anything. He was in what is called a transitional age. He had taken the first steps out of childhood. He stood on the border of adolescence's drier and more sober matter-of-factness, when one dimly begins to see the difference between fantasy and reality, and develops a nascent interest in concrete things in themselves, and can regard a tangible object without mixing in one's fantasy into it. But still not without difficulty. The unreal was still the most real, and the real was for the time being somewhat unreal. People talk about the poetry of matter-of-factness, but Jerk experienced, without knowing it himself, more the essence of things than their utility, possibilities for use, functions. All things around him were still filled with essence. A chair was an entity, the pale green wallpapers in his room, the yellow furniture, the brown varnished floor, the chalk-white ceiling, the white linen curtains, and even his bed with the tall posts, an antiquated yellow-painted thing, surrounded him as entities. But he didn't know it. He didn't know that he was about to leave, perhaps not paradise, but a paradisiacal state. Everything was still animated for him. Partly, he had already left it. Partly, he found himself in a world where everything slowly transformed in the bitter light of the adult's factual world. But he did not know that either. For the world of childhood still lived within him. The light of fairy tales still ruled as a kind of sunset glow in him and around him. In childhood dwells life's highest mystery, but he was in the process of leaving it. It often felt like anxiety, like an inexplicable melancholy, like a great wordless wonder, like a painful loneliness, and it sometimes puzzled him, just as a vague, indistinct nausea can puzzle one, but he did not understand it and did not even try to understand it. He stood for a moment by the bookcase, thinking a little about the pictures from the Balkan Wars. Strange, unpronounceable names like Chatalja, Lula Burgas, Monastir, and Scutari rose up in him, but they told him nothing of the bloody, horrific reality that hid behind them. Instead, they instilled in him a stimulating feeling of being part of a great adventure in words and images. Without having access to these words, he thought of deeds, action, struggle, freedom. He did not even experience these concepts, but only wordless sensations of something that increased his mysterious feeling of life. In the next moment, he thought, with a child's need to constantly increase this feeling of life and anticipation, of the stuffed great albatross in a glass dome in grandfather's house, and the lifelike miniature replica of the schooner Victoria from Croco that grandfather, the sea captain, with infinite care and infinite slowness, was building for him. He thought of how grandfather had promised him it would be ready by Christmas Eve. And he thought, why is Christmas Eve always such a brief moment, and why is it almost always so far away, and why is one almost never there? Then it was time to go out. The new day awaited him. This summer morning, like so many other mornings, he experienced in his dreamy, semi-conscious way the ambiguous silence of the schoolhouse, the home, the silence that exists in a house where people are still sleeping. ceilings, walls, floors, and stairs, the shadows and sunbeams, and the still slightly night-stuffy, dust-heavy air were audibly filled with the breathing of sleeping people, moms, dads, uncles, and the maids. While people sleep, a house is filled with its own life. Now reigned the white closed doors, the worn thresholds, the shiny, varnished and carpet-covered floors, the tall tiled stoves, and the motionless curtains in empty, silent rooms, and over everything lay a lingering surreality, something of the night's gray dream magnification, and the powerful presence of the invisible. He liked the early morning hours when all the adults were still asleep, but he could not express this feeling in words, for most of what we experience as children we lack words for, and when we finally find the words, we have lost the feeling, which did not need these words to live. He had left his room and come out into the narrow, long staircase, which was too cramped and closet-like to be called a hall. The sunlight fell through the fly-buzzing east window onto the white closed door to father's and mother's bedroom, and opposite it, in the shadow, was the door to the guest room where Uncle Felix lay. He crept on creaking sandals up to the stairs, padded silently down them, came down into the dim hallway where the door to the schoolroom stood ajar. Who had forgotten to close it last night? He peeked inside. It gave such a dizzying feeling of summer and holidays to see the schoolroom's desolate abandonment. The benches stacked along one long wall, all 5 continental maps rolled up, the blackboard cleaned and shiny, the organ's lid closed, the music stand empty, and the tall, stern lectern ignominiously serving as a hanger for freshly washed rugs. He closed the door. Then he went through the school's cloakroom, out into the morning quiet kitchen, whose one window with mosquito netting stood open. The sunlight fell obliquely onto the floor and lit up the green wood bin. First, he went to the kitchen cupboard and took out his own blue-painted porcelain mug. Then he opened the hatch in the floor, stepped down the steep cellar stairs, came down into the cellar's raw, musty darkness, and filled the mug with milk by dipping it into the frothed bowl, whose milk surface had gotten a thin cream film overnight. The other bowl, with the unskimmed milk in it, had a thick yellow cream surface. So he went carefully with the mug in hand up the stairs, while he cautiously licked off the milk droplet on it, then placed it on the kitchen table and closed the cellar hatch. He sneezed and wiped his nose on his shirt sleeve. There was always a little sneeze after the cellar visit. In the pantry out in the kitchen porch, he helped himself to a handful of prunes and 4 rusk breads. He wrapped the prunes in his grubby handkerchief, which was used for everything except blowing his nose, and put them in his left trouser pocket. Then he sat there, small, serious, and alone at the kitchen table in a morning quiet, neatly cleaned kitchen, dipping the rusk breads in milk and eating. What does a lonely 9-year-old think about? Nothing. He thinks absolutely nothing. But that doesn't mean his head is empty. Something is thinking inside him, and sometimes he hears the voice of that something thinking, but it's a voice without words, or at least a voice that uses words he doesn't know, and they sound mostly like the wind's whisper in the trees. Thoughts come with that voice, but he doesn't always understand what the thoughts mean. For example, through that voice, he might get the thought in his head that he is least alone when he is alone and more alone when he is not alone. That's not easy to understand, and he doesn't bother trying to comprehend it. But every such thought always awakens a feeling of wonder and amazement in him. A child lives in constant wonder and amazement, which really should never leave us. The cantor's youngest boy feels deeply, and he is one with his surroundings in such a natural and effortless way that an adult cannot be. An adult who wants to feel at one with their surroundings must make an effort to do so, and still does not succeed. Jerk was, as long as he was here, like a part of the kitchen, much as an animal is a part of the environment it moves in. He did not know it, he just was it. On the kitchen table stood a yellow vase with white, pink, and violet sweet peas in it, and they filled the kitchen with their delicate scent. The kitchen clock, a regular alarm clock, ticked loudly and showed 5:30, and he looked out through the kitchen window, saw right through the lilac bushes outside, and thought that now the milking out in the pastures was in full swing or already over. Before he left the kitchen, He brushed crumbs from the kitchen table by sweeping them with his left hand into the right, and then he poured them into the sink. After that, he placed the empty milk mug in the sink, and when that was done, he said softly, "Thank you, dear Mom." It didn't mean anything special. Besides, he hardly knew that he said it. It was merely an expression of his sensation of his mother's constant presence. For she had that in common with God, that she was present even when she was absent, at least here in the house and in the garden. She was always everywhere here in the house and throughout the entire garden, especially when she wasn't really there at all. It was nothing extraordinary. It was just the way it was. So he fetched his cap in the school's cloakroom, unlocked the kitchen porch door, and went out. He had permission to leave the door unlocked behind him at this time, because at 6 o'clock Sigrid would be going to the vicarage meadow to fetch milk anyway. It only happened in the summers, but then again, it was also only then that he went out so early. When he saw the sun-filtered air above the raspberry and gooseberry bushes and felt its smooth freshness, he thought clearly, in words, "Summer is very good." Chapter 3. She awoke slowly without opening her eyes, and from the fading world of sleep she thought she heard the words, "If I then, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, ye also ought to wash one another's feet." She clasped her hands, but still did not open her eyes. She knew nonetheless that a strong light was filtering through the cracks between the blue roller blind and the window frames. It was this sharp light that woke her husband. He opened his eyes and stared with discomfort at the too thin roller blind and grumbled irritably in the morning. "Why should one drink punch so late? Felix with his iron stomach can do it, but not me." "Are you awake?" she said. "Yes, as far as I know, unless I'm talking in my sleep," he said. "Here we have a bedroom facing north, so why should we have a window facing east? We need to replace that roller blind, it's too thin." She had not yet opened her eyes. She looked around, towards the dying stillness of the night. She wanted to retain the memory of the voice, a voice that reminded her of one she had heard as a child. Whose? It's quite remarkable, she thought, how close one's childhood years lie in dreams. "What time is it?" she said. 6:15. Jerk just went out, I heard. It must have been him." She opened her eyes and sat up. Her long, thick, dark brown hair flowed over her shoulders. Her eyes were large and clear. "Carl Gustaf, you sound hoarse. You haven't caught a cold, have you? Maybe we sat outside for too long in the evening chill yesterday. Let me look at your throat." "Olga," he said sternly, "don't be silly now. Cold? Huh? Me? You know very well that the evening air only bothers me in conjunction with punch and cigars. I should get up now. A pile of paperwork has accumulated that Felix has prevented me from finishing." "Why do you blame Felix?" she said. "Oh," he said, "it's just something people say, those artists. And one's own suppressed artistic nature, you know, and the path of duty, and that sort of thing." It was a remarkable thing to say, she thought, looking down at him. He had buried his face in the pillow, like a child who doesn't want to wake up, suppressed. It must have just slipped out of him. He's not awake yet. At this time in the morning, he could talk like an unhappy child, a child mourning the fact that it has to be grown up, forced to be an adult and live an adult's life. "Carl Gustaf, are you awake?" she said. He sat up. "Awake?" he said in a thoughtful, absent tone. "Of course, I'm awake. When I was 9 years old, I got my first 4 or 5 rabbits to take care of. I used to get up around this time in the morning and feed them. It took a while to gather the feed, that is, in the summer, and they would bolt around in the cage when they saw me coming. Maybe we should get Jerk some rabbits now, so he'd have something to feel responsible for, something to take care of. What do you say? Awake?" He swung his lean, hairy legs over the high edge of the bed and contemplated his crooked toes. "Hinky was good at rabbit care," she said, "but Jerk is later in development and not so practical by nature. Not yet, at any rate. That's exactly why," he said, staring contemptuously at his toes. "That's exactly why. Ugh, what an idol a person over 40 years is. Look at my toes. Speaking of idols, I'm expecting the priest today. He asked to come here to meet Felix." She laughed a soft, rich laugh from the depths of her hair, billowy nightgown, and soft pillows. "What are you laughing at?" he said gruffly. "The priest," she said with a muffled giggle. Speaking of idols, then she became serious when she saw her husband's thin neck. He sat with his back to her, rubbing his face with both hands. "You're tired, Carl Gustaf. Go back to bed for a while. What do you need to get up for at this hour?" "Felix sleeps until 8. The writing tasks can wait." "Would you like coffee in bed?" "Are you mad?" he said, placing his feet on the floor and standing up. "Coffee in bed? No luxury habits in this house, Olga. Felix mustn't spoil us." She thought about everything Felix brought with him every time he visited. This time it was, besides punch, port wine, and cognac, coffee, chocolate, and figs, and much more. He was like a Santa Claus in the middle of summer. "No," he said, patting around on bare feet. "Duty, dear wife." He was small and slender, but very upright in his posture, liked to stretch himself and moved with a rooster-like military briskness, even when he was dressed in just a nightshirt. "Duty is the adult man's bulwark against life's evil forces," he said. He hummed something in which she thought she recognized an organ chorale by Schlick. Then he went to the dresser, filled the basin with water, and began to splash and snort. He had the habit of producing certain growling sounds during this procedure. She thought that the artist's nature in him makes all that with duty so hard and spasmodic, turns it into a struggle, into something joyless. If only he could be a little more like Felix. In the depths of the wash basin, he suddenly said, "What's really wrong with Jerk? Is he truly a healthy and sound boy? Sometimes I wonder about that. Yesterday he didn't say a word, just kept his eyes glued to Felix. Where's the towel? He's so dreamy, so absent, seems so introverted, so alone. No, this was your towel. It doesn't matter, dear. Order in everything," he said, and switched the towels. "If he were more of a rascal," he continued, and dried his face frantically. "A little devil, a troublemaker, like Hinky was at his age. I'm afraid that he'll turn out to be an artistic type. And artistic natures are probably fine when one has nothing else to do but drink punch and smoke cigars." He was always unfair to Felix the morning after a pleasant evening, an evening when he had let loose. She was used to that, so she didn't mind. But that he had begun to mistrust Jerk, just as he actually mistrusted his own artistic nature, worried her. That was not the way to see it, she thought as she lay watching her husband and waited for him to be ready so she could get up. All children, at least most of them, are artistic natures in their own little way. It's natural. And before, she thought, when Hinky was Jerk's age, he had complained about all the mischief, stubbornness, and defiance that Hinky had shown, and with the same suspicion and reluctance said the exact opposite. It would be beneficial for him if he had a bit more of my artistic nature. That's what it was then. He seems insensitive and hard. She, who knew Hinky's softness and sensitivity better than he, had to defend her older son in the same way as she now had to defend her younger one. She said with mild reproach, "Have you forgotten that you once complained about Hinky having claws? Now you worry that Jerk lacks them. Rest assured, Jerk will probably get claws in time too, just as Hinky has become so docile over the years." "Claws?" he said, wiping his ears and neck. "Ha ha, I haven't complained about Jerk lacking claws. Besides, everything changes, everything changes. Hinky has been roughed up in secondary school, but wait. Such a robust fellow is unlikely to remain docile for long. Hinky is well equipped for life. I have no worries about him. But Jerk." She thought about how he always said that Felix was a strong nature, that he was better equipped for life than himself, who had been forced into a bourgeois profession and had to suppress his artistic nature. It was his constant feeling that life had been unfair to him that made him say so. And it was his constant worry that Jerk would end up in the same predicament that made him distrust the boy's silence, introversion, and calmness. He was just pulling on his underwear, but had not taken off his nightshirt. "You have 2 unmusical sons," she said, "and that's really what scares you. If Jerk had wanted to learn to read music and play the piano, you wouldn't have worried at all. On the contrary, and if Hinky had wanted the same, you wouldn't have worried about his mischief." "What are you getting at?" he said. He hopped on one leg while stepping into his trousers. "I don't want to go anywhere," she said with her eternally unchanging gentleness. "I'm just defending my sons against you. In short, Hinky has claws, but not only that. And Jerk has no claws, but he has other means of defense. And besides, you are the most defenseless thing there is." He stood with one leg in his trousers, having missed the other, and stared at her as she lay in bed, half sunken, braiding her long hair. He was always just as astonished by her serpentine train of thought. She was an emotional creature, certainly a healthy and sensible one, but she thought like a curdling cow and created a bewildering mess in his own thoughts. "Defenseless?" he said. "Me? You certainly don't have claws, Carl Gustaf." "Ha, claws," he said absent-mindedly while looking into the gloom where everything he had just thought had vanished. "Claws and claws," he continued, stepping into the other pant leg. "Me? No, thank heavens, I'm certainly no cat, and no dog that bites. I am a civilized creature, a so-called human, who can scratch and bite with words. Watch out, my dear, lest you get scratches on your fine skin. Claws? Ha, but of course you have them, don't you? Perhaps you're a cat. Dear Olga, you are a woman, and all women are untidy but cunning, and with cunning one can go far in this world. But you have neither claws nor a beak nor sharp teeth, little Olga. And you are too meek and gullible and emotional to understand that a man gets by with logic and intelligence and a clear mind where a woman is so untidily instinctively cunning that she is outwitted by her own cunning. Remember that." He had stepped into his trousers and was now pulling the suspenders over his shoulders. She said, "Forgive me, Carl Gustaf. I always forget that you take such offense just by the mere suggestion that you are a delicate nature, like Jerk. It's a truth you don't want to see, but you see it in your son anyway." "What?" he said. "Delicate? Me? Ha. How long have we been married now? 17 years. How long must a woman be married to a man to get to know him? You don't know me, Olga. You don't know me." He paused and looked into himself again. How in the devil's name did we get here? What was it I was going to say? Her voice took on a very tender tone, but he also heard the smile in it. "Don't bother getting so prickly, because I once said that I know you better than you know yourself. I have to defend not just our sons against you, but also you against yourself. I consider it the duty of a wife and mother, at least one with 3 not yet grown men in her house, to ensure that they don't harm themselves in their ignorance." He noticed that he had forgotten to change from his nightshirt to his day shirt. He muttered, manned his impatience, pulled down his suspenders again, and tore off his nightshirt. His coarse, closely cropped, almost black hair bristled irritably. "What?" he said. "Better than I do myself? Well, thank you very much. Keep that belief, dear Olga, and be happy with it. All mothers are the same. They are delightful donkeys. They are so maternal, they see nothing else but children around them, just kids everywhere. The world is full of nothing but kids. If they give birth to a bandit who plunders and murders, they shake their heads and say that the world doesn't understand him. No one knows him. But I know him. I do. And I know that he's really a tender and unhappy little boy. That's what a mother can say, but she can't answer the question of why he has a cruel nature and why he murders. No, she can't. She can only say that if he had stayed with me, he would never have turned out that way. It is an uncomprehending, cruel, and brutal world that has made him what he is. Yes, you little Olga, motherliness is all well and good, but it is blind, and perhaps it should be, for how else could all children be loved? He had put on his day shirt and was now pulling up his trousers and suspenders again. Then he took out his socks. "What was it I was going to say?" "You have a peculiar ability to make me completely lose my own thoughts," he said. She smiled inwardly, thinking how much he resembled his own sons. Afraid like Hinke that people will think he's weak. Afraid like Jerk that people will think he's not intelligent enough. Suddenly, while he was putting on his collar, he saw that she was watching him, and he walked over to her and kissed her on the forehead. "Forgive me," he said softly. "You are right. How could we manage without you?" Half an hour later, he had left. She was also dressed and ready, sitting on a small chair by the window with her hands clasped on the Bible. The roller blind was now drawn up. She had read the Gospel of John to find the words she had heard just before she woke up. She read a chapter from the New Testament every morning. Now she said a short morning prayer, and when it was done, she said aloud, "God protect my 3 boys." Chapter 4. He walked across the cemetery under the lindens whose sunlit blossoms made them shimmer like gold. In his ears sang the combined buzzing of thousands of bumblebees and bees like a note, an organ note. The church's north side lay in mighty morning shadow now, The tall church tower with its black hat almost unbearably white in the sunshine, the spire he did not see. He listened. He heard the serious ticking from deep within the great church clock, and to him, it was the church's everyday voice. The 3 tolling bronze bells were the Sunday voice, the festive voice, a voice that could proclaim both devotion, celebration, and sorrow. The buzzing from the lindens and the ticking from the clockwork in the tower only increased the cool morning stillness. The sand of the paths crunched under his sandals, the trees cast a fine shadow pattern over the graves. A breeze brought with it a sweet scent of roses from a solitary yet nameless resting place. Nothing is as peaceful as a cemetery, and he was accustomed to it. It had been his playground since he was 4 years old, and dared to leave home without holding his mother's hand. He knew every grave, both the very old, the fairly new, and the recently filled in with wreaths and flowers still lying around. He knew of every church baptism, every wedding, every funeral, and each spring when the confirmants dressed in white and black walked here and there, either solemn or giggly, nervous before the examination or communion, he would walk past them holding his mother's hand and then sit in the church by her side with a hymn book in his hands, waiting for their procession. He did not think about how many had been baptized, confirmed, married, and buried since he began consciously perceiving these events, which marked different stages in the human journey of life, but he sensed the cumulative experience of these events as an inescapable part of himself, like an atmospheric substance in his being. Without understanding it himself, these regularly repeated occurrences formed, as it were, the invisible growth rings of his own inner being, his own bodily growth. He sat on the stone steps outside the dark oak door to the sacristy and slowly ate the first of the damson plums. He spat the pits at the sparrows, but not because he wanted to scare or hurt them. They were also old acquaintances. They knew him, so they were not offended, just hopped aside when a pit came flying and almost touched them. He was not bored in the slightest. The damson plums, the sparrows, the organ tones in the linden trees, the clicking from the church clock's movement, the scent from the solitary rosebush on the unknown grave, the smell of red clover, linden blossom, and summer morning, and the awareness of having a whole unused day, together with Uncle Felix ahead of him, all this gave a deep, richly saturated content to his resting weight. He sat on the cool stone steps, leaning against the sacristy door, and rested in the significance of everything. He did not know what fate has in store for the one who longs to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He did not suspect that this day he would take his first long step into adulthood, and that it would be many years before he understood that he had done so, and before he was able to remember this morning as his last whole and undivided childhood morning. Eventually, the stone steps became hard. He left the church and the graveyard, and while he finished the rest of the damson plums, he strode out through the western gates and came out onto the church hill opposite the white vicarage, which hid its lower half behind a tall hawthorn hedge and set off its nobly retracted whiteness against a couple of ancient elms' luxuriant greenery. The house looked quiet, mysterious, and closed off. The sunshine was dazzlingly strong. He turned his back to it and followed the North Meadow Road to the little path that led past the church stables. There grew an alley of lindens that provided shade, and he walked between them. His steps sounded so clear between the stable wall and the high, mossy graveyard wall. He smelled the scent of horse, manure, and dry hay, and in those scents lay somehow the memory of journeys and the long distances to grandfather and Bothagen, and it gave a sense of an omnipresent faraway, for there was also something of the atmosphere of all the islands and seas that grandfather carried with him. At an open stable door stood a detached carriage with tired, lowered shafts. The barn swallows darted back and forth over the tile roof and between the tree branches and telephone wires. He trod on the road's chamomile and bent down to inhale its sweet scent. In his memory, the image of Terra Nova appeared and vanished, a magical sequence following the thought of his grandfather. The stern old man's face transformed into Robert Scott's, but spoke with his grandfather's voice. Amundsen reached it before me. Where the church stable road opened onto the road past his home and continued towards Lunda and Lindham, two magpies hopped with bobbing tails. Then he heard the clang from the anvil in the smithy, behind Lunda, and envisioned in his mind Master Samuelson, large, broad, and coarse, with juicy red lips, a red maw, and large yellow-white teeth in a black-bearded, heavy face. He belonged to some free religious sect that gathered in the Zion Chapel down in the community. He had a tremendous bass voice and used to sing at the anvil, "Arise, all Christ's soldiers, the trumpet calls you on." When Jerk turned onto the Lunda road, he saw, like every other morning, Old Man Nyberg. As usual, he was sweeping up horse droppings from the road outside his cottage, his grandson's house and carpentry workshop, and he handled the long-handled shovel and birch broom with a kind of endless languor and peacefulness. Under the tattered straw hat, a large nose and chalk-white stubble were visible, and around the broom, shovel, and horse droppings a cloud of flies hovered. The old man turned his head and looked at him. He said, "Today you're late, boy. The flies are persistent and the bees downright ornery. Might turn to thunderstorms later in the day." He spat snuff into the road dust. At that moment, he turned and walked with the broom and the long-handled shovel into his grandson Asp's yard. Mrs. Asp's chickens strolled across the road, and from the low, long carpentry workshop came a pleasant scent of glue, polishing spirit, and fresh pine. Jerk stopped at the last lamppost between the community's two final houses, Nyberg's cottage and Lindham. It was here that the lamplighter turned every evening during the dark season. The post was surrounded by worn, trampled grass, and it bore marks from many boys' pocket knives. He thought about how, when Uncle Felix and he had last stood here, late one evening, Uncle Felix had said, "Here, boy, here is where the darkness begins on winter nights. Here one can hear the snow wind howl over the fields. But if the weather is clear and not too late, one might see a window lit in Hugbo or Leckeberga." And Uncle Felix had a way of saying such things as if with his words he conjured forth the winter night with snow, darkness, and solitude. A shiver ran through him. How different everything was now, he thought. He leaned against the lamppost and looked along the road towards Hugbo and Leckeberga, and it struck him that the freshness of the morning had evaporated and been replaced by something else. The light was still so dazzlingly bright that it almost hurt his eyes, but still the sky seemed duller than before. A light swaying haze had appeared, and the greenery around Leckeberga almost trembled in the thick, hot air. A dog barked somewhere, and a woodpecker let out a long, plaintive call. He turned towards Kirkengen and spotted a yellow cloud of dust rising over the road between the vicarage and Norringen, where the vicarage tenant farmer lived, so it was probably the milk cart on its way home. The crows were making a racket in the churchyard trees, and then suddenly, as if on command, they took off, gathered in a screeching cluster that flew out over Anero and Kirkgården and disappeared in a northwesterly direction. He followed them with his eyes as long as he could see them. Then his thoughts followed them, and he wondered where they flew and where they settled down. Then he heard the creak of wagon wheels and the clinking of milk cans behind him, and turned around. In the shadow of the school's young linden trees, coming from the direction of the smithy, was Leckeberg's milk cart, and it was Franz who was driving. He recognized the peaked cap with the cracked, two-part peak. He also recognized Pontus with the white muzzle and the pale yellow mane, and the two dairymaids who were huddled next to Franz. He knew they came from the milk pen at Herhagen, near the smithy. But he thought, they must have started earlier today, for they usually finished a good quarter of an hour after the Norrings people, since they had more cows than the vicarage, and right now a longer way to go. Pontus walked at a trot and was surrounded by a billowing swarm of flies. Franz stopped the horse right in front of Jerk and let him climb up onto the cart among the milk cans, and the youngest maid turned around and said, "Hello, Jerk," for she had worked for them 3 months last winter. Her name was Nanny. She had white blonde hair, red cheeks, and no eyebrows at all. As far as he knew, she was only 15 years old and had just come forward. Franz was not much older himself, but he chewed snuff and was tall and rough for his age. He owned the parish's fiercest red hair. The older milkmaid, a steady, broad 19-year-old girl named Selma, glanced back at Jerk and said, "Today you understand what's on Franz's mind." "What's that?" said Jerk. The only answer he got was a muffled giggle from the two milkmaids, and they bent forward and huddled together so that their milk pails got disordered. Franz mumbled something and spat down onto the passing road, and then he said, "Nanny isn't fully grown and nothing to look at, but you are plumper and prettier, Selma." More giggles. Jerk had his hands full trying to stay among the milk streams on the yoke. He saw that Pontus began to stagger and gasp on the uphill. "No," said Selma. "She's just a bit slow and doesn't have the sense to be shy." Dandelion seeds were flying through the air, so there must have been a bit of wind after all. "Ugh," said Nanny. "Men lurking in the bushes and peeping, that's just tasteful. But Franz, shh, he's not a proper man yet. He's just got some fuzz under his nose. He's inherited his grandfather's razor, but he just sits and plays at being a man on Sunday evenings." Franz took offense, so he said something very indecent, alluding to Nanny's youth. The cantor's boy was used to this kind of coarse joke, but it didn't affect him. He understood that the milkmaids, as they were wont to do, had taken a bath in the church lake and caught Franz lying there watching them. It just surprised him that anyone could find interest in or get upset about such things. Pontus stopped of his own accord by the large maple whose lush crown shaded the milk platform and the gate to the side road to Leckeberga. The milkmaids stepped out of the yoke. Jerk jumped off, swatted at the horseflies, and declined Franz's offer to ride with him to the dairy in Olam, for he wanted to be home when Uncle Felix got up around 8 o'clock. "Well then, goodbye," said Franz. "Are you going to follow us then?" asked Nanny. Lawton and Elizabeth arrived the day before yesterday. "Oh," he said. "No, I must be home for breakfast time. Give them my regards." "Bye then, Jerk," said the milkmaids. He stood by the milk platform in the shade of the tree and watched as they, arm in arm, humming a little tune, and with their milk pails on their backs, went through the gate onto the little winding road to Leckeberga. Then he looked for Franz and the cart that disappeared in a light cloud of dust at the road bend beyond Hugbo. There came a strong scent of clover from somewhere. He could still see the milkmaids and heard them singing as they slowly became smaller and smaller on the winding and sun-drenched road between cow parsley, stone piles, hazel bushes, blackthorn thickets, junipers, and birches. Suddenly, the road lay empty. It was peaceful here in the shade of the trees. He felt a light sun dizziness and drowsiness and stepped up onto the milk platform. He looked down towards the village and the church in the sun haze. Everything was suddenly so morning quiet, waiting still, and in this silence the landscape in the distance expanded into a vast and mighty calm. Grazing pastures, hay meadows with haycocks, narrow strips of spruce forest, houses and leafy trees and gardens. The church tower's cross glimmered in the sun mist, and the schoolhouse, his home, shone white. He felt as if he owned it all, experienced a kind of solemn, trembling, and omnipotent solitude, and something of that mysterious and omnipresent which his mother often spoke about and which she called the presence of God, or God is watching you. Then a greenfinch called out in the hazel grove behind him, and there was a rustle of bird wings in the dense foliage of the maple above his head. He looked around as if he had just woken up. How strange everything feels at times, he thought, as if one has slept though one hasn't slept at all, and as if one has dreamed what just happened. It was a voice whispering within him, a voice that sounded like when one says goodbye. But it was impossible to hold on to that voice. It was elusive and hard to reach, and it was like certain peculiar thoughts. If one looked at them too closely and persistently, they disappeared, just as an eye disappears when someone closes their eyes. But as long as the voice could still be heard, it was light as a breeze with a feather on it, and grand, solemn, and mighty as a cloud. And with that little feather, a wordless, impotent wonder flew over the enigma of the self, over his own childhood, over the mystery of becoming an adult, over the fact that he was getting older with each passing day, and over the meaning of everything through him. Then the eye closed again, and he could no longer understand what he had just thought. Not that he understood it then either, but now he couldn't even find what he had thought. It was just a vague, unclear feeling of the peculiarity of everything that lingered, but even that slowly ebbed out of his consciousness, like receding water. And it whispered in the tree above him. Chapter 5. He started. The silence was suddenly broken by the sound of subdued voices. He turned around and looked over the gate towards Leckebergewegen. There they were, the two girls who by fate had been chosen to be his companions on the long trek that lay ahead. They came down the little sun-scorched road, where Selma and Nanny had just disappeared, but they were more composed, moving with a delicate dignity, almost stiffly, and wore sun-shading straw hats. He remained seated on the milk platform in the shade of the maple tree, watching them approach. He knew them very well, for they had been his playmates for several summers. Not often, but now and then, when he, like today, had set out in this direction. They were not sisters but cousins and annual summer visitors in Leckeberge, because their mothers, who were sisters, had been born there. They belonged to the Andreasen family, and it was their uncle, Oskar, who owned Leckeberge. The eldest, Elisabeth, was now 13 years old, and the daughter of Postmaster Bogue, who had once served as a postal assistant in Dalhem. Charlotte, who was called Lotten, was a couple of months younger than Jerk. Her surname was Schieler, and her father was some kind of engineer. Both were from Stockholm. It was the first time he had seen them this summer. Bogue, a large shaggy dog of mixed breed, was with them, but before the girls reached the gate, he disappeared into the thicket beside the road. Jerk noticed that Elisabeth was dressed in black in the middle of summer, and only then did he remember that his mother had said that Mrs. Bogue had died sometime in the early spring. He sat still until Elisabeth spotted him, stopped, touched Lotten, pointed, and said, "Do you see?" "What did I tell you?" Then he jumped down from the milk platform and walked up to the gate. Lotten screamed, "Nanny said you went with them, but that you didn't want to come and visit us. Elisabeth thought you would sit and wait for us here, but I didn't think so." Both were tightly combed with hard braids and billowy bows. Elisabeth had a small white collar on her black dress. Lotten was dressed in something blue and carried the same worn teddy bear as last year under her arm. He was simply called Nolly. They wore black stockings and fine shoes with buckle clasps, and looked as if they had just stepped off the train in Ullum. The children stopped on either side of the gate and sized each other up. There was something peculiar about Elisabeth. Lotten was the same as ever, but not Elisabeth. He had a vague and confusing feeling of meeting an older sister to the Elisabeth he knew. There was something serious and almost stern about her that he had never seen before. It aroused a deep, almost dismayed astonishment in him and made him feel shy. She was tall for her age, thin and lean. The previously light brown hair had darkened. Her face had become thin and bloodless. Her deep blue eyes were larger than usual, and her forehead had grown in worry and solitude. But it was mostly the gaze that had changed. He could not make clear what it was, but he could not bear to look into those eyes for more than a second at a time. The shyness he felt was not the usual shyness. It was the kind of shyness he felt in the presence of someone superior to him. Before, she had been like a sister of the same age, admittedly a bit too commandingly motherly, which older girls often became. But now she was distant, exalted, unattainable. He did not have the word at his disposal, but when he looked at her, he felt that something life-altering had happened to her, something that set her apart from him and others. Lotten was unchanged, red-haired, brown-eyed, eager, bossy, fluttery-eyed, and impatient, and no one could talk adult like she could. She was the worst mimic he knew, a perpetual echoing sound of her mother. "We arrived the day before yesterday," she says now. "A wonderful trip, you can believe, but so warm. It's lovely to be in the country again. I say, as Mother usually says, what would one do at this time of year if Leckeberge didn't exist? We woke up early this morning and got up at once, just because it's so enchanting to wake up in the country and just be able to step out and breathe the fresh air and hear the birds and everything. To be here again. Just to think of it. We've been to see the newborn lambs, you should see them. They are so incredibly cute that you can hardly believe your eyes." Such adult language, which she was a master of, made him embarrassed, but since he had, in a way, become accustomed to it, much like one can get used to ventriloquism and magic tricks, he could calmly cut her off. "I saw the lambs when they were 2 days old. That was over 8 days ago." "Did you really do that?" she said, unperturbed. "They were quite neat, weren't they?" He sensed that she smelled not only of soap, but also a bit of perfume. She usually carried a parasol against the sun because she was so prone to getting overly freckled, but today she had none. He said, "Where's your parasol?" "Can you believe it?" she exclaimed. "I left it on the train. Incredible but true. We had so much luggage to think about, so actually it wasn't strange at all." As Mother said, he was constantly aware of Elizabeth's silent presence and lonely eyes. He gave her a quick glance now and then. She had rested her elbows on the gate. Her mouth looked as if something had hurt her, and her paleness gave him the impression that she had been shut in for a long time, had a fever, half reclined, stuffed into an armchair, and looked out through a window. Lawton fell silent and watched them in the sun-dappled yellow-green shade under the tree. She had previously moved with the writhing, preening, hopping, quicksilver liveliness that was typical of her, but now she stiffened, lowered her voice, and said, "Do you know why Elizabeth is dressed in black?" "I should be too, but Mom said that it would probably be cruel in this heat. But don't think I don't have a nice black dress too. I only put it on when we have visitors." Dad said, "She lost her thread for a while, but then she fixed her eyes on him, while Elizabeth stood as quiet and still as before, and said, 'Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you know that my Aunt Rut, Elizabeth's mother, is dead?' "Yes, I know," he said shyly. Lawton talked about the funeral, that Uncle Oscar had been there, that many relatives, many whom she had never seen before, had come, that her dad had refused to attend the burial service because he detested churches and priests, that her mom had said, "What will the relatives think?" that her dad had replied that he cared as much as flies and roams, and that there would come a time when one could be laid in the ground without holy words and priests, and that her mom had replied, "Quiet, Lawton," said Elizabeth. Lawton fell silent abruptly, as if she had carelessly cut a thread and let both ends fall to the ground. She hugged Nall to herself and said she would go and pick flowers. So Jerk opened the gate and let her and Elizabeth through, and Lawton danced away with bouncing braids and Nall under her arm. Elizabeth and he were alone. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked through the sunshine down at the church village. Bauge slid out of the thickets on the other side of the gate, crawled expertly on his belly under the gate's lowest bar, panted, sniffed briefly at Jerk's feet, wagged his tail absent-mindedly, and continued across the main road to the little path from Norangen, where Lawton was squatting in the rye picking cornflowers. 3 butterflies circled around her. "I really like the church," said Elizabeth in a low and peculiarly lifeless voice. "Mom should have been brought here. Dad had planned to buy a burial plot here for Mom himself and for me, but it didn't happen. You see, Mom wanted to be buried here. It was her last wish." She fell silent. Jerk waited a long time for her to continue, but she did not. "Why didn't she get that then?" he said. Elizabeth looked at him over her shoulder. "That's the strange part, you see," she said. "It was decided that way, but yes, when push came to shove, Dad didn't want to. I don't know why." She turned her head away again. "Well, but I don't understand it. People argue over trifles. It has something to do with the family grave, the Andreassens, my grandfathers and grandmothers. I think Uncle Oscar and Dad didn't get along." She made a long pause and then added, "But I don't know. It's so strange. When people argue, they are ashamed to tell you what it is they are actually arguing about." She spoke like an adult, not in Lottie's mimicking way, but like a real adult. It made an almost eerie impression on him, for he thought it sounded as if it was not she but her mother speaking through her. For a brief moment he entertained the peculiar notion that it was Elizabeth, the Elizabeth he knew, who was dead, and that it was the mother who had taken possession of her and spoke through her. "Yes," he said vaguely, and did not even dare to look at her then. She stood as before, facing the church village and the community, and now it came very softly. "I will lie next to Mom. Mom and I have promised each other never to part." Then she fell silent again. His inner self had opened up to her words. He wanted to hear more. There's probably no hurry to head home yet, he thought, for the clock can't be much more than— "Do you see what time it is on the church clock?" he said. Both of them strained to try to see through the dazzling sunshine. At first, they had different opinions about what time it could be, but eventually agreed that the hands pointed to 10 minutes to 7. But they were not certain of it. He felt relieved, partly because the everyday dispute had somehow brought them closer to each other, partly because it was not later. If he could have looked into himself with greater awareness, he would have noticed that he was captivated by Elizabeth's transformed essence, her new enigmatic personality. But now he only felt that he did not want to miss anything she said, that he wanted to hear her voice again, and that he awaited with a certain tension what she would say next, with roughly the same kind of anticipation he experienced with Uncle Felix. He was still very puzzled to have discovered this new and mysterious Elizabeth. She remained unusually silent and continued to look down towards the church. He heard Lawton talking with Baugh inside the dense rye, but he did not see them. They were hidden behind the alders, aspens, hazel bushes, and the tall grass growing among the stone piles along the road. The thicket stood as a pattern of shadows against the sun-filled rye field behind it. He fiddled with the various objects in his overstuffed trouser pockets and thought, if only Elizabeth would speak again. If she would just start speaking again. Now she turned around. "Do you know Ljungquist?" she said. "Well, yes, of course," he said as he walked up to the fence that enclosed the fallow field where she stood. He leaned against it. "Yes, of course," he said. "Around Källan and by the road to Ullum and so on. But it's a damn big forest, so one could get lost in it." "I know," she said. She looked towards the church again. "I haven't been further than to Rotjärn. You know, we usually swim there, Mom, Aunt, and us, because the water is tepid there before it gets warm in Källan and Kroken and other lakes." He liked hearing her calm, serious voice. It was not the voice of a 13-year-old. It was the voice of a being who had made a long journey, who had been to a distant land, somewhere beyond life and death, and who had returned with life intact, but transformed. He felt that, but lacked the words for it. "Yes," he said. "But in Lake Kal, the water is cold all summer long, because it's so deep, a mountain lake. But there's good fishing in it, and Jericho and Paulina's Philip, you know, they like it. I usually go with them." The matte white, sparkling light from the sky outside the shadow of the tree hurt his eyes, and he pulled his cap down over the tip of his nose. He saw Boj coming down the road, and Lawton clambering through the bush and the rock piles, stumbling, falling, and getting up again. She said, "What a life one leads." There Nala went hopping away, and the flowers followed. Elizabeth had suddenly crossed the road and was now sitting on the milk platform with her hands clasped in her lap and her long legs dangling over the edge of the platform. She sat there enveloped in shadowy greenery and sun flickers. The road lay empty and silent in both directions. "If you've been so much in Ljungquist, perhaps you know where Trefotaberget and Kemparosset are." She said no, he said slowly, remaining by the fence. "Trefotaberget? Why do you ask? I was just wondering," she said. In the silence a warm, drowsy wind came, filled with scents of clover, hay swaths, and some kind of pungent smell of flying pollen dust. "You see," she continued, "my mother often told stories about Trefotaberget and Kemparosset. There should be a spring there. Yes, not at all an ordinary spring. What kind of spring is it then?" She hesitated a bit with the answer. Lawton was on her way towards her, but she was stopped by a large green grasshopper that landed with a thud right in the middle of the road dust. "I can't say now," said Elizabeth. "It's a very remarkable spring, and I would like to get there. Do you think you can find it?" "Me?" he said. "I don't even know where 3-Foot Mountain is." "Somewhere up north only." So Lawton came up to her with a bouquet of cornflowers, daisies, and buttercups. She dumped the flowers, and Nolly on the jetty gasped and said, "Shall we go for a swim now?" "Yes," said Elizabeth. "Say, are you coming with us to Rotjärn? He thought for a moment. "It takes just over 20 minutes to get there," he said, "and at least 3/4 of an hour to get back. We have breakfast at 8:30. I don't think I'll make it. I like Rotjärn," she said thoughtfully. "It's so protected and secluded there. It's so small, so clear, neither too warm nor cold. The water is smooth as silk, and swimming in it is like swimming in a well of forest." In a well of forest, he thought, and liked the words without knowing why. "And the way there," she continued, "is like walking in a dream, one that you dreamt when you were very little. I was only 2 years old when I walked there for the first time." He was captivated by her words. All people who knew how to use words in an unusual way captivated him. Could she talk like that last year, he thought? If she could, he hadn't noticed it. "I probably won't make it home in time," he said. "Will your mother be angry then?" asked Lawton, while making Nal dance on the milk platform. "No," he said, "but she'll be sad." Actually, he thought, "I am too big to bathe with girls now. I probably won't have time," he said. Elizabeth jumped down onto the road, smoothed out her skirt, ran her hands through her hair, and felt the bows on her braids. Then she turned to Lawton and said, "Then it's just you and me." Jerk experienced a kind of anguish, but he felt the call of fate, for he followed them. "I can at least join them for a bit," he thought. That's when they heard a growling from Bodge. He stood in the middle of the road in front of an adder, his fur bristling. He made snarling lunges and hopped around, and the snake thrust its head forward, hissed, and coiled its black body, as they do when they intend to bite. The cloven tongue was visible, and the head twisted after the angrily hopping dog. Road dust billowed around Bodge's paws. "It's an adder," said Jerk. Bodge, be careful!" Lawton screamed. The dance continued. The snake tried to slip past and get down into the ditch, but Bodge stood in the way and tried to reach its back or neck. "Bodge knows he's dangerous," said Elizabeth. "He's encountered snakes before." "Ugh, how creepy," said Lawton. Bodge took a leap backward just as the snake's head shot forward with lightning speed. Jerk looked around for a thick branch to break off, but it would take too long, so he didn't bother. The fight continued and began to resemble an incantation dance. Lawton raised her hands around her face and began to scream, "No, no, no, no!" Bodge's grinning jaws also snapped, but the snake was always ready, twisting around with agile movements, raising its head and hissing. Bodge darted to the side again and made new attacks. Lawton couldn't endure any longer. She turned her back and ran towards Hogbo. Elizabeth followed. Lawton, calm down," she said. Jerk stood still for a moment. Bo managed to get a paw on the snake's back, but not close enough to the head to prevent a strike, so he quickly retreated again. Jerk noticed that the snake was slowly, almost imperceptibly, inch by inch approaching the saving ditch edge, and suddenly it slipped down among nettles, cow parsley, and dandelion stalks. Bodge, who was no longer a youth, had begun to pant and now stood as if taken aback, staring down into the ditch. He sniffed and snorted, his hackles still raised. Jerk looked around for the girls and noticed that they had stopped a bit further up the road. Lawton buried her face against her cousin's chest, and Elizabeth had placed her hands on her shoulders. Nal lay helplessly on his back in the road dust. Before he approached them, he turned around and saw that Bodge had jumped into the pile of stones and was once again pursuing the now invisible snake. "How did it go?" asked Lawton with a startled voice and wide eyes. "I don't know, but the snake will probably be fine," he said, leaning down to pick up Nal. He looked around for the flowers, but they were scattered all over the road, all the way from the milk platform to here, so he left them be. I wonder what Elizabeth really meant by that spring, he thought. Chapter 6. The house was still morning quiet and calm. Olga Dandelion walked around in the salon and the sun-filled drawing room on the upper floor, watering the tall palms and the various potted plants in the windows, a whole winter garden that now in the summer seemed a bit pale and dull indoors. Here stood the piano. Here was the bookcase with glass doors, and the imposing console-equipped divan table with all the photo albums and folio works. She also carried a dust cloth to touch up, when necessary, Sigrid's often quite incomplete dusting. She ran her finger tentatively over the frame surrounding a copy of Van Eyck's The Music-Making Angels, which Felix had executed on his first trip abroad and which hung above the piano. She examined the East Indian porcelain on the wall next to it, the shells and porcelain dogs on the mantelpiece, the small porcelain figures on the étagère, and the large but fragile green vases that stood on the console table. She walked and thought. The object of her thoughts, Carl Gustaf, sat down in his study and wrote diligently. For economic reasons, he had an insurance agency and took on all sorts of writing assignments, especially now in the summer when only the organist position occupied his time. He was a somberly duty-bound, almost furiously conscientious man who often worried about unforeseen financial difficulties, who always strained in the fight against looming fatalities, who felt pursued by a relentless, stingy, vengeful fate. His only true joy was music, but it was something higher and in everyday contexts not allowed. So he hardened himself against all its noble temptations. For long periods he held what one could call a music fast. Duty above all. I can't afford music, except on Sundays. As an organist he was outstanding, as a pianist far beyond mediocre, but his dream had been to become a composer and conductor. That is, when he was young and foolish and attended the Conservatory of Music. But then he got married. His years of study had burdened him with debts. The inheritance from his father he had squandered. He was forced to take out loans and borrow to turn over these loans, all to cover the losses he had inflicted upon himself through youthful, imprudent speculations and other adventures, such as by signing for a couple of friends whose businesses soon went haywire. Mrs. Olga had a small inherited capital, but this capital was not to be touched. It was to provide for the boys' studies and, if it sufficed, for their own old age. Therefore, he economized on music and regarded his artistic dreams as something improper. And it was barely that he allowed himself any joy from the organist position, but sometimes he could be seized by frivolity and devote an afternoon to dreamy, ecstatic organ improvisations in an empty, abandoned, and cold church. These were moments of celebration, even for Mrs. Olga and Jerk, but they were almost committed in secret and always followed by pangs of conscience. She thought about that now. She did almost every time Felix visited, for in her brother-in-law she saw a life artist, a man who had managed to transform an economically little rewarding artistry into something as vibrant as it was joy-bringing. Mrs. Olga did not suffer from the economic anxiety or the puritanical fear of life's pleasures that constantly tormented her husband, but she had learned that it was not worth the effort to change his mind. His work ethic was unreasonably strict, and if she tried to tempt him, the result for him was only increased pangs of conscience, increased self-contempt. The only one who could loosen his senseless self-torment and get him to let loose for a few days was Felix. Therefore, she rejoiced every time her brother-in-law visited, but even if it led to rewarding conversations, long walks, delving into old memories, and nights of punch drinking, cigar smoking, and staying up late, it was extremely rare that it resulted in any musical extravagances, not even vocal ones. There he maintained his inflexibility. Music, he would say, allows no frivolity. He had an entirely religious view of music. It was sacred, not to be pursued in punch drunkenness and cigar smoke, not something with which one animated oneself. And that sociable singing of profane songs and ballads was not for him. It was a kind of spiritual fornication. Neither Bellman, Selstedt, nor Wennerberg found grace for his ears. It irritated Felix a bit, but he kept a good face. Mrs. Olga liked to hear her husband play. It filled her with great rapture and a deep calm, and she could ponder the remarkable fact that it was her husband sitting up there at the organ, filling the entire church with God's voice. She felt it thus. It was not the passion and pain of Bach or Handel or Carl Gustav that surged through the church, but God's. She remembered how surprised she was when Felix once, after a private music session in the church, whispered to her, "At the organ, Carl Gustav becomes great. He grows, and it's as if one gains insight into everything he hides in his chest, all the grandeur that a richly feeling artist can conceal from the world. It is the human one hears, the human in their poverty and their wealth. Think how different a person appears when they are in the right place, where they make themselves available for the great that has been created in the world. But, at the same time, it hurts Olga to hear him. There is something tragic about all this unknown wealth. Why does he deny his artistry? Why has he sacrificed it just to become an admittedly skilled but unnoticed country cantor? When I hear him, I always think, you do not know your brother's innermost. So much of knowledge, of feelings and thoughts, in this immense form, in the magnification of music, he hides within himself. It is strange that it has not compelled him to break free and rise above the everyday, its pettiness and narrow-mindedness, and the groveling triviality of wealth. But it is not him, she had thought. It is his hands, the instrument, and the composer who make themselves available for God's will to speak. She did not say it. She did not know if Felix would understand or not, but she feared that he would only interpret it as a belittlement of her husband's talent. And she did not want that. She thought, we humans are not great, but the divine that fills us is great. She saw it that way, and to see it differently was, to her, pride, self-aggrandizement, and untruth. In all that is beautiful created by humans, it is not the human who speaks, it is God. The human is just a tool. She was not, at least not yet, more than the strings on the violin. She knew that deep down Carl Gustaf saw it the same way, but he did not want to hear it from her lips. In her mouth, he took it, just as Felix probably would have, as a belittlement of his expertise, his talent. But deep inside, he saw it that way. She was convinced of it, because he was so humble before the music, so humble that he always refused to shine with it for his own personal part, refused to gain any advantage from it. That's why he walked around like a provincial cantor who seemingly denied his artistry. It was his humility. She thought about all this as she entered the shadowy green salon. She thought about the brothers' peculiar friendship, the constant palpable tension between them, between the older who had surrendered to the artistic life and the younger who had renounced all such dreams and donned the armor of duty and fought against the free morals of the artist's life, because he saw in it something dissolving, something dangerous, something very seductive. And yet, Felix never neglected to point out, art is the highest thing there is for you. And to that Carl Gustaf could reply, I do not want to indulge in something for which I do not have the calling, that is, the necessary freedom from earthly obligations. And she knew that he meant her and the children. She rebelled against it, but felt powerless. He saw in art the highest of all, but at the same time something deeply immoral. Who could make sense of it? It must stem from ambitions of such a high-voltage nature that it went beyond her horizon. He was at heart a bitter and disappointed man, but he had never let this bitterness affect anyone other than himself, even though she and the boys indirectly suffered from his eternally tormenting melancholy. She knew that something was hidden here, something that had happened before she met him. Something that had to do with his youthful frivolity and lack of economic responsibility. Something had occurred that made him believe he had failed both his artistic calling and his human responsibility. She knew so little about his youth, and Felix didn't know much either, but she was certain that his self-imposed bourgeois task was an atonement for transgressions he believed he had committed during this perhaps wild youth. He was a man very secretive about his most sensitive inner self, in the direct sense. However, 17 years of cohabitation had taught her to interpret the unfinished songs. He often made hints, and since she knew how to collect the puzzle pieces and put them together into a mosaic, she knew more about his inner life and past than he had any idea that she knew. He was by nature secretive and quite transparent. She herself was more open-hearted and unreserved. Yet he knew, and she knew that it was so, less about her than she about him. When she dared to hint at it, he looked astonished and said, "Ha-ha! You may well think that, my little darling. I warned you already the day I proposed. Do you remember?" "Yes, I do. You said you needed my help to become a better person. You said, 'Don't forget, Olga, that I am a bad person,' you said, 'a person who more than once has betrayed the best in myself.' You said you needed all the forbearance, all the support, and all the help I was capable of giving you." "Exactly," he said. "Excellent. Yes, but that wasn't true," she said. "I have never needed to give you any help in that regard. On the contrary, you have strengthened me instead." "Strengthened," he said. "What? Ha-ha. Dear Olga, it honors you that you haven't noticed the great things you've done in my life. It honors you that you are so unassuming. Without you, I wouldn't have managed all these difficult years." She was silent. Difficult years, she thought. To her they had not seemed difficult. Had they been so heavy for him? And that she thought now, too, when she found that she had left her stocking basket and her embroidery on the salon table the previous evening. What carelessness, she said half aloud while she gathered these things and went into her little sewing room, which lay beyond the bedroom, and placed them there. Then she went downstairs to go out to the kitchen and inspect the breakfast preparations. In the lower vestibule, she met her husband. "Are you ready?" she said. "Ready?" he said, and pulled the silver pocket watch from his left vest pocket, flipped open the case and looked at it, then snapped it shut again and put it back in the vest pocket. "No, but I am hungry. Now I think Felix should be woken up. Those artists sleep like marmots in the morning. Let him sleep." "What time was it?" Almost 8, he said. I was out in the kitchen having some tea and rusks, but it's all settled now. Is that damn Felix going to force us to move breakfast from 7:30 to 8:30 just because he's so heavy to wake and sleepy in the morning? It's his nature, she said. Nature, schmacher, he said. Nature is there to be nurtured and conquered. Well, well, she said. Not everyone can do it as well as you. Think about that. Everyone can, he said gruffly. But they don't want to. They simply don't want to. Artists have such an eternal coddling with their nature. He fell silent abruptly. Footsteps were heard on the porch, and through the thick glass of the front door they saw a shadow. The door opened, and a tall, lean gentleman with gray hair and a furrowed, haughty Indian face with an eagle nose, dressed in a black frock coat, dark gray English suit, gloves, and walking stick, stepped in and said, "Well, good morning. What? Are you already up, Felix?" said the cantor. "As you see," he said. "I've been to the church lake and taken a bath, walked home across the meadows, and had a profound conversation about life with the cows from Leckeberg. But now, my dear sister-in-law, I am as hungry as a wolf." "You are unpredictable," said the cantor. "One never knows where one has you. Think you're asleep. You've been up for ages. Think you're up and out bathing. You're lying there snoring like the devil. No order in anything. You could make a stone nervous. It's only because you haven't seen through the rhythm of my habits," said Felix. "If you tick around like clockwork, dear Carl Gustaf, then I am the pendulum swinging back and forth. But if you observe the pendulum, that is, my pendulum movements, you'll soon notice that I too am a creature of habit, just with the small difference that I want to give myself a little illusion of freedom and elbow room and variety amidst the habits. You think I'm a slob, but there's a system in my mess, I'll tell you." "You're quite the talker already at this time of day," said the cantor. "No, now let's go and eat." "It's not even 8:30 yet," said Mrs. Olga. "Damn it," said the cantor. "There's no order to anything when Felix is here. Such fawning over him. Well, he is our only dear brother, so I suppose we must make this small sacrifice for his sake." "Most humbly thanked," said Felix. "Has Jerk come home yet?" asked the cantor. "No," she said. "I can't understand where he is. He's usually so punctual." Chapter 7. The little forest path that led past Rutjern to Enholt lay a couple of kilometers beyond the turnoff to Ulam. Jerk stopped at the gate and hesitated whether to go any further or not. He looked between the trees. The road that ran over stones and tree roots and was surrounded by tall, solemn spruces was filled with needles and had an inviting smooth surface. He thought of Elizabeth's words, that the tarn lay in a well of forest, and that going there was like walking in a dream. He wanted to see this old road anew, to now be able to see it in the light of her words. Elisabeth opened the gate, and before he knew he had decided, he was on his way with them towards Rotjern. He thought, a bit sheepishly ashamed, "If I don't make it home for breakfast, I'll probably get food anyway." But he did not feel at ease, for somewhere deep inside he felt that he was betraying his mother. It was quiet and silent in the forest. The spruces stood tall and majestic on either side. The ground beneath them was filled with lingonberry and blueberry shrubs and heather. The road only looked this nice halfway to Enholt, he remembered. Then it became stony pastures, moraines, rocky knolls, and lots of juniper bushes with the occasional swamp here and there. It instilled in him an almost church-like atmosphere to walk here among the solemn, ceremonial spruces, and it was strange to think that one found oneself in the southeastern corner of the great, perilous Ljungmyra forest. The road to Elim bordered it to the south, and the boundary to the east was formed by the road to Lika. Then he only had a vague idea of its extent, but by Källan it definitely ended to the north, as far as he could understand. He also knew that the railway from Ulam to Lika cut diagonally from southwest to northeast through the forest. He had seen the feared, legendary Elgmossen from the train, a bog where over a few hundred years 3 or 4 people and many animals had disappeared. It was said that at night one often heard cries from people in distress, or the bellowing of sinking livestock or wild animals from this immense quagmire. But one should not pay attention to that, others said, for it was just superstition. The railway construction through the forest was also said to have been very troublesome and eerie in many ways, he knew, but no navvy had perished. The railway embankment, which lay on bedrock, was considered safe, and although many old ones had predicted disaster, no accidents had been reported. The children trudged silently on between the towering spruces, and they must have seemed like insects to the clamoring raven that followed them from tree to tree. He had heard that it was not considered a good sign when a raven pursued one in that way. He saw the blind, white sparkling sky high above him, filled with intensifying heat, but where they walked it was cool and pleasant, and only occasional long, narrow sunbeams penetrated between the trees and shone on the berry bushes and the heather. "There, do you see?" shouted Lawton. She began to jump on the path. "Just think, it's been a year since we were last here." As Mom said, "Nothing beats Rutjarn." He saw a glimmer of water between the trunks and a little beaten path. They followed the path, and after a little while, the tarn lay before them. It was not larger in area than half the square in Dalhem, but the spruces grew tall and mighty close to it, surrounding it, so when you looked up, it was like a round hole in the spruce forest of the same size and shape as the tarn, and up there the sky shimmered with an almost unbearably strong light. The low shores were made up of soft grass tufts that jutted out a bit and dipped their forest grass and many fine threaded roots into the water. The grass looked like fairy hair, for it was slightly reddish, and when you looked out into the water, you saw that the bottom was also red-colored. There was no reed or other aquatic plants along the shores, but out in the pool grew a dense cluster of chalk-white little flowers with finely serrated green leaves, and they looked so alone. He experienced a forest nymph-like mysteriousness and stillness, something of enchantment and fairy tale, but without finding words for it. The light floated in the air above the tarn, as if the spruces were the sides and the water the bottom of a bowl filled with light, a greenish light. Everything stood silent and reflected itself. The water gleamed dimly like the mirror in the salon at home when it was overcast outside, and one suddenly turned around and saw into it. The children stood silent for a long while. "You jerk," said Elizabeth then, looking at him with her inscrutable eyes. "You can step in here. Lawton and I will go around to the other side and undress there." The girls left. Lawton began to undress on the way through the beach grass and half ran, giggling excitedly. She looked so small and slenderly white under the spruces. He sank down into the heather and listened to the sound of their voices, and it sounded so thin, fragile but clear, much like when one plucks an old zither. He saw the pale girl bodies glide down into the glossy, tree-shadowed water surface. He heard them shiver and snort a little, but they did not splash, nor did they squeak and giggle, as girls otherwise do when they bathe. They were so quiet, moved so softly and carefully, almost as if they did not dare disturb the stillness. A lone yellow butterfly flew over the water. The depth was apparently not great, for Lawton stood in the water, small and straight with braids jutting out at the back of her neck. Elizabeth had undone her hair, and when she swam out, it floated on the water for a while before it got wet and sank down towards her back. Lawton could not swim, but she dipped by curtsying in the water in the way of girls and saying, "Oh dear," and splashing timidly with her hands. Midges and mosquitoes came buzzing. He swatted at them in the air. He thought that now he might as well wait until the girls had finished bathing. He would miss breakfast anyway. Then Lawton called out, "Aren't you going to bathe?" He did not answer. She yelled, "It doesn't matter if you can't swim. The water isn't deep until further out." "I can swim all right," he said, watching Elizabeth, whose head, hair, and shoulders plowed through the water, completely silent, but leaving behind a trail that widened into a large V before it reached the shores and broke apart. He couldn't say he was shy, not to Lawton perhaps, but to Elizabeth, and he had reached the age when a boy no longer feels like bathing in the presence of girls. "You don't need to be embarrassed about showing you can't swim," the officious Lawton said. "I can only swim 3 strokes, then I sink." He stood up. Then he peeled off his shirt, blouse, and trousers and unfastened his sandals. When he became aware of his own nakedness, unlike the girls, he was slightly tanned. He placed his hands over his genitals and crouched forward as if he had a stomach ache, and then suddenly he took 2 leaps and a jump and tumbled into the water. He was painfully aware, childish as he still was, that he disturbed the enchanting, dreamlike stillness. But for the life of him, he couldn't bear to stand naked in front of the girls, even though the distance to them was quite large, or move slowly and dignified without clothes. It was nice to get into the water. It was cool but not cold. He swam a bit awkwardly and jerkily, but he was skilled at floating, and now he floated on his back with small hand movements and enjoyed looking up at the sky from this deep, green-brown well. He saw the treetops. The silence closed around him softly. The girls had climbed out of the water without him noticing, and now they were running around among the trees to dry off. He lay still on his back, felt incredibly light and supported by the water, and in his half-clear, half-conscious, and wordless way, he experienced the mystical connection between water, trees, and sky, and he felt that his body was one with all this and belonged to it, but that there was something in him that, although it also belonged to it, was outside of it, was free and independent, and in some way a guest in all this, a visitor who came, he did not know from where. He could not put it into words, and he just felt it that way, felt as if the sky, the trees, and the water were one with his body, but that the body was not entirely one with him, and that it was in some way as foreign and enigmatic to him as the tarn he floated in. It was in all its wordlessness, or precisely because of it, such a fine and yet so penetrating sensation that he shivered. He looked at his body in the water and thought, "Does it belong to me?" He moved his limbs and watched the movements in the reddish water and wondered why he was suddenly so surprised to own a body. He became a little scared of this strange sensation of alienation, quickly went ashore, climbed up, and began to run between the trees and flap his arms and breathe heavily, to get rid of, forget that strange feeling. And to get dry, he dressed. He saw the girls crouching down in the blueberry bushes. Perhaps they found ripe blueberries. He did not feel at all content with himself. He felt an inexplicable restlessness. He who otherwise felt so at one with the whole world and himself when he bathed. What was now so strange about this little lake? It felt as if it wanted to take his body from him. Elizabeth let her hair hang loose while it dried. The children had settled down on a soft, mossy patch in a clearing in the forest where the sunlight fell between the trees. A woodpecker drummed its drum roll far away. "How rich is your dad?" said Lawton. When Jerk replied that he didn't believe he was rich at all, she said that her dad wasn't either, but that he would be when his party came to power in due time. Party? Jerk thought, but didn't want to show his ignorance by asking what it meant. Then she asked what he planned to become when he grew up, but he hadn't thought about it. He said evasively, "I'm going to be a minister's wife," she said. "That's the finest thing there is. When Dad's party comes to power, and the king is deposed, that is." There was not a smile on Elizabeth's face, and she said very seriously, "That was even new to me. A couple of years ago, you were going to be a summer guest, because they always had fun and did whatever they wanted. And even earlier, you said you would become a bride." "Ugh, don't talk about those silly things," Lawton said. "I was far too childish at the time to realize that those aren't professions at all." Party? Jerk thought. It annoyed him that he didn't know what it was. His mother had once bought a whole batch of flower seeds from the merchant in Denga, but the way Lawton used the word, it must mean something else. He turned to Elizabeth. "That spring," he said as casually and indifferently as possible. "Where was it, you said?" She looked at him with such a probing gaze that he eventually had to lower his eyes. "I don't think it's too far from here," she said with her toneless, sorrowful voice. She sat like a Hindu in the moss with her hands in her lap, and her long, wet hair fell straight over her shoulders. "Mom said that if you walked straight through the forest, you would eventually come to Trefodeberget and Kemperoset, and if it was meant for you to find the spring, then you would find it there." "What do you mean?" "The meaning," said Jerk. "Well," she replied with absent, far-seeing eyes, "if one was a pure-hearted, righteous, and honest person who didn't wish anyone any harm, then one would find it, otherwise not. But it wasn't certain that was enough. One had to be deemed worthy as well." There were many words to think about. Lawton, who was lying on her stomach in the moss beside Elizabeth, surprised him by making all sorts of faces and grimaces. She widened her eyes, wrinkled her nose, and shook her head so that her braids jumped. Her mouth was blue from blueberries, and an equally blue tongue danced in her mouth. Now she recited loudly, and the clever magpie burst into laughter. That castle you'll never capture. It exists only in your fairy tale book. You little Peter, you are a fool. Her mother taught her that to tease me with, said Elizabeth with an impassive face. It's nothing to cling to. Why do you want to find that source? Said Jerk. What's so special about it? She lifted her head and looked up into the trees as if searching for the answer there. Because it's the fountain of eternal youth, she said, almost chanting. Then she looked sternly at him and added, It's a very serious matter, Jerk. That's what Mom always said. Don't forget that it's a very big and serious thing. Yes, but that it exists in Ljungquist, he said. I mean, I've read about it somewhere, but then it wasn't here in Sweden. Have you read about it? She said. That's good, Jerk. Then you know. Why shouldn't it be in Ljungquist forest? My dear, every country has such a spring, but so few know of it. And the unworthy do not find it, and besides do not believe in it. Yes, they do not even see it, even if they step right over it. And why couldn't it be in Ljungquist forest? Would it be more natural if it were in China or Turkey? Do you know that they see the same sun and moon as we do in Turkey and Palestine and Japan? And God is, just like the sun and the moon, everywhere. Besides, wouldn't it be very unfair to us if there were no such spring closer than in Rome and Constantinople? Jerk pondered this, but influenced by Lawton's horribly grimacing, he couldn't gather his thoughts, so he asked her angrily what she was glaring at. Do you believe in that? She said. It confused him even more. Why wouldn't I? He said. You don't mean to say that Elizabeth is lying? No, she believes what she says, said Lawton. But I don't believe in it. One must have faith, said Elizabeth. If you don't believe in it, you won't find it. He who doubts sees nothing and just gets lost. Yes, but, said Jerk with a furrowed brow, what's the point of such a source? I mean, why does it exist and what is it for? And what do you intend to do when you find it? If you find it, she plans to bathe in it, Lawton shouted mockingly. She plans to wash her hair and feet in it. Quiet, Lawton, said Elizabeth. She turned back to Jerk. I intend to perform my devotions there, she said. I cannot tell you more at this moment, but if you follow me there, then perhaps you can learn more. She had such a secretive way of pronouncing the words, as if they were riddles that had to be deciphered correctly before one truly understood them. I know you think I'm stupid, Lawton said heatedly, because you're older than me. But it's you who are stupid, I'll have you know. Mama has said, quiet, Lawton, Elizabeth said again. I don't care what your mama says, little friend. My mama was older than your mama, and my mama was Religious. Lawton interjected, hissing the word as if it were hot steam. Jerk was perplexed. He had certainly encountered doubt before. Both his father and his brother Hinky were a kind of doubters, but they did not doubt God. He had actually never met anyone who doubted God, except for a couple of schoolmates, but that was just talk. Lawton screamed, Mom says that God is a fairy tale, and that all fairy tales are just made up. Shh, said Elizabeth with surprising meekness. I know that already. You're just trying to show off in front of Jerk. Besides, it's not your mom who says that. It's your dad, and your dad is a God denier. Objectively, the whole thing didn't interest Lawton much, but she continued to shout, All religious people believe in fairy tales. Look who's talking, said Elizabeth. You're not allowed to believe, dear Lawton. You're not even allowed to believe in Santa Claus because of your dad. And your mom has to agree with him. If she didn't, well, of course, said Lawton, and didn't worry about it anymore. Dad decides everything, in the city, that is. Not in Ljungquist. The cantor's boy stared helplessly into all that was complicated, into all that was unknown. He was immensely curious to hear more about that source, but in Lotta's presence he was ashamed to ask. For such is the paralyzing power of doubt. Even children feel the power of doubt. No one wins as easy victories as the doubter. No one seems as wise as he. No one seems truer than the one who doubts. He possesses a power that obligates to nothing. And no one is as free from sour reckonings as a doubter proven wrong, for he committed himself to nothing. He decided to wait, and that made the thought of turning back home no longer seem particularly urgent to him. Elizabeth had come to the forefront. The girls continued to squabble about their mothers, while Lotta helped Elizabeth braid her hair, and then when Elizabeth helped Lotta look for Nal, who had hidden somewhere in the grass. "The dead know more than we do," said Elizabeth, and it reminded Lawton that Elizabeth's mother was dead, so she fell silent and let her cousin have the last word. She just said yes, of course, as if it were a perfectly obvious thing. Then they left Rotjern. Chapter 8. After breakfast consisting of oatmeal porridge, boiled eggs, and coffee, Carl Gustaf and Felix had donned their bowler hats, taken their canes, and gone out to the cemetery. Mrs. Olga watched them through the salon windows. They were two solemn gentlemen who, with measured, dignified steps, carefully treaded between the graves. Her husband was shorter but militarily straight in the back, and with a stern expression underscored by his Victor Rydberg mustache. Many had noticed his resemblance to the great poet, and she was proud of it. But Carl Gustaf was leaner and seemed more ascetic than the gentle, slightly portly bard had been, and more severe. Felix looked like a graying English lord, she thought. They had bantered with customary feigned seriousness at breakfast. But she had been so worried about Jerk's peculiar absence, and had repeatedly gone to the window to look down towards the church path, that she had only half listened to their conversation. Felix had lit a cigar with his coffee, but Carl Gustaf did not allow himself such frivolities. He said, "You ought to learn to save the morning cigar. You would only benefit from it. Like all moralists, you find it hard to overlook others' minor weaknesses," Felix replied. "Be glad that you don't have them yourself." "Ha," Carl Gustaf had said. "Do you think I don't have them?" "Oh, yes, I have just as much desire as you to have a morning cigar, but I don't give in to every temptation. That's the little difference." "The difference," said Felix, "is that you don't feel good after a morning cigar, neither physically nor morally. I feel excellent in both respects. You only think about what the cigar costs, monetarily and health-wise. I, on the other hand, think about how it tastes. And he doesn't give a damn about the cost or the morality." "Not the health, at least," said Carl Gustaf, wiping egg remnants from his mustache with the napkin. "You enjoy good food, fat cigars, and exquisite wines, yet you've managed to stay remarkably lean, one must say. But if one were to test you, they would probably find that you've lost most of the vigor of your youth, my dear Felix. More than I have, at least." This dispute eventually led to them, with boyish giggles and red, heated faces and disheveled clothes, trying to outdo each other in arm wrestling, headstand diving, and walking on their hands. Felix won the arm wrestling, for he had longer arms, but in the other sports, both failed completely, scraped themselves considerably, but took it in good spirits. She thought now, as she stood by the window watching them walk in the cemetery, that Felix is not such that he imperceptibly slides into our environment and our very tranquil habits. On the contrary, he changes it, makes it his own, and forces us to change our habits for his sake. Our home becomes completely different when he is here. And she did not dislike it, though it could indeed feel troublesome at times, for it had such a good and invigorating effect on Carl Gustaf. It was clear that he often complained about the irregularities, but that was just to conceal that he not too reluctantly accepted his brother's arbitrary schemes, and that he enjoyed the fact that it was not he but Felix who bore the responsibility and expenses for these pleasurable deviations from his very strict way of life. Where was Jerk? He should have been home to witness his father's and uncle's boyish pranks. What had gotten into him? He who always kept time had begun to take an interest in clocks, thermometers, and barometers, and had just recently learned from both his father and grandfather how to read time and cardinal directions from the sun's position in the sky. Moreover, he was so immensely captivated by Uncle Felix that during these days he had scarcely dared to let him out of sight, for fear of missing any golden nugget that Felix might happen to utter. And besides, as far as she knew, he was expecting a visit from Eugen today. She sometimes felt abandoned and pushed aside when she saw how willingly the boy followed Felix everywhere, and how enraptured he listened when Felix spoke. They took long walks together, swam, rowed on the lake, and could sit for hours talking by the world maps in the schoolroom. When one surprised them, they sat there like two pensive owls, staring at one and not knowing where or in what time they were. Abandoned, she thought. Pushed aside? No, God forbid, may I never entertain such foolish thoughts. What Felix was to Jerk, no one else could be, neither she nor Carl Gustaf. A boy needs something to admire, and Felix he could admire. He was not just a stiff actor who could dramatize and play out entire scenes. He was also a wordsmith and could just as well have become a writer as an artist. From a perhaps initially insignificant scene he had seen on a street in Marseille or Rome, he could create a captivating story, a donkey in Palermo that he had ridden a few times, a monk he had associated with in Assisi, a boat trip on the Rhine where he exposed a pickpocket, a porter he had known in Paris, a cab driver he had stayed with in London, birds he had seen in Sicily, flowers he had picked in a crevice on Ljungquist or on an alpine slope. Everything became stories, which got better and better as the years went by, and he forgot the perhaps poor little origin they once had. And the people of the books, she thought. Those whom Felix had read about, Parsifal, Giordano Bruno, Galileo, Joan of Arc, Garibaldi, Dreyfus, Stanley, Robert Scott. What does it mean for a boy to have people brought to life for him, people with captivating destinies that sparked his interest in many things he would otherwise have been indifferent to? And indifference is poverty, and ideals, she thought. A person so young needs ideals. To learn to admire people who acted not just for gain and glory. Felix could give him that, but not Carl Gustaf, for no matter how many merits her husband had, he did not possess enthusiasm and empathy. He was reliable, loyal, and persistent, but he lacked a sense for people, that is to say, for people who were outside the deliberately narrow frame of life he had created around himself. Pushed aside, she thought again. Abandoned? No, Felix was himself one of the ideals a fanciful boy like Jerk needed. A fairy tale character, a living legend, a magician who could not only perform card tricks or make up stories right under one's nose, but who also traveled far and wide in the world, someone who refused to acknowledge any borders, and who emerged from and disappeared into the same tantalizing mystery as his own adventure characters. For Christmas last year, he had given Jerk the following finely lettered and color-illustrated tale. To the sea, cried the water droplet deep inside the Ljungquist forests. It was spring. Then a long time passed, and the water droplet sank into a bog, but another spring came, and he was on his way again. To the sea, it called again. It roamed far and wide, shouting, to the sea, to the sea. But who can count the time? And what does it mean to a water droplet? Eventually, after a long while, through many streams, rivers, and lakes, it reached the vast open sea. I come from the Ljungquist forests, I come from the Ljungquist forests, it shouted. It drifted for long periods of time on the sea, proclaiming that it came from the great Ljungquist forests far up in the north. Then one day it heard a voice. It was another water droplet replying. It shouted, I come from a swamp by the Amazon River. What are your Ljungquist forests compared to the Amazon River? Well, said our water droplet then, I do recognize you, my friend. We have met before. Once a long, long time ago we fell together from a high drifting cloud over the Lombard plain. Felix Dandelin was now 45 years old, married for 3 years, and father to 2 girls, the youngest born as recently as this spring. He had settled down in the old family estate Vinciogla in Urila parish with his family and the cantor's 2 sisters. He was very comfortable in Vinciogla and was financially well off enough that he did not need to sell his paintings unless he wanted to, and he very seldom wanted to. He painted only landscapes and did not care for success and fame. To his outward behavior, and to those who did not know him closely, he appeared as a calm and sensible man, even a bit sluggish, and indeed he was, but most often it was an act, a pretense. Internally, he harbored a peculiar unrest, a kind of self-consuming disharmony, which at least occasionally severely troubled him. He also had an unfortunate tendency to stick his nose into things when he saw something that did not satisfy his demands for integrity and justice. In his nature, there was an ineradicable attraction to society's outcasts, to drifters who had fallen out with family, society, and authorities. Colorful and curious characters, people who thought differently and deviated from the norm in some way. He could forgive anything, but if anyone showed the slightest intolerance or injustice to one of these pariahs, he became like an enraged Jupiter. His wife and sisters sighed over his habit of bringing home wayward originals, rootless bohemians, dirty, wise old men, and those half-mad with visionary or humorous talent. In the cantor's eyes, this was something highly questionable. He had nothing against listening to his brother's peculiar stories about all the lost human fates he had encountered. On the contrary, he was very amused by it and said it was thought-provoking. But if any of the people Felix talked about turned out to be alive, or to be so real that he was somewhere nearby or not far enough away for him to consider himself uninvolved, he became uncomfortably affected, found it indecent, and if he was forced to take a stand for or against such a character, he resolutely withdrew and did not want to have any dealings with the person in question. And then Felix's story was reduced to mere gossip. That was how it had gone with the jester, the fickle, gossip on the go, and other eccentrics in the Veda and Root districts. The cantor did not want to hear about human decay and picturesque misery that had too strong a touch of reality and was too close in time and space. It made him mutter about immorality, and that it was at least inappropriate to encourage such things. Such a case still had burning relevance. Felix had for several years been in dispute with his maternal relatives for their alleged injustice against a natural cousin of his uncle Elias's illegitimate son, Ossian Friedel, who lived a peculiar hermit's life in Oftvangerde. Well, he did have Elias's widow, Mrs. Valborg Brage, on his side, and she was a powerful, righteous, and fearless woman. But her and Felix's weakness for the strange figure in Oftvangerde had become a popular gossip topic in the parishes around, and that was not good. Olga Dandelion had not hidden the fact that she took Felix's side in this matter. But when her husband, apparently irritated that she agreed with Felix, one day said that he demanded that Ossian Frieden's name no longer be mentioned in his house, if Felix and he were to continue to associate as brothers and friends, then both she and Felix had to agree to it. This schism had been close to upsetting their marital harmony, and it was with the utmost self-conquest she could get past such a restriction on her freedom, but she managed. And her husband made amends in his special way, by going further in his consideration for her and giving her more freedom in other areas than he otherwise would have done. What Felix felt and thought about what had happened she did not know. He was the only talkative person she knew who could keep silent. In reality, he belonged to the sort that hides himself and his own inner world by talking about everything else. How can two brothers be so different in nature, she often thought. Where Carl Gustaf was firm, decisive, and immovable, Felix was changeable, ambiguous, and evasive. There was even sometimes something squinting in his spiritual stance, she thought. You with your principles, he could say to his younger brother. Principles? Said Carl Gustaf then. Oh, and you play with ideas as if they were a deck of cards to perform tricks with. In fundamental matters they could not reconcile, and yet they continued to be good friends, both making sacrifices on the altar of affection, but Felix sacrificed the most, for he was the most accommodating. Despite everything, Carl Gustaf admired his brother and acknowledged his superior talent, though it was done in a cloud of protective sarcasm. He just didn't want to acknowledge what she considered the best in Felix. His conscience, his passion for justice, his propensity for eager commitments and violent indignation. There was certainly much conscience and many conflicts in Carl Gustaf's nature too, but he did not show them. He kept them to himself. In Felix, however, this inner tension was constantly perceptible, even when he was at his calmest. One noticed it in his constant shifts from eloquence to silence, from shy melancholy to secure conviviality, from sudden outbursts of temper and wild recklessness when his sense of truth and justice was wounded, to periods of coldness, contempt, and bitter reserve. But for her, he was above all a man with a deep sensitivity, an eternal vulnerability, and a gentle human being. That word, gentle, was for her a significant word that encompassed most of what she valued. Carl Gustaf could be careless out of thoughtlessness, in distraction, in excitement, never with ill intent, but Felix was gentle even when his anger seized him, even when he was at his most bitter, for he never forgot the respect he owed every creature created by God, whoever she was and whatever she had done. She had never seen anyone treat their enemies with greater respect than he. If he was ruthless, it was always a matter of factual ruthlessness. It was a masculine trait, and of all the masculine traits, she valued this one the most. He never allowed a disagreement on a matter to affect his respect for a person's character. Although he was of course often misunderstood, for most people, he had said once, find it so peculiarly difficult to distinguish between the concepts of matter and person. Even Carl Gustaf admitted that, who in his heat found it so hard to pay attention to this subtle difference. It was this trait in Felix she called gentleness. It had been a long time since she dared to think about the day when Carl Gustaf slammed his fist on the hall table and demanded that she be silent on a matter of right or wrong, simply because he held a different opinion than hers, for it was the only time in her married life she felt its foundation wobble beneath her. She met her husband's gaze steadily, but what she then saw in it, hatred and implacability, she hoped she would never have to see again. For if it happened once more, she did not know if she could overcome herself. But today she had thought about it. Why? She thought about it now, and shivered when she saw the two mismatched brothers walking together among the graves and trees in the cemetery. She thought about how Carl Gustaf had a gentle and good-natured face, which he only with some effort managed to make look stern, while Felix had a naturally stern face, a pair of coolly observant granite-gray eyes beneath commanding, bushy black eyebrows, which he struggled to transform into something kind and convivial. In the end, they had both almost succeeded in reshaping their faces. Over the years, they had acquired some of the character they wanted them to have. She stood by the window curtain and watched the serious, strictly upright brothers. Now they stood solemnly absorbed at the sight of their parents' grave. She could almost only guess that it was there they stood, for they were half hidden by the trees, which were in full bloom and buzzing with bees. They were middle-aged now, the brothers, she thought. They had begun to look back, in a kind of joint reconciliation and reflection, and in this she saw the best thing that had happened since before that day. It was then that little Eugen came down the road, a tyke of 8 years old. She opened the window, leaned out, and called to him. "Eugen, have you seen Jerk?" No, Eugen had not. He had just arrived, believing Jerk was at home. After about half an hour, Carl Gustaf came home alone. Felix had gone with Eugen Agrell down to the town to visit the Grandien brothers. Well, what's the matter with you, little Olga?" said her husband as she rushed up to him and kissed him, once, twice, 3 times. "You look as though you've seen something terrible. What's happened?" Chapter 9. So the children came out onto the road again and stood listening to nothing in the sun-hot, dense forest silence. Some 50 meters further on, the road made a bend, and beyond it lay a mowing meadow, called a kanga, an open, sunny spot in the middle of the forest. By it and next to the road stood an old oak, whose expansive crown had for over 200 years provided shade for travelers and wayfarers. It was an oak well known in the area, which half a century earlier had been called Galgica, perhaps because some peasants had hung a vagabond and his wife, considered a witch, in it at some time in its younger days. The peasants are said to have remained unpunished for this act of legal self-help. Nowadays, the oak was called Kirkeka, for the land it grew on had belonged to the church 20 years earlier, but through a land exchange, it and a kanga had come into the possession of Niklason in Denga. Jerk asked the girls if they had seen the oak, and when they said no, he took them to show it. He had many pleasant memories of a kanga, for when he was younger, it had happened that the entire Dandelin family, with guests and maids, had made Sunday outings there in the summers, and settled down with picnic baskets and blankets in the shade of the mighty oak. One could comfortably get there by another forest road that came from the Olumsvägen and was more direct than the one the children were now walking. From the lake Almen at Enholt, the Haroa flowed, ran along the Enholt road, past Kirkenga, and then made a bend down to Norringen, after which it flowed past the parsonage and joined with Kirkoa, which came from Kirkshen. Between the river and the coniferous forest grew a dense, beautiful birch forest, and along the river's edge thrived lush thickets of willow bushes and poplars, and beyond them rose long rows of bushy hazel bushes. Jerk, Jericho, and Paulina's Philip often went there, in the spring to make willow whistles, in the summer to build wigwams and play settlers and Indians, and in the fall to pick nuts. They saw the sunlit clearing between the spruce trunks and the dazzling sunlight over the road before they rounded the bend. Then they saw the tall, storm-battered and lightning-struck oak by the road with the wide, sun-drenched meadow behind it. But the spot under the oak was not empty. There sat 2 men and 2 women, and along the roadside a horse grazed, pulling an empty harrow behind it. The children stopped at a closed gate and a long woodpile and stood staring. The sun was high now, and in the glare, at first, they saw nothing but the oak's shadow over the white road and the lush thickets and birch forest on the slope down by the river. Beside them, on the other side of the fence, came the beer road, and they saw the little stone bridge that arched over the river and was shaded by ancient willows. The light over the meadow was so strong that it dazzled their eyes, but he recognized the 4 sitting in the shade of the oak anyway. "It's Nisi Lambert from Enholt," he whispered. "And Concordia and Augusta Storm and Conrad. Augusta is Conrad's mother and Concordia his grandmother. I recognize the mare too. Her name is Ingla." For a long while deep silence reigned, drowsy with the sun and peace. The 4 faces under the oak stared, but none of them moved. Then he opened the gate, and with the slightly hesitant girls a few steps behind him, he strode up to the oak and said hello. A plump young man with a bottle of beer in his hands smiled a snuff-stained smile. Ingla lifted her head, twisted it around, and looked at the children for a while, then continued to graze. Mrs. Augusta and Old Lady Concordia nodded solemnly, and Conrad sent off a silent grin. Nisi, who was dressed in dark Sunday clothes and a dark felt hat, rose heavily, offered Jerk a rough-skinned damp fist, and said, "Good day to you." Then he sat down again. The others did not make a move. Jerk wondered why they all, even the otherwise so shabbily dressed Conrad, were in dark and fine clothes, although it wasn't Sunday. They looked just like a group of churchgoers who had stepped off on their way home to cool off in the shade of the oak, and they were as stiff, subdued, and slightly oppressively solemn as people of their kind are when they come from church in their Sunday best. The girls approached, and they looked a bit troubled, while the group under the oak silently surveyed them from head to toe. Augusta Storm was a stout woman in her 50s who spoke refinedly and seemed very self-aware. She was the widow of a cousin with the same surname. He was a dyer and had been dead for many years, and had been out in the world, managed households in fine families, and learned manners and decorum. Now she said with a smooth voice, "I exchanged a few words with your mother, Rut, as recently as All Saints' Day last year. Poor thing, who could have guessed? Back then she was still hale and hearty." Contemplative silence. Elizabeth cast down her eyes and let the silence march past as a tribute to her mother's memory, and old Concordia sighed. "Oh yes, Lord bless and govern." Nisa looked solemnly at the beer bottle. Jerk was so used to seeing Mrs. Augusta and Conrad with a laundry basket between them that he thought he could smell the scent of soap and laundry steam and damp linen as soon as he saw them. Mrs. Augusta made her living as a washerwoman, but was also sometimes a cook at weddings and funerals. The reticence was oppressive and nailed one in place where one stood. Mrs. Concordia began to sway with her upper body, as if she longed for the rocking chair at home, much like his grandmother used to do when she came on her rare visits. Old, inactive women get that rocking chair rhythm in them and can't get rid of it. "No, we were going to have ourselves a bite," said Mrs. Augusta. And while she took out a small chip basket, from which she pulled out incredibly long rye bread sandwiches with cheese, herring, and cold pork on them, she said that it was their travel food, for they had come from the wedding in Brostua in Axevala parish, at Hanna's Adolf in Flohogen, my nephew, and were now on their way home. But then Nisa got thirsty for beer, and they got out and sat down here under the oak while he drank from his beer bottle. She offered the girls and Jerk to help themselves to the sandwiches, and since they felt hungry, they gratefully accepted them. No sandwiches taste as good as others when you are a child, and the children's keen hunger sensations absorbed the foreign flavor additives like a piquant spice. Especially the cheese had a rustic sharpness and distinctive flavor that made Jerk think of the peculiar prowling solitude of Conrad's home, and the smell of juniper, potato pancakes, and coffee that seemed to linger in the wallpaper of their smoke-filled cabin. Conrad and Augusta each took a sandwich, but Mrs. Concordia and Nisi abstained. The children settled down in the grass around the oak tree. Nisi put the beer bottle to his mouth and downed the last gulp. Then he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, pulled out his snuff box from his jacket pocket, took a new pinch of snuff and said, "This darn heat really does one in." He was the nephew of Mrs. Augusta, and thus the grandson of Mrs. Concordia and cousin to Conrad. But the Lamberts, who were not related to the provincial doctor of the same name, lived in Inholt, while Mrs. Augusta with mother and son inhabited a small place called Spataget, located beyond Enholt by Ljungquist, on the little winding road towards Hernet and Sianes. Nisa, despite his ample figure, was only 29 years old and unmarried. The Lamberts in Enholt were homesteaders and horse traders, a family of 4 generations. Isaac Lambert was 97 years old, who had huddled together in a 2-story wooden shack. It was believed that they had gypsy blood on the father's side. Nisa was dark-eyed and black-haired, and were called horse gypsies in Dalham, but that mostly referred to their free and unbound way of life, for besides the men drinking quite heartily at times and the girls being light on their feet, as it was said, there was nothing unfavorable to say about them. Admittedly, as farmers, they were considered little diligent, but they took good care of their horses and were not swindlers, did not pull knives, and avoided brawls. However, their long-standing feud with the Nicholsons in Denga, the ones who owned Kirkenga, was well known. That fight was, at least initially, about the maintenance of the 2 roads that met at Kirkeka and the different understandings of where the boundaries of their respective properties lay. Nisi let out a thunderous belch, but Mrs. Augusta and Conrad stared with vacant eyes while their mouths chewed out into the sunlight beyond the oak's shadow. Old Mrs. Concordia slowly shook her white head. The black shawl had fallen over her shoulders, and the withered lips moved now and then, as if she were speaking to herself. Jerk knew that she was constantly having conversations with people from the past, both departed and still living. Once he had heard her say, "No, you Phoebe, you're not to be trusted." "Phoebe, who's that?" Mrs. Augusta had then asked. "He was the one who stole a heifer. Shh, he hung before you were born. What do you know about it?" Since Jerk had gotten to know Conrad, he often, without his parents knowing, visited Enholt and Spataget. One Sunday, when he had visited Enholt with Conrad, Hinkie had been sitting there. Hinkie looked troubled and angrily at his brother, immediately left, forced Jerk with him, and when they got out on the road, he put his nose close to his younger brother's face, reeked of beer, and hissed, "If you breathe a word at home about having seen me here, you might have reason to regret that you were ever born." In that way, Hinkie had made Lamberts into something shady that had to be kept secret from father and mother, and Jerk thought that it was lucky that I found out about it in good time. A boy quickly learns what is shady or not shady in the eyes of adults, but he very rarely shares their opinion. Since he only sees, or is only allowed to see, the idyllically innocent side of the shady, he finds it hard to understand how it all connects, but for the time being he is content with the mystery of it, which gives the seemingly mundane and unknown, exciting inner dimension, and he is careful not to ask, for he has learned that inappropriate questions can very easily lead to uncomfortable prohibitions. The road was empty. Everyone was lazing about. The mare was grazing along the roadside and tossing her head, stamping and swinging her tail at the horseflies. It was Jerk who first spotted the eagle circling high above them in the sun-blinded, heat-saturated space. He had seen it before many times, and Jericho claimed it belonged to the mountains around Lake Call. "Nah," said Conrad in his panting way. "There ain't no eagle in them mountains. This here is the old eagle from Trefote Mountain, and it's been living there for an ungodly number of years." Elizabeth and Jerk listened. Conrad's large, heavy, sun-tanned face shone, and he smiled a peculiar, gaping, foolish smile with big, crooked teeth, but his eyes were loyal, forgiving, with a kind of calf-like, helpless piety in them. He was not a man of words. As soon as he started to speak, he was seized by excitement. He seemed to gasp for breath as the words were pushed out, each word emptying his lungs, and after every other syllable he had to take a deep, violent breath. He was the scapegoat for all the mean kids, because he was illiterate and acted like an idiot even though there was nothing seriously wrong with his understanding. He wasn't deformed in any way either, but he was clumsy and awkward and moved in a simian, shambling manner. Otherwise, he had the hearing, sight, and sense of direction of a wild animal, but he couldn't handle a hammer, plane, saw, or axe, for his hands were more helpless than his tongue. He was also sensitive and tender to the point of bleeding, especially towards children and animals, and to the delight of all the younger sadists, he could burst into tears at the sight of a killed frog. He was 18 years old, beardless, and completely useless. He could feed himself and dress, he could carry in a bucket of water or an armful of firewood, and hold one end of a wash basket while his mother held the other. But that was all. He followed his mother like a dog follows its master, and although she had a harsh manner, she was very kind to him. Today it was hard to recognize him, for he was dressed in a tight dark blue suit that was too short in the sleeves and trousers, wore a white starched collar with a pre-tied tie and a peaked cap with a white top. He's over 100 years old, he said now, about the eagle. He's downright the oldest in the whole parish. Nisa said that no, by golly, an eagle doesn't live that long. Conrad gasped with excitement, persisted, and said that it might well be that most eagles didn't get that old, but this one did. Nonsense, said Nisa, suggesting that Conrad couldn't possibly keep track of how many eagles had lived here over the years. This might be a grandson of the eagle Conrad saw when he was a child. Conrad objected that as far as he knew, there hadn't been any female eagle in his time, and how could there then be any offspring? This one was a brave 100 years old and lived in an inaccessible crevice in Three-Leg Mountain. He himself had found his way to the nest as a boy. He had seen it with his own eyes, but couldn't reach it. This was an old, unmarried loner, that was for sure and certain. You're confusing different eagles, Conrad, said his mother. Nisa knows better than you. Three-Leg Mountain, said old Mrs. Concordia with a thin and pale voice, which made Jerk remember the wall clock ticking silence and the rocking chair creaking in the parlor at Spataget. Her face looked like a ravaged, desolate landscape. The countless furrows in it looked as if they were carved with a knife in leather, her eyes as large and empty as those of someone ready to leave this world. She was over 80 years old, but looked older. She sat there in her black fancy dress, fingering the brooch on the stiff collar of the dress. There we celebrated Midsummer's Eve in the old days, those long-gone times before you were with us. Elizabeth leaned forward towards her and asked with an innocent expression where 3-Foot Mountain was, and if it was difficult to get there. "Well, little child," said Mrs. Concordia, "what do you say? What are you going to do there?" It was sun-spinning silent. A spiderweb hung and dangled from a branch in the oak, and although no wind could be felt, it slowly lifted, fell, and rose again. Nisi Lambert lazily rolled onto his side and spat out into the road dust. Mrs. Augusta nodded off for a moment. Conrad's mouth was open, as it always was when he was about to say something. A greenhorn let out a terrible shriek down by the stream. "Not that way," said Conrad with a gasp. "It's a dangerous way. To go that way is dangerous." "Nonsense," said Nisa. "Dangerous? Well, it's not dangerous if one just knows where one is going." "Which way is that?" asked Jerk. Conrad pointed with a trembling index finger at the closed gate in the woodpile and said, "It goes that way outwards. That's the path that leads out to the marsh and bog, but it's dangerous." "Is there another way then?" "Yes," said Nisa, "from Krogstorp side or out by Källan on the Veba side, but both ways from here it's a detour of at least 1.5 miles. Mrs. Concordia said calmly, "If I said that I, like some 3 friends, have gone this way, you wouldn't believe me, but I have. One was a youngster and light as a chip. Said one to go through moss and mire, one has to go here and there. But if one goes straight on the middle path, on the footbridge between Krokeret and Ljungquist, that is to say, then it's not at all gloomy. But one can sink down if one doesn't watch out. But if one follows the footbridge and prays the Lord's Prayer, then one will surely find the right way. My husband and I, we had the Soldiers' Croft Nesset by Kroken then. We walked this way once in the summer, and we followed the footbridge, and we didn't even get our feet wet. And underneath it went, for bog knots and mire creeps were in a tizzy the whole time." "Footbridge?" said Nisa. "Listen, little grandmother, it's been a long time since such a footbridge existed. It was already rotten when I started elementary school. But it's no trouble to find the hill. One can't go any other way than straight ahead, for there are tracks. They laugh out into the quagmire. And Kemperosit, said Elisabeth. Kemperosit, said Nisa. That's the most monstrous boulder in the parish. They are formidable. They look as if they would crash down on one if one so much as touched them. Yet they have lain like that forever. In Kemperoset one must watch out, said Mrs. Concordia with a thoughtful, absent-minded expression. There live the mountain trolls, and they mess with one's mind. They behave so terribly frightening that one gets all stirred up in the head and loses one's way, because they turn everything one thinks upside down, you see. You are so full of old superstitions, Mother, said Mrs. Augusta. You're scaring the children. Nisa took the floor again and said that if you walked straight between Crocarrot and Ljungmyren, along the southern end of Ljungjola, until you saw the railway, then there was no danger at all. Then it was just a matter of following the railway embankment from there, although it was a terribly rough path. The mountain lay a good distance into the forest, but you could see its peak from the railway, except when you got close to it, of course. Conrad caught his breath again. No, he said. No. Won't go into that forest, not alone. Won't find my way home again. I crossed straight over as late as the year before last, said Nisa. Hunters, cholera, and lumberjacks use that path, so one can walk it. You walked when it was frozen, said Conrad. No, you, because it was on the spring side. But I carried a long plank, but I never needed to use it. I made it across anyway. It's treacherous, said Conrad stubbornly. One must watch out with all those bottomless places. They look so innocent, but they are cunning. The tufts lie so nice and neat, but it's pure deceitful quicksand. Elisabeth turned to Nisa. How long did it take for you? She asked. 45 minutes straight across, said Nisa. Elisabeth lowered her voice, but Jerk could hear that she thoroughly questioned Nisa, and from his gestures and expressions, he could see how he painted out the road for her. She listened with wide-open eyes, pale face, and tightly closed mouth. In the shadow by the gate in the woodpile, 3 men appeared. They were dressed in thick work vests and walked with boot-heavy steps. Well now, damn it, said Nisa. Damn, that's creepy. It's the Nicholsons from Denga. He stood up. Now, women, it's time to pack up and get going. The 3 men stopped in the blazing sun by the little beer path, shielded their eyes from the sun with their hands, and glared malevolently at the company under the oak. Mrs. Augusta helped her mother up and took the chip basket and put on the lid. Nisi and Conrad were already on their way towards the mare and the yoke. When the thump beans are out gallivanting on their own side, then the play is loose and whips with the rump, said Mrs. Concordia with a gentle voice. They come charging, just like the rascals they are, and they dash and dart. Goodbye, little children. Mrs. Concordia and her daughter walked with trippingly dignified steps, their skirts trailing in the road dust. Nisi and Conrad helped them up into the yoke at the back, then climbed up themselves at the front, and Nisa smacked and raised the whip. The rest was just a cloud of dust rising over the Inholta road. The children turned around. The 3 men were on their way down towards the river bridge. Jerk looked up into the sun-hazy air for the eagle, but it was nowhere to be seen. Lawton said, What were they afraid of? Chapter 10. Felix Dandelion was on his way home from the village, where he had visited the snuff-takers Grandian, and delighted in the sight of their fox-like physiognomies, listened to their slippery stories, and admired the strange mix of suspicion, contrary surliness, and dainty, old-fashioned manners they displayed, especially when they felt seen through. But he wasn't thinking about them now, but about his sister-in-law Olga. The eldest of the Grandian brothers, Edmund, called E.J., had indeed confessed a certain romantic inclination for Olga and said, Those Bothagen girls were quite remarkable. They were not like any others. They weren't well-traveled, not flashy or haughty, hadn't attended any higher schools, but they knew more than most, you see. Because look here. Edmund tapped with his index finger knuckle on Felix's chest. One does not learn everything in books. The very most important things, they're not in books, you see. After the snuff-scented coolness in the brothers' dark office, the heat and the sharp light in the square hit him with unexpected force. The trees around the well looked tired, dull, and dusty, and the rows of sun-faded awnings in yellow and red above the shop windows gave the midday empty square a closed, sleeping expression. A lone horse with a melancholic, drooping head, an empty hay bag tied around its muzzle, and an equally empty cart behind it stood by the hotel's courtyard gate, and the pigeons sat sleeping on the iron fence by the bank in the shadow of the ancient chestnut tree. He pondered as he slung his cane over his arm, took out his handkerchief, and freed his nose from the snuff he had politely helped himself to from Edmund's fine enamel snuff-box. What had she said last night in the twilight when they sat in the arbor and talked about the children? She had told him that when her youngest sister was 4 or 5 years old, she had woken up one night, they were in the same bed, and seen that the little sister sat upright and stared at the moonlight that fell through the window and heard her mutter, "Why am I Greta when I wake up? Before I wake up, I am not Greta." Carl Gustaf smiled at his wife and said that children talked so much nonsense that they didn't understand themselves, especially when they were not quite awake, and one should not attach any importance to it, for likely the oddity was connected with their inability to use words and clarify concepts. It was then Olga said, with the simplicity and gentleness that characterized her, "There is more truth in a little unknowing child than in an adult human." Carl Gustaf gave his brother a meaningful look, shrugged his shoulders, and began to talk about something else. But Felix could not let go of what Olga had said. It was that thing that so often flickered in Olga, something that one might call simple wisdom. But simple was not the right word. It was just that it seemed as if there had to be something in the word's best and deepest sense childish in the people who understood that thing. He pondered it and wondered why for so long he had felt the modern and enlightened in him as a kind of straitjacket that was suffocating all the living life in him. "What if it is so?" he said aloud. As he passed the square, sweat broke out on his forehead. He stopped in the shadow of the pharmacy's balcony, hung his cane over his arm again, took off his hard round-brimmed hat and wiped the sweatband with his handkerchief. Enlightened, he thought. What boasting, a blind, foolish boasting. He took off his gloves. He was a snob who found amusement in being a snob, and put his hat back on, then walked out between the coffin-maker's house and Miss Appleberg's walled and reservedly splendid villa, and began to trudge up the sun-scorched hill towards Finedal. She was one of the 3 Varadel girls in Bothhagen, those girls with wind in their hair, laughter in their eyes, and song in their hearts, as Ossian Friedel once put it, for he had known them in his youth, and told many stories about them and the people in Bothhagen and Nyangsgarda. The Varodels had for countless generations, the family had been seated on their farm for over 500 years, nurtured a legacy of ancient peasant culture. There were several farms in Bothhagen. Originally it had been an undivided village, but it was only the Varodels who had stayed on their farm. The others had changed owners or been abandoned. It was on the Varodel farm, Sir Gordon, that the 12-armed double-grown lime tree, actually 2 trees that had grown together, stood, the lime tree that sang of the past and the future, for those who understood how to interpret its song, as Ossian said. At Sir Gordon, one was brimming with stories from olden times, and in these stories, all old customs and practices, purely practical phenomena, took on something ritualistic and cultic, and angel-like guardian spirits walked beside the plow when plowing or in the sower's tracks when he sowed. Everything was so wonderfully simple and solemn in its everydayness. When the will-o'-the-wisps danced at night on the little bog, it was the memory of departed souls that shone. And when the mill stream dried up during dry summers, one could hear a low lament from the water sprites, who suffered just as much from the drought as the humans. Old Mother Kristin, the sea captain's mother and Olga's grandmother, the last Sibyl of the family, dead for some years now, had heard light elves sing during the Easter nights in Kvarnhagen and at Pentecost. She had seen wights gathered for council around the judgment stones in the leafy meadow by the road to Cloverdala. In the upper hall of Bothhagen, there was an old home-woven tapestry depicting the baptism of Christ in the Jordan, and on one Good Friday night as a child, Mother Kristin had sneaked in there and seen Christ's heart glow and light up the entire midnight dark hall. Such tales, legends, and myths had lived in Bothagen since time immemorial, and the girls grew up amidst them. They were taught everything about all the beings that one couldn't see, but that lived in the trees, on the ground, in the houses, and in the stable and barn, and all the stories they heard were filled with that simple wisdom, which gave them many teachings, proverbs, attitudes, and rules for living. Ossian had said that they had a rich store of folk tales that he had never heard before, but which he recognized as local variations on the eternal tale's ancient foundation. It was in Bothagen that the man had lived, Olga's great-great-grandfather's uncle, who one Christmas night rode with a lit 7-branched candelabra the nearly 2-mile-long way to Dalham Church and managed to keep the flames burning the whole way. He dismounted at the church hill and walked with the candelabra raised into the church, passed by the astonished congregation, and placed the candelabra on the altar. It was said that the candelabra was a gift that he had worked on for years, and that it was made of silver that had once been plundered from a monastery, and that his father had found in a drained bog when he was young. The son who rode to the church was thereafter called the Light Man, but he met a sudden death, it was told, because the spirits of the bog or perhaps the old monks had claimed his life as payment for the silver. The candelabra still stood, even today, on the altar in the church, and it was called the Bota stake. The confusion and dissolution of the times soon penetrated Bothagen. It began with a son going to America, which to the home faithful was the land of godlessness, and perishing there in a tornado, and the eldest son, Olga's father, abandoning the farming profession to go to sea and later trained to become a ship captain. The second eldest son, Anton, took over the farm, but the fourth in line died by his own hand in his youth after a long and severe illness. Thus, the centuries-old farming tradition was broken, and it was said that what remained of it was but a pale reflection of what once was. Olga's eldest sister, Esther, also went to America, and her youngest brother, Paul, who without his father's knowledge in 1900 set out to sea, perished in a ship fire a couple of years later. Now the father, Eric Hjalmar Varodel, an old man crippled by gout, had been home for a few years, walking on the woodpile, sawing and splitting wood, sitting in the workshop tinkering with ship models, or in the chamber reading Latin. That is to say, he read with unwavering absorption in a Latin-English dictionary that he had found in a shed in London's East End, but he made no fuss about it. He just said, "It is a way to find peace in the soul, to read an old, extinct language. I usually don't till soil," he could add with a smile, "but I do till words." He was in many ways an odd man, as most were who came from Bothagen, but there was a deep piety and a high idealism in him. So in him, too, sang the family emblem, the 12-armed linden tree, though it had now lost 4, or was it 5, of its arms. What did it sing? The last one who could interpret its language was Mother Kristen, and before she died she said it had begun to sing of evil times to come, the evil times that according to the scripture would precede the era of the great promise. Olga Dandelion had the old peasant family's pride, simplicity, and stature, but although she had once said that her life had been marked by all that inherited, by all the golden past, she seldom or never spoke of it. The past is doomed to die, she could say. It is the passage of time. It has died in us. It has died in our time. Yet deep inside her still lived that thing, the legacy from countless generations, but she had always, like all the Varodel descendants, remained remarkably free from the many sectarian formations of the parishes, from all the free church movements that had rampaged during her youth. She stood quite free even in relation to the high church. Her family's Christianity, which had lived undisturbed in the once so isolated peasant village, had as if carried with it an atmosphere of the early days of Christianity. It was as if it bordered on paganism, for they had retained the ancient notion of various powerful deities, reminiscent of Odin and Thor, though the names they used were different and provincially colored. Ossian had delightedly told Felix that in Bothagen it was taken for granted that the weekdays still bore names after these gods. Monday equals Moon's Day, Wednesday equals Odin's Day, Thursday equals Thor's Day, and so on. Olga herself had forgotten most of what she had heard about such things, she claimed, but he knew that she had raised her sons with stories of their ancestors' times, endowed them with her family's rich trove of tales, and preserved legends about the village life's Christian rites and cult festivals, which one wouldn't dare speak of now, as all such things are called superstition, she said. If I told the priest, he would shudder. But I have wanted my boys to carry the memory of it forward. He understood well enough that it was Carl Gustaf, with his rationalism fanaticism, who had forbidden her to speak of it, and that it was in the deepest secrecy she shared with her sons the old that their father disapproved of. Carl Gustaf and she had met for the first time when he served as a substitute organist one summer here in Dalhem. She sang in the church choir then and lived with the priest, not the current one, and learned to take care of children and cook fine food, a favor granted to her because she had been the vicar's favorite confirmand and because she belonged to a respected old farming family. He had reached the church avenue when the dry, hot stillness was violently transformed. A fierce, almost hurricane-like wind roared through the trees. Leaves and dry branches were torn off. The trees shook and furiously thrashed their crowns. The road dust was whirled up and carried away over the fields like large smoke clouds. The grass lay flat along the ground. The flowers bent to the earth. The grain bowed and swayed in unruly, lurching movements. A newspaper flew through the air like a flapping bird. His own clothes fluttered around his body. He had to bend forward against the wind and hold on to his hat with both hands. As suddenly as the wind had come, it disappeared. He watched the dust clouds drift away and dissolve in an easterly direction, so a westerly, he thought. Everything was still again, and the heat of the sun slowly intensified. In the air above, he saw what seemed like a clear, sparkling streak of transparency, something ethereal, that also slowly vanished. Not a single person had he met since he left Grandian's office, and here, too, no one was to be seen. The road between the old trees leading up to the church lay sun-dappled, shadowy, and empty. He saw that the church clock was a few minutes shy of 12. Since the priest was expected around this time, lunch would not be served until 2 o'clock, an hour later than usual. The priest himself ate at 2 and took it for granted that everyone else did the same. Felix thought that I can see from here when he leaves his cottage, which is why he sat down on one of the 2 long, green-painted wooden benches that stood on either side of the southern church gates. He had not known Olga before her marriage to Carl Gustaf, but as soon as he had gotten to know her, he had felt that thing, as one senses the scent of a flower in a dark room, he thought, and was seized by wonder and curiosity. Years went by. He made frequent visits to his brother and sister-in-law. He got to know Olga's simple, starkly practical nature more and more, but still he did not get closer to that thing. There was like an undertone in all her calm, everyday demeanor. She seemed neither reserved nor shy. She carried that secret as if it were something that had become so much a part of her personal way of being, as, for example, a great sorrow can in a person's life. That she was no longer aware of it, though one constantly felt it but still could not access it. More than once it struck him how blessedly undramatic she was. He was very fond of children. It would be several years before he himself would marry, and through the deep, lively interest he showed in her children, he eventually reached a greater intimacy with her. But it did not happen quickly. One winter afternoon at dusk, Jerk was about 2 or 3 years old at the time, when they were sitting at the coffee table in front of the tiled stove in the parlor, and Carl Gustaf had gone down to his study to correct the schoolchildren's exercise books, he said, "I've noticed that you are a pious person, Olga, but you never bother anyone with your piety. What kind of piety are you hiding?" She looked both surprised and shy at once. She pondered for a moment, then she said, "Why do you want to know that?" So she doesn't deny it, he thought. And then he answered, perhaps a little too quickly and thoughtlessly, that he sensed her religiosity as an inner mysterious strength, and that he envied her for it. "Mysterious," she said with a slightly annoyed expression. "And envy? Dear Felix, how can one envy something that is available to everyone?" He asked her if it really was, and she replied that if it wasn't, it couldn't be true religiosity. It all depended only on what a person was willing to give up, what she chose. It was a choice, she said. "I wonder," he had said, "why can't I feel the seriousness, the reverence and humility, and all that which is required. She had looked very thoughtful, and then she had asked, a bit uncertainly and tentatively, if he hadn't ever felt longing or hopelessness or despair and such. Yes, he replied. Well, all that is so close to what you seek, she said. I don't know if I'm seeking anything, he said. Dear you, she said, then I understand that you envy. Envy always wants everything that others have, but it never wants to pay the price it costs the other. He put on a sheepish expression and felt that he had made a fool of himself. Nothing more was said that time. She broke away to some chore. He expected her to voluntarily bring up the subject again, but she did not. She was not one to impose herself. She had too great a respect for other people's freedom. His and Carl Gustaf's father had died some time before this little conversation, but the mother was still alive and lived with her 2 daughters in a small apartment by the square in Dalhem. So during his visits to Dalhem in those years, he did not stay in his brother's home but in a cottage on the road between Dalhem and Ullum, a former royal forester's residence, named Gudslånet. When the father was alive, he had lived in the parental home. Perhaps a year went by. On a windy, cold autumn day with flying leaves in the air, he paid a visit to Olga, while Carl Gustaf sat in the classroom teaching the children. That time they sat in the living room, where the piano and the bookcase stood. And suddenly he asked, Olga, tell me, answer me honestly, do we possess only our usual 5 senses? Is that all, Olga? She maintained her composure. Perhaps she had sensed what was coming, but he could still see that she was taken aback by the question, and she took her time. Dear Felix, why do you ask me about that? She said with a smile. I am nothing. You know quite a bit about these things anyway, he said. I've noticed that many times. He expected her to ask how he had noticed, but she did not. She sat hunched over a small sewing project. No, Felix, she said, looking up. There's no use talking about such things. It's not something that people talk about. Not in our time. In our time, it's called superstition, Felix. In the silence that followed, only the calm ticking of the wall clock could be heard. He felt her give him a long, probing look, perhaps sensing his dejection and regretting her dismissive words, for she did not abandon the subject, but said in an almost plaintive tone, How can I say what it is? If I say it's God, you'll just ask what God is. If I say it's spirit, you'll ask what spirit is, Felix. Whatever I now answered, you would come with a new question and regard all my responses as highly unsatisfactory. Yes, he said gloomily, you are probably right. The doubting person is never satisfied, precisely because she wants to doubt. She is all too comfortable with her doubt to want to stop it, and her doubt only ceases when she herself has experienced what she doubts. And then she asks no more. The answer lies within yourself. Seek it there. No other answer is given. She rose to leave, but almost immediately sat down again and said that he would get an answer, whatever it turned out to be. She did not have words at her command. She was an uneducated woman. What she said could not satisfy him, no more than it satisfied Carl Gustaf. After saying this, she looked at him with such deep seriousness that he suddenly became aware of how life-altering this question was for her. She said, There is a spring within us, Felix. An invisible spring, a spring that is very difficult to access. It is so close yet so far away yet so close. It demands so much of us before it reveals itself, and once we have found it, we can lose it again. And then it is just as difficult to find it again. Once when I was young, I found it. But don't ask me how I found it. I don't know. Perhaps it was just a grace that was bestowed upon me. I search for it again. I always search for it. Sometimes I feel that I am so close to it that I expect to see it in the next moment, but the next day it is as far away as before. She fell silent. Thank you, Olga, he said. She had risen. He hardly dared to look up, but then he heard her calm voice again. Everything is in it. Everything is near in it. Sun, moon, and stars, year and time, heaven and earth, the majesty of all things, everything is in that spring, which is within us. It is also in you, Felix. It is in all of us. Then she left the room. Before he left that day, she gave him a small note, on which was written in ink, Ljungquist toward 11-32, and Jonathan Ford 1-5. God be with you. Felix sat on the church bench, tall, leaning forward and silent, with gloves and cane. He thought about how, of all the good things life offered, the human enigma was still the most rewarding and the most captivating. He had not spoken to Olga about these things anymore. He respected her need to be left alone, to retain her innermost being in a protective silence. But from that day on there was a deep trust between them regarding more everyday matters. She had a couple of times spoken quite freely about her youth and upbringing, but without touching on its spiritual side. And once she had recounted the words that her grandmother, the seeress in Bothagen, claimed the linden tree had sung to her. All this good that now sleeps in man shall one day awaken to life again. After darkness has reigned a very long time, the light will appear once more. But then man shall become something entirely different from what she once was. The foundation shall be the same, but the form another. And the dark times that shall come before will be evil, because it is said that man by free will shall go wherever she wants. And she will follow the low in her being and stray very far away. But the moment will come when she discovers that her free will is completely free, only when she gives up the thought of her own advantages and wholeheartedly places herself in the service of the Creator, and then shall the woman turn around and fight the evil she has done and defeat it, so that she may win her own life, as it is written in the Scripture. Then shall the lost Son of Man return to the Father's house. And then, when it is darkest on earth, the sun shall reappear and shine upon her, and this even in the middle of the night. However, this does not mean that all evil is over, for the woman has done much evil that must be atoned for, but from that day on she will atone for it with joy. Amen. The church bell struck 12 with resounding blows, and he started up. A couple of minutes later, as he was crossing the churchyard, he saw the priest in a black frock coat and wide-brimmed black felt hat stepping out through the vicarage gate. He walked with his belly pushed up high so that it looked like a gigantic pigeon breast, and he looked up at the church bell, pulled out his own watch, and compared it with the church's. Felix hid behind a tree until he had passed. Then he followed. In the lower hall stood Olga. "Are you alone, Felix?" she said. "Yes," he whispered. "I let the priest go in ahead of me." "I'll have enough of him later, my dear," she said. "I already know that the priest has arrived. I'm going up there now. What I meant was that I was hoping you would bring Jerk with you. You are the magnet he is drawn to." "Hasn't Jerk come home yet?" "No," she said. "Can any human understand where he's staying? Come on, let's go up." Chapter 11. It is an adventure of discovery, this very act of living. For Jerk, who had just stepped over the threshold into his self-awareness and still drowsily wondering, looked around in the room of his consciousness. This day appeared as something grand, mighty, and inexhaustible. He did not know that it was the miracle of life itself he was seeing. Children experience the spiritual within themselves and around them, but without the adult's busy awareness. They are still in what is, they immerse themselves in it, as absorbed and self-forgetting as a migratory bird follows the dream of its distant birthplace when spring arrives. They stand in the midst of their own mysterious growth, as naturally simple as the flowers. But they are not migratory birds, they are not flowers, for in the depths of a child, in its unconsciousness, slumbers a human, a self. Jerk thought, "Why am I, me?" He did not know that he had discovered himself. But even though he still possessed the migratory birds and the flowers' self-forgetting ability to merge with the movement and the stillness, a strange, almost frightening light had already penetrated his half-awake dream life. He felt a certain unease. It was he himself who stepped in and disturbed the peace of the dream. Elizabeth and Jerk stood leaning against the gate next to the woodpile, while Lawton searched in the grass for her lost Teddy. The forest rustled, but the air around them was still and hot, and was not stirred by the wind in the treetops. Elizabeth whispered, "There it begins." Jerk looked at the little trodden path that ran into the coniferous greenery, and now that his stomach was filled with sandwiches, the thought of the longed-for breakfast with mother, father, and Uncle Felix faded into the distance. The day's rich possibilities almost overwhelmed him, stood before him like a gigantic cabinet full of secrets waiting to be explored. "What if?" said Elizabeth. She dared not finish the sentence. It still seemed somehow too bold. Jerk said nothing. He was thinking about Nisi saying, 15 minutes straight over. The awareness of time induces thoughtfulness, but such thoughtfulness is often unknown to children. Hunger signals that time has passed, but full bellies erase any thought of it. Admittedly, Jerk was unusually time-conscious for his age and experienced the punctual and conscientious person's anxiety about time, but with his belly full, the sun still ascending, and the evening so far away that it seemed to belong to another world, the worry in him transformed into excitement, the excitement of the unknown. As indefinite as time appears to children, so too do distances. They still have the notion that the body moves as easily and quickly through space as thought. Therefore, it might occur to them to try to go to the moon. And 3-Foot Mountain was, after all, within the parish boundary. And although the Ljungquist forest was frightfully large even in their imagination, it did not deter them, not with full bellies and a whole unused day ahead of them. Jerk thought that he would soon be home again, sometime in the afternoon, and Uncle Felix would not be going home for a good while yet. He felt, for he did not think it, that just walking, just the searching itself, like for a treasure, was an adventure. He was careful not to conjure up the image of his mother's questioning face. Instead, he looked up into the air and searched for the solitary eagle that lived in the mountain. But he had to search a long time on the misty, light-sparkling dome of the sky before he spotted him, for he was higher up than before and appeared only as a dark speck. What was he thinking up there in his dizzyingly high and vast solitude? Jerk thought that he must see the distant mountain from up there. The sky was no longer clear and shiny as in the morning. The light warmth haze had thickened into clouds, and far away over the low forest edge towards Erlem, tall cumulus clouds rose and flamed like white fire with blue, red, purple, and pink shadows. A hot wind came from there, which like a panting passed by them and disappeared into the forest depths. He saw that Elizabeth was unceasingly watching him with her serious, sorrowful eyes. "Well?" she whispered. Lawton had found Nala and was now climbing up on the gate with grunts and groans. She settled herself and looked tenderly down at her Nala. "Drive on, then," he said softly. She suddenly smiled at him, a long, deep, and liberated smile, a smile that embraced a great, bold, and life-altering decision. It felt so strange in the pit of his stomach when he saw that smile. "Good," she said. This was the path we were supposed to follow. That's what he said. And after a few minutes, we would be out on a partly planked road that crosses Lillmossen, and then we would see a rocky hill with a giant spruce on it. And what was it after that? Wait, he said thoughtfully. We were supposed to go south of it, that is to say, turn left and continue and tame to a fairly fresh charcoal kiln, and from there a path would go between Crocarrot and Ljungmyra. Yes, she said. Then we would see Långgula, and we were to go left of that too. And when we got to the end of it, the worst part, he said, we would go straight ahead to the railway. And then we could walk on the railway if we wanted to, said Jerk, just as long as we watched out for trains. Yes, she said and nodded. They stood in silence for a while. A little bird flew in between the trees with a persistent peeping sound. Elizabeth turned to Lawton and said, "Do you think you can manage to walk with us?" She didn't directly answer the question. "You don't think I'm going to walk home alone, do you?" she said in an agitated tone. "Never in my life. Come on, then." Lawton jumped down from the gate. Jerk went first, then Elizabeth, and lastly Lawton, and so they were on their way. At first, the path ran through a stretch of alder forest, with somewhat marshy ground, and they were ambushed by a cloud of gnats and other tiny irate flying creatures, so that in the end they found no other solution than to start running. 4 blue-gray wood pigeons flew up. Then the gnats disappeared, so they could continue at a normal walking pace. They were in no hurry now, taking their time to observe the remnants of what might have been an ant war, for there were heaps of dead ants along a long stretch. Then Lawton found a little white bird skeleton, which fell apart when she touched it, and she insisted that they should bury it. Jerk managed to scrape up some soil with his nails, and in the small hole they placed the skeleton pieces and shoveled it closed. And in her innocently inconsistent way, Lawton then wanted Elizabeth to read a prayer over the bird grave. Elizabeth read with a searching, tentative voice that suggested she wasn't reciting from memory, but was making up a prayer. God who protects all the small, look after me who was so little. Do not forget me, do not forget me. I am here, I am here, I am here. I can no longer fly. Do not forget me. I am here. I sleep. Amen. Jerk took off his cap before clasping his hands, for he was church accustomed. The girls curtsied, and then they continued on. Suddenly there it was, the plank path, old, half-rotted boards, decaying logs, and fence posts that swayed beneath them and were so widely spaced that they sometimes had to jump from one to the other. Here came a new swarm of midges, but a peculiar hissing breeze came and blew them away. Elizabeth and Jerk were silent, but Lawton chattered on about everything she saw: butterflies, birds, and enticing puddles. It had been a normal summer with rain now and then, so that the ground was nowhere dried out. On either side of the old walkway was tufted marshland, with the occasional heavy stone, juniper bushes, and scrubby thickets, and all around it the shadowy dark spruce forest pressed in. It was so quiet that even Lawton heard the silence and stopped chattering, and all three children often stopped and looked around. For what, they did not know. Then they saw the giant spruce. The footbridge ended, the ground lay firm, and even with moss-brown soil and heather and sun-sweat grass. Then they suddenly stepped onto the black charcoal ground, and behind a sparse and waterlogged alder forest with thickets of bog myrtle and odon, they glimpsed the hazy desolation of Ljungquist. It lay in a damp shimmer of sunlight and looked treacherous, and Jerk felt that treachery all the way down in the pit of his stomach. He stopped, so that the long-legged Elizabeth walked past him. The alder forest and thickets were quickly behind them, and then a neat and barely discernible path lay before them, running straight out into the blinding glare of the sun. Here danced mosquitoes and dragonflies and other sorts of winged creatures. Elizabeth also stopped now, came to an abrupt halt before the sight of the infinity. She licked her lips and looked at him. "Where is Lawton?" she said. A sad and empty rustling in the alder forest behind them, and the smell of bog earth and rotten water filled their nostrils. Lawton's dress flickered between the trees. She had stopped at the charcoal pile and let Nala walk on it. "Lawton!" Elizabeth called. "Yees," her carefree voice responded. "Come here at once." Lawton didn't hurry, poked and rummaged in the ground a while longer, and then came slowly wandering over. When she arrived, Elizabeth said, "You can't do that." "Do what?" "Silly. Stay behind like that, of course. We could lose you." Jerk swallowed. He felt an anxious sensation when he saw Crow-Carrot, which mostly looked like a swamp and was full of islands with half-dead trees on them and puddles of water and reeds on the left side, and the drier, reddish Ljungquist to the right. He heard Lawton's voice. "Ew, yuck! Are we going out into that?" He was captivated by the peculiar trees, stripped bare dead trees, broken trees, fallen trees with eerie black roots pointing up into the air, rotting trees, trees in complete disintegration. The forest on the other side only glimpsed as a dark, blurry edge in the sky light. The sun slid into a denser cloud veil. A sleepy breeze filled with the musty smell of the marsh came. He felt that Elizabeth too was filled with seriousness, but a determined one. He himself had to think of Leatherstocking, Joshua Slocum, Scott, and all the heroes he had read about, to draw courage from them. He twisted around and looked up at the sky in all directions to catch sight of the eagle, and he felt a kind of confidence when he finally spotted it far away, above Crow-Carrot. Lake Alman, where Enholt lay, must be in that direction, but he knew they would not be able to see it from here. Ljungquist was hiding somewhere beyond the edge of the forest. Elizabeth asked Jerk to go ahead. "You have better eyes than I do," she said. "You're more accustomed to it as well. Keep an eye on the path. As soon as we catch sight of Ljungquist, we'll know we've gone the right way." They started walking. It was a stifling heat out here, although veils of clouds softened the sunlight. And here clouds of gnats and mosquitoes rose from the ground, but strangely, they didn't touch them. Water puddles glittered everywhere. It sucked and squelched occasionally and swayed under their feet, but it held. They hardly dared to look at the strangely horrific trees, but were sometimes surprised by them when they stretched out their gnarled black branches or opened their roots like vile, rotten maws. He stared at the ground and was so blindly absorbed by the motion of walking that he began to feel dizzy. When he looked up, the light stabbed his eyes so that the entire swampy redness just disappeared. Once he looked straight into the sun's glowing eye. Far off to the right he saw a string of stone cairns, juniper bushes, blackthorn thickets, and scrawny, ill-fated birches that ran out like a cape into the trembling sun haze. His eyes were filled with the sight of brown-red earth, flattened by steps, and he saw how it flowed past between his legs while his feet kept walking and walking. The sandals had become wet, and the feet black with bog water. He was still afraid, but not of the treacherous ground anymore, but of the bog's vast space that seemed to grow with the very time that passed. He turned around occasionally and saw that the girls were also staring at the ground. Elizabeth had pushed the brim of her hat down on her forehead, but Lawton let the hat hang on its elastic band over her shoulders. She muttered that she was starting to get bored with the monotony. She said, "How long are we going to walk like this? I'm starting to get thirsty, and I am sweat." "Hold my hand," said Elizabeth. "No," said Lawton. "What are we going to do out here? I don't want to walk any further." "We're almost across," said Jerk. "Don't lose heart," he said, thinking of his heroes. Forward. He laughed to cheer them up and himself, but was astonished at how parched and joylessly harsh the laughter sounded. Then they heard the plaintive sound of a buzzard, but did not see it. Where was the eagle? The next moment came an angry screech, perhaps from a raven, but he was not seen either. And far away, just above something that glistened, a cluster of ducks took flight. Jerk jerked and pointed. He heard his voice tremble with excitement. "Longola," he said. He heard Elizabeth gasp. Now they clearly saw the waters glimmer in the moisture-quivering air, and they heard cries from lapwings or whatever they were. A dense swarm of white birds flew up, but it was too far away for them to see what kind of birds they were. They only saw the sunlit whiteness of the wings. Then a loud trilling was heard. "The curlew," said Jerk. How long had they been walking? He turned around and saw that the alder woods and the charcoal kiln had disappeared. They had set off again. The ground was becoming more marshy. The path often disappeared into puddles that they had to walk around. But now that they saw Longola all the time, it was easier to keep the direction. He thought about how they should pass south left of it. On the northern side grew the coniferous forest. He knew that, but from here it looked just like a gray-green narrow strip. The ghastly trees had almost completely vanished, and now they were met by some kind of sprawling, clumpy bushes that crept close along the ground. Further ahead, to the right of the pools, he saw a couple of groups of deciduous trees and a collapsed spruce. He felt the ground beginning to soften, becoming more spongy, more threatening. Heather and tall, coarse grass ran out into narrow points, and from them a small bird took off and flashed away. At last they saw an ugly, scraggly, deciduous forest creeping forward on the southern side of the pools. It didn't look very inviting, but it would provide shade if they felt like resting by the pools. The black, waterlogged thicket of alder enveloped them. Before they plunged into it, he looked around for the eagle, but it was nowhere to be seen. Then they found themselves in the midst of the ugliness, a gloomy collection of old trees, mostly alders. Some leaned heavily, others lay completely fallen in the mud-like ground. It was a ghostly parade of trees with black-gray mossy trunks and finger-fungus-like branches devoid of greenery, and between them grew dense thickets of strangely lifeless bushes and various kinds of water plants, serpentine and repulsive. And everywhere this soft and treacherous peat soil with brown puddles and larger murky bodies of water, all teeming with all sorts of creepy crawlies. The thicket, deeper than they had thought, was immediately followed by another. Looking up, one could glimpse a bit of the sky between the tangle of tree branches, and it had grown darker around them. An invisible bird shrieked hoarsely. A toad jumped up and disappeared again with a plop. Otherwise, it was deathly silent. "Why does stuff like this exist?" said Lawton. The forest hid the tip of the lake they had seen before, but now the water gleamed at them again. It was a real swamp lake, full of seaweed, reeds, and bushes that resignedly leaned over the water. Jerk could not see any dry spot where they could settle down. Everything was wet, soggy, and mucky. Fallen trees blocked the road everywhere. All three children now had soaking wet feet. The girls' nice holiday shoes were just a memory. "Are we on the south side now?" Elizabeth said. "Yes, since we have the swamp to our right. We must be," Jerk stated matter-of-factly. "But darn it, nobody said it looked like this. How are we going to get through?" He had heard that spirit hunters frequented this area, so there must be traces of them. They slogged on. Lawton stumbled and fell time and again, uttering the occasional swear word, but no one cared about that now. Elizabeth's face had a pained, tense expression. The dreary bog forest grew increasingly cellar-dark and foul-smelling. Lawton began to whine, monotonously and plaintively, but Elizabeth said impatiently, "Hush." The reeds around the lake grew so dense and so far out that they only saw a small patch of clear water in the middle of the pond. "Water lilies. Look, water lilies." Lawton pointed. They looked, but the water lilies were too far away, and God knows if they were even water lilies. Lawton suddenly forgot about the water lilies and screamed that she had gotten a large tick on her right leg above the sock. So they had to stop for a while, as Elizabeth, with a swift grip, pulled it out and threw it away. There was no place to rest, so Lawton kept standing and continued. It was dead and silent now, so they must have scared away the birds that had been there. On the other side of the pond, the forest stood even denser, and it reflected its own inscrutability in the water. "How far is it home now?" said Lawton. Neither Elizabeth nor Jerk dared to answer that. Jerk felt that he was tired, sweaty, dizzy, thirsty, and hungry. And how must Lawton feel then, he thought. He wondered if it was despair or terror that coursed through his lungs, heart, and stomach like cramps that left behind a feeling of emptiness and cold. He told himself that he was a man, and that he had to be, because they were women, and because he, although Elizabeth was 4 years older, carried the responsibility. To feel like a man, he conjured up again the memory of his heroes, Scott, Stanley, Slocum. "How are we going to get home?" said Lawton. Elizabeth was pale and silent. She moved with somber energy, leaning forward with eyes staring vacantly. A line of sweat was visible on her upper lip. The bog was up to their knees now. It was musty and damp in the soulless twilight, and strange, nauseating smells came from the ground, and the bog water bubbled and fermented. Jerk made sure they kept the pond in sight at all times. Then he felt the ground begin to rise and the black water sink to his ankles, and suddenly he stepped onto dry land. He looked up in astonishment and let out a shout. They stood before a tufted hill, and beyond it, a small rise with a dense cluster of pines could be seen. There also grew juniper bushes, sturdy heather clumps, blueberry shrubs, and the white moss glowed in the shadowy trees. He yelled, "Good, my boys! Land ho!" He heard the girls' cheers as they felt the black bog water disappear around their feet. Then something terrifyingly incredible happened. First, there was a sound like a distant rumble, which drew closer and intensified into a roar. A hurricane-like wind swept through the trees. The forest filled with a cracking and crashing, all branches thrashed wildly, dry leaves and twigs, tree moss and long blades of grass were torn away and whirled past them. Everything around them was swaying. The forest seemed to want to collapse over them. The water boiled and the wind howled in their ears. It sounded as if everything had fallen into a mad rebellion. All 3 children leaned forward to avoid being thrown down. Jerk thought of Mom, Dad, and Uncle Felix. But he also thought, this will be something to talk about with Eugen, Jericho, and Philip. As suddenly as the storm had come, it ceased. They stood upright again with stiff eyes and blank faces. In the immense silence, Lawton's voice was heard. "Such a commotion? What's really the point? I almost lost Nala." "Ugh! Thank you, dear God," said Elizabeth. Chapter 12. He came cycling from Nyangsgard around 12:30, sweaty and dusty, but dressed in his best clothes and with the school cap on. She had just seated the priest together with Felix and Carl Gustaf in the little arbor, provided them with coffee and punch, and withdrawn. He stomped breathlessly and noisily into her quiet sewing room. "Good heavens, is that you?" she said. "What a racket you're making. Why are you coming home now?" "I want to talk to Mom," he said in an almost curt, aggressive tone, which suggested that he was worried or troubled or desperately indecisive. She interrupted him and asked if he had seen Jerk. "No," he replied impatiently. "Why should he?" And when she explained, he said, "Pshaw, he was probably out swimming and fishing. No worries." She allowed herself to be calmed, although it really was very unlike Jerk to disappear like that without a word. What did he want to talk to her about? He was wet with sweat and dirty with dust. Wouldn't it be better if he took a bath first? "Will Mom listen to me?" he said irritably. "Or does Mom not want to?" Already when he stepped in, she had noticed that he looked dejected, but it did not worry her, because since he started in secondary school, he had become more serious and reticent, but also touchy, impulsive, and restless. He began to look good, a big, broad, strong boy with thick hazelnut brown hair and blue eyes, a regular, well-formed, but perhaps not particularly sensitive face. He had passed the voice break, but his voice still sounded like a rusted door. When she replied that by all means, if you have something on your heart, just sing out. I didn't know it was that urgent. He sank down on a chair with his calloused, sun-tanned hands between his knees and his eyes gazing out into something hopeless, a tangled far away. She took it easy, because when a 16-year-old looks like that, and it was very much the case with Hinky, it is seldom as serious as it looks. And he was not a deep nature, so that the slightest setback could make him seized by rage or mistrust or pure and simple despair. Now he looked as if he had lost all hope, all self-confidence. "Well," she said, "do you need money?" "Money?" He snorted heavily. If only it were that simple. Yes, it was true, it involved money too, but that wasn't the main thing. It became a later issue. What had he come up with? He hadn't come up with anything. It wasn't that crude. She would think, if she only could guess, life was a devilishly clever invention that mostly reminded one of a fox trap. She perked up. They sat in silence for a while. She changed the needle in the sewing machine, wound and threaded it. A window was open, and in the silence, she heard the priest's sniffling voice and Felix's laughter down from the arbor. She showed no impatience. Let him take his time, for boys with troubles need ample time to find and articulate the right words. "The worst will be with Dad," he said. That didn't sound good. She asked if he wanted to quit school again, and he said yes. But that wasn't the main thing either. It was just something he had to do, if he got that other thing. As money was needed. And then he fell silent again. In many ways, he was a restless, searching boy, a playground for naive, ill-fated ideas, deranged notions, and desperate whims. What was it really that he was dissatisfied with? It was as if he constantly tugged and pulled at the heavy chains of his bondage, only hurting himself in the process. Over the course of 3 years, he had come up with 3 absurd ideas, which mostly resembled, and surely were, escape attempts, breakout maneuvers. First, he wanted to go to sea, but that was deterred by his grandfather's harsh, decisive dissuasion. Is there any old sailor on land who doesn't advise the young against going to sea? Then he wanted to join a circus and train to be a trapeze artist, but he considered that dream so stillborn that he didn't dare speak to his father about it. Carl Gustaf learned of it a bit later, but by then the plan was no longer current, so Carl Gustaf could afford to take it humorously. But with the last idea, and that was since he started secondary school, he bravely went straight to his father. He wanted to quit school immediately, take a crash course in English, train to be a missionary, and go to Africa. It was with his driest voice that his father replied that the new career choice came as somewhat of a surprise, considering his earlier, during his primary school years, clearly demonstrated lack of interest in religion. That he had wanted to become a sailor and a circus artist, that he could understand, but a missionary, that was surely a bit much. Who had converted him? "I thought you were a heathen yourself," said Carl Gustaf. "When I had you in school, you were the worst in the entire class in catechism and Christian studies. You were so utterly uninterested in these matters that when I asked you who Pilate was, you answered that he was the one who led the people of Israel out of Egypt. And who did you think Herod was? And what about the confirmation classes?" "Dad," Hinke whimpered at that point, "don't bring that up now. I was just a child then." "Are you converted now, then?" said Carl Gustaf with cruel relentlessness. Converted, groaned Hinke. "No," he then screamed. No, I see," said Dad. "Then it's best you go outside and calm down and come back later." "I am calm," said Hinke. "Well, admit then that you're taking the missionary profession merely as a pretext to get out into the world?" "Yes, of course," said Hinke. "Of course," said Father. "Of course. And what about religion? Is it just a travel suit? Don't come to me and say you want to become a missionary just to get to Africa. To be a missionary is to serve God and to travel where He commands, even if it's to Greenland." Hinke soon realized that the matter of religion posed a serious obstacle, so after 3 days of sulking, he gave up. Then it had been quiet for several months. But now, evidently, something new was afoot. "You know that Father doesn't want you to quit school," she said. "And didn't you agree that you would take the secondary school exam before you chose a profession?" "Yes, but this was something else," he said, rocking back and forth with his upper body. She looked at him and noticed that his anxiety, impatience, and despair seemed considerably stronger this time. It was especially evident in his eyes. So she asked if he had done something wrong. Something wrong? He stopped rocking his body and looked down at his hands again and said no. Yes, almost. Only now did she feel a sting of worry. "Hinkish," she said. "Look at me. What is it?" But he just squirmed and mumbled that it was so hard to say it to her, because she was a woman. If it was something that only concerned men, why didn't he go to his father? He looked as if he shuddered. "No, that would be even worse," he said. A long silence ensued, during which she gave up all sewing and placed the hood over the sewing machine. The priest's droning voice penetrated through the open window again. She glanced at her son now and then. He looked devastated. He looked like a young man who can find no way out and is ready to give up all hope. "Let's start from the beginning," she said. "First of all, why do you have to quit school?" He took a deep breath and said, "I want to travel to America." She smiled a smile of relief. It wasn't worse, she thought. She could immediately answer that, she said. The answer was no. Dad would never agree to anything like that. He knew that well, he said. But now it so happened that he had to go there. She felt the pressure over her chest again. Why did he have to? She asked calmly. Did he finally want to tell her what he had caused? Caused? He hadn't caused anything, he said, annoyed and sullenly. Although, of course, it depended on how one saw it. He meant it wasn't certain that he had done it. No, caused trouble? He said again. She pondered for a long while. Is it about a girl? She said softly. His head dropped forward, as if he wanted to hide his face from her. Yes, he said. Are you in love with her? Yes, perhaps. I don't know. Yes, I think so. But that's not it, you understand, Mom. She sat testing different phrasings before she finally found the right expression. Have you gotten close to her? He looked up and gazed at her wonderingly, and he smiled a slightly hesitant and embarrassed smile that increased her anxiety. Close? He murmured. It was evidently a formulation too vague and cryptic for him. She felt her heart pounding hard, that she became alternately hot and cold, and experienced a slight shortness of breath and dizziness. She said she meant, had something happened between them that made him afraid it might have consequences? Then it dawned on him. I hardly dared to believe you meant that, he said, smiling at once amused, shy, and a bit mockingly. No, you know what, Mom? It's really the limit, too. She felt relieved again, but did not like the tone and his way of cutting off the sentence, nor the somewhat mixed smile. She sensed that he was no longer quite as inexperienced as just a year ago, and the evasiveness in his gaze and the slightly hollow bluster in his protests told her that even if it did not concern this young lady, the context was not unfamiliar to him. And those words, that it was not certain if he had caused any trouble, what did they really mean? Well, what was it then? Long, indefinite silence. She sat cursing herself for her worry. She had never spoken with her son about such matters. But he was a full 16 years old, so she understood that if he had not yet experienced anything of the sort, it would happen any time now. He was that type. It was not at all difficult to see. She was not entirely unprepared. She knew that neither was he, for Carl Gustaf had previously hinted with an embarrassed humming and mumbling that he and Hinky had had a long talk, just between us men, and that could only mean one thing. She's in love with me, he suddenly said. So, well, I understand that. But tell me, what does this have to do with a trip to America? He stared at her with empty eyes. He was too unhappy to feel embarrassed, so his timidity must be due to linguistic difficulties. Everything with girls was so strange, he said with a subdued groan. He didn't know. Ugh! It was so hard to make sense of feelings. Whose feelings? Yours? He leaned forward, stared desperately at his mother, and burst out in some kind of impotent fury over the damned uncooperativeness of all words. I'm in love with her, you know, and she's going to America in 14 days. And you want to go with her? Not just me, he said vehemently. She wants it. It's really her who wants it. In America, she claims, a boy my age can get married. Here I have to wait 5 more years. Besides, she's scared. That incident with the Titanic scares her. How old was she? 1.5 years older than him, he said, and bent his head down again. Did she travel alone? No, the whole family, father, mother, and 2 siblings, were with her. Did he know them? No. They didn't live near Ljungquist or Bothasian, if that's what she thought. They lived eastward, in Audiobook, but they had only lived there for a year, so he didn't know them, that he knew. After a few more questions, it became clear that he and the girl had met for the first time this summer, during his earliest visit to Ljungquist. That explained his many trips there, but he did not disclose how they had met. She pondered for a moment. "Dear Hinke," she finally said, "you are too young to take on such a responsibility, and we certainly don't have the money for a trip to America. At your age, one should expect to fall a little in love now and then, but it's far too early to commit. You must see this as a trial, something we all have had to go through once." "You don't understand," he interrupted her. "She's beside herself, do you get that? She's desperate, she wants to kill herself. And then how can I abandon her? There's nothing else to do, but to go with her." She didn't have time to think about what was most appropriate to say before he sprang up, threw himself on his knees in front of her, and buried his head against her legs. "It's ridiculous," he whimpered. "I know it's ridiculous. But why is one ridiculous just because one is young? No one takes you seriously just because you're not fully grown yet." "I take you seriously," she said. "No, she certainly did not," he said, in the depth of her lap. "No one did, not a single one, not even her. Wasn't he right?" she thought. That condemnation of never really being taken seriously because one was too young to be considered capable of harboring serious feelings, feelings that concerned life or death. Hadn't she experienced it herself? And hadn't she felt the same bitterness? He got so damn angry with himself, he said. He got angry because, well, she knew what girls could be like, didn't she? They could drive one completely insane. So that one didn't really know what one was doing or saying or promising. He had promised her, promised dearly and solemnly. That was what made it difficult. She was such that, yes, such that he had promised her everything, anything. He looked up, and she noticed that his face bore an expression of unspeakable surprise. He stared as if at something incomprehensible. Then his mouth twisted, and he leaned his head against her knee again. She saw his shoulders shake and understood that he was crying. She stroked his head slowly. It's only these rough, cocky, and bold men who cry like this, she thought. The too early matured and unruly who are not used to holding back or thinking twice, not used to catching sight of their emotions and discovering that they are something that their entire innermost being rebels against, and that they are trapped in them, and that they cannot get free. He belongs to those who are overwhelmed by dismay at the fact that they can grieve and suffer, something that they deep down profoundly despise and do not consider worthy of a man. But she felt somehow happy, for he had turned to her. Over the past 2 years, he had increasingly withdrawn from her. Not that the trust was gone, but it was colder and more sober, more matter-of-fact and stingy, more suspicious and a bit male superior. Now that hook had released. "Of course, it's hopeless," he said now with a thick voice, cleared his throat and sniffled, but still didn't lift his head. "I've understood that all along, but still, isn't it strange? Because still, even though you know it's hopeless, you believe, despite everything you believe that everything, bah!" A quarter of an hour later, he set off to take a bath in the lake. Before he left, he turned around in the doorway and looked at her with lifeless, dull eyes. She had time to think. How did I feel it? Wasn't it as if one had been sentenced to death? We who have experienced and survived such things so easily forget how it felt, but really, we should never, never, never forget it. But he said, "I'll tell you, Mom, that I'm intelligent enough to understand that I'm stupid. Some don't even have the intelligence to understand that." And then he left. Chapter 13. As soon as the children settled down on the first hill, they were attacked by angry fire ants. Therefore, they crossed a small sedge meadow to the next rise, and now they found themselves again in a clean, fresh, and pine-scented forest with heather, blueberry, and lingonberry shrubs. But they still saw Ljungquist. Between them and the lake grew bog rosemary that was still blooming, for Jerk recognized the scent. Here and there hung thin, shimmering spiderwebs, a couple of butterflies fluttered around, and a yellowhammer sang in the forest silence. Lawton carelessly threw herself into the heather and scratched her mosquito bites, while Elizabeth examined her scrapes on the nose and hands. Jerk still felt a bit scared and restless after the swamp forest, so he wandered down to the small sedge meadow again. He liked it. It looked so small, abandoned, and lonely here, between the two forested hills. In the deep sedge grass, a grass snake slithered by, and he was about to step on a little wood mouse, which in fright turned around and hissed at his lifted foot. He saw the velvet fur and the small, scared, shimmering eyes. It was at the last second he checked his step and placed his foot beside her, and she darted away. He felt the same relief as she did. "Say hello at home," he said aloud. Then he returned to the girls. He lay on his stomach in the heather. He was too tired to care about his muddy clothes and sour feet. His legs were black up to the knees. The girls didn't care either about how they looked. Their faces had large splashes of mud, the hats were stained and battered, the dresses were wrinkled, the stockings torn and the shoes ruined, but they did nothing about it. Lawton had found a little wood geranium with 2 violet flowers on it, and she stuck it in Nall's collar. Then her head sank into the heather, and she fell asleep. Elizabeth sat next to her. "This was the worst part," she said. "We must be more than halfway there by now, aren't we?" "We need to get to the railway first," he said. "It can't be that far away. If a train came now, we might hear it." He searched for the sun with his eyes, but couldn't see it. "I wonder what time it is," he said. "Lawton needs to rest for a while before we can continue," she said. "I really hope there's fresh water around here somewhere." "Definitely," he said, lying and looking out over the pond that was glimpsed between the trees. He saw an ancient, decayed fence running out into the reeds, spotted a pole and a pulled-up rowboat. The pond seemed to end here in a vast and dense thicket of willows. The forest behind all this lay in a mysterious, silent, blue-green haze. He thought that this must be the haunt of the duck hunters. The boat was probably theirs. God knows which way they came, if they didn't arrive by rail, because if he remembered correctly, they had the long and perilous elk moss to their left, and it stretched all the way to Olam Station. He guessed that the hunters had their ancient and secure paths. According to Nisa Lambert, the ground was safe from Longola to the railway, if one kept a northwesterly course. The sky had clouded over. There was a smoke-like, thinly grayish haze, and he saw peculiarly skewed glimmers of light in the forest shadows, and a yellow-gray layer of clouds slowly drifted over the treetops. But the pine crowns obscured the view, so he couldn't determine what was being prepared up there. A deterioration in the weather it was, in any case. He was both thirsty and hungry, but the fatigue and drowsiness were stronger, so he couldn't be bothered to get up and look for water. The pond was probably not worth drinking from. Besides, the reeds lay too dense for one to reach the water, unless one untied the dinghy and set out. He lay there thinking, but without relief, that it was too late to turn back home now. He thought that he would never in his life want to walk the same way back, especially not through the swamp forest. And yet, that way was comparatively short compared to the path across the bog. But on the bog one had had fairly clear sight in all directions and the sky above. The swamp forest was the most dismal thing he had experienced. Elizabeth sat like a Hindu with her arms around her knees and her head leaning against them. Perhaps she was sleeping. Lawton lay on her back with the straw hat over her face and her dirty arms and legs spread out. The feeling of loneliness and uncertainty came so unexpectedly over him that it almost hurt. And the way home, he thought. He was afraid of that thought, but it kept popping up. Then he thought, we'll walk home on the railway to Lika or Olam. I almost believe that Olam is closer. And maybe there will be a draisine or trolley that we can hitch a ride with. And then it was still a long way home. As close to home across the bog, it certainly wasn't, for the country roads over both Olam and Lika took great bends to avoid all the marshes of Ljungquist. Now, for the first time, it struck him that the journey home would take the rest of the day, and that they hadn't seen Trefotaberget yet. He smelled the scent of the skvatram flowers, remembered the little forest mouse's eyes, remembered the nauseating smell of the bog, the hurricane-like wind, The bird skeleton that they buried, the dead ants, Mrs. Concordia's old face, Conrad's warning voice, and the Denga farmers staring at them. Somewhere behind all this, he heard his mother's voice clearly. "Where are you, jerk?" He woke up. He got up and looked around, and in a landslide of time the past day washed over him. For a moment he felt a violent anxiety and homesickness, but then he saw that Elizabeth was sitting cleaning her shoes with moss and grass, and at the sight of her, he felt calmer. God is with her, he thought. "It's past noon now," he said. "I can feel it. Shall we continue now?" "Not until Lawton has woken up by herself," she whispered. "If you wake her up, she becomes terribly grumpy, and then it's difficult to get her straightened out. She never sleeps long. She'll wake up soon." He wondered if the weather was about to change. He felt a soft, moist wind, heard the reeds whispering, and saw the glittering spiderwebs sway. "Tell me a bit about what your mom said about that spring," he asked, and lay down on his elbows. Elizabeth was just about to answer when she stopped herself and listened. He listened too. A distant, dull rumble of thunder penetrated the silence. "Not now," she said. "Not yet." She fell into thought. And then it came, toneless, introspective. "You know, people are always searching for something. One seeks a treasure, another seeks a lost dog. And I am searching for that spring. But really, it's my mother I'm searching for." "How so?" "Well, Mother told me to do it. Elizabeth," she said, "if you miss me, if you feel I am slipping away from you, go to the spring then. There I am," she said. "I am waiting for you there. And if you come there, if you find it, then we will meet again, and after that, we will never part." Jerk stared at her. A solemn shiver slid through him. He felt as if the forest too held its breath, leaned down, and listened. He looked at the pale, serious girl's face and thought, "Why just there?" And as if Elizabeth had read his thoughts, she turned towards him and replied, "Because it is a sacred place. Nowadays, no one knows about it, but once upon a time, it was a place people went to speak with the dead. Nowadays, no one knows about it, but my mother did." He didn't ask why. It felt like a kind of sacrilege to ask why. "That's why I must go there," she said. "Yes," he said reverently. He was filled with wonder at the transformation Elizabeth had undergone since her mother died. Could one be so changed by a great sorrow? He remembered her mother as a cheerful, yet often sickly person, with large tired eyes, an almost translucent face, and an uncertain, feeble walk, but still always cheerful and very kind. Lot's mother, whom he met less often, he hardly knew at all. It was always Elizabeth's mother who took care of him and the girls when he visited. Lotta's mother would just pop in, say something, and then disappear again. He remembered that Aunt Ruth, as he called Elizabeth's mother, once looked him deep in the eyes and asked, "Do you like Elizabeth?" He was very confused because he understood that she thought he came to Leckeberga so often for Elizabeth's sake. But he didn't really like Elizabeth or Lot or even Aunt Ruth. It was Leckeberga he liked. And Uncle Oscar, the girl's uncle. No, it wasn't that he didn't like Lotta, Elizabeth, and her mother, but he felt nothing special for them. The excellent thing about them was that they gave a reason to go to Leckeberga. But from now on, from this morning, he felt that Elizabeth herself meant something. Why, he did not know. Well, he did know, but there were no words for it. And now, as he thought about it, he realized that he liked Aunt Ruth too. It was as if he had seen her, known her, understood her now, only now when she was dead, and he felt that he did so through Elizabeth. Aunt Ruth had come close to him, so close that he recognized her scent of soap, dry cookies, and peppermint, which she often offered, and clearly heard her dragging, tired, gentle voice. "Do you like Elizabeth?" That time he answered, "Yes, I suppose I do." But now he thought, or rather, he felt it. "I am curious about her." And he had not been before. Her words and silences were as exciting as Uncle Felix's words and silences, even though Elizabeth's words were so few and so monosyllabic. He felt that whenever she uttered the simplest word, there was something new and deep and mysterious in it. He could not get any further. The rest was a riddle to him. But it was precisely the riddle that was so captivating. Elizabeth had risen and was on her way down towards the sedge meadow. He watched the slender, black-clad figure moving away and was so deeply engrossed in thought that he started at the sound of Lawton's voice. "Where is Elizabeth?" Lawton sat straight as a rod in the heather, her eyes large and sleep befuddled. He did not answer, just pointed down towards the sedge meadow. Lawton calmed down, waved away the midges with her hat, and said, "Have you noticed how childish she is?" He was upset. "Childish?" he said. "That's for you to say. You're just a little kid yourself. You don't understand that sort of thing." Lawton pondered for a while. "Maybe I am a child, but that Elizabeth is childish, that Mom has said." "Pshaw," said Jerk. "Yes, because she has, and that she's a bit odd and not like normal people." Jerk leaned towards her and said, "Pshaw," I said. "Do you hear that?" "Pshaw to yourself," she retorted quickly. "My mom would just hear you now." "My mom, I don't give a damn about your mom," he said. Lawton's eyes grew round, a twitch began around her mouth, and she shuddered with breathless excitement. Finally she caught her breath and screamed, "You're being mean to my mom. Mean, mean, mean. You wouldn't dare." "It's pitiful to hear lice cough," he said. "If my mom and your mom met, my mom would make your mom understand what I mean. But you don't get it. When you're as little as you are, you shouldn't say that a girl 4 years older is childish." She became furious and on the verge of tears at once. She hissed like a little cat and said a long string of ugly swear words and insults. Elizabeth came running and asked what was going on, and Lawton hissed, "Jerk is mean. He says that." Then she bit her hat brim and looked perplexed, fell silent and seemed to be intensely pondering a way to get Elizabeth on her side, but that was not easy. "What has Jerk said?" said Elizabeth. "That you are stupid," said Lawton. "No, listen here, you," said Jerk threateningly. "That was just about the worst. I never said that. Admit that you said that. Admit that you're lying." "Didn't you?" said Lawton, looking like she was struggling to convince herself. "Didn't you, huh? Didn't you? You said at least that my mom was stupid." "I didn't say that," he said. "I said I don't give a damn about your mom. That's a completely different thing, isn't it? Isn't it?" "You said that your mom would tell my mom that she was stupid," said Lawton. Jerk stared blankly at the kid, then pleaded with a helpless look to Elizabeth. "You shouldn't tease her," said Elizabeth. "I haven't teased her." "Yes, you did, because you said that I was little," said Lawton, placing the hat on her head with angry emphasis. "Didn't you say that, huh?" Jerk shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and spread his hands, without realizing he was acting like Father Carl Gustaf when he thought Mother Olga had said something indescribably feminine. "If you said it, Jerk, you must apologize to Lawton," said Elizabeth, and actually winked one eye. "If you don't, you won't have a moment's peace. Just give Lawton her due, and she'll be calm." He turned beet red in the face, but he understood, thanks to the wink, the point of view. He struggled with himself. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, "Sorry, then." He stared wildly at Lawton. "I was mistaken. I didn't know you were big." Lawton smiled and immediately forgot the unpleasantness, but he was furious and had to occupy himself with something, so he began to empty his pockets. And like all boys, he had a lot in them. The girls became interested and leaned forward as he lined up 1, a penknife, 2, a dirty handkerchief, 3, a pencil stub, 4, a notepad, 5, a worn eraser, 6, 3 pieces of string, 7, a short cigar butt wrapped in paper, 8, a sugar cube blackened by the dirt of his trouser pocket, 9, a magnifying glass, 10, a red piece of glass he had found in Bothingen, 11, a pulled-out milk tooth, 12, a transparent red-patterned marble, 13, 4 wire nails of different sizes, 14, a crumpled playing card, the 3 of hearts, 15, a piece of iron, 16, a piece of lead, and 17, a pitifully small wallet with a number of small coins in it. He calmed down considerably when he noticed the girl's interest. First, all the coins had to be counted. A 5-öre, a 10-öre, a 25-öre, a 50-öre, 3 1-öre, and 2 2-öre. "What did that make? Let's see who can count the fastest," he said. Elizabeth won. She was right. 97-öre. It was a lot of money, nearly a crown. Jerk proudly said that he was saving up for it. He had received the 50-öre coin as recently as yesterday from Uncle Felix. Then they had to look at the magnifying glass, but it was no ordinary magnifying glass. One had to hold it to one eye, close the other, and look through it. The girls took turns looking and were enchanted. They saw a colored landscape with tall, snowy Alps, blue spruce forests, groves of leaves, a road with a cross, and a flock of grazing goats with a shepherd boy sitting on a stone playing the flute. They couldn't get enough of that picture. They looked several times and fell into dreams before it. Jerk said he had gotten the magnifying glass from his grandfather and that he had another one at home, with a sailing ship in it, a four-master, blue sky, and a soap-green sea. Then he showed them the piece of iron. It was a very fine piece of iron, but he didn't get the chance to describe how he had found it and why it was so fine, because they weren't interested. A common piece of iron, what was so special about that? He sat there a bit crestfallen. A piece of iron, or a piece of coal, or lead can make a boy reverent, but seldom a girl. 10 minutes later, he was on his way into the forest to look for water, while the girls had disappeared in another direction, probably to relieve themselves. He crept cautiously along the soggy lake shore, for where there is a lake there must be water flowing, he thought. He had to wander for a long time, so long that he began to perceive the silence as a living being, as something lonely and melancholic, as something with invisible eyes and an inaudibly murmuring voice. He stopped often to listen. He felt that he was far away, distant from human dwellings, deep in the wilderness. Everything around him was wild, smelled strong and pungent, was mysteriously tangled, cluttered, and impenetrable. He scratched himself on tree branches and bushes, stumbled over tree roots, entangling grass, tussocks, and stones, but saw no living life, except for this chaotic, violent vegetation, yet always sensed the presence of an invisible, half-sleeping being, which with half-closed eyes followed his steps. He turned around often, but saw nothing. He scrutinized every bush, every tree root, every stone with suspicion, but nothing moved. He saw the lake's water all the time, saw the trees growing on the islets and in the swampy water. How far in did this blessed lake actually go? But just as he thought that, the ground became firm beneath him, and he saw a number of fresh green willow bushes in a row along some stones. He heard the babbling. The brook that flowed into the pond came from a small height with mossy precipices, and it was narrow, meandering, cheerful, and clear. He stopped and listened. Was that not a faint rumble of thunder again? He thought with a strange and painful melancholy. It must be far to home. He knelt down between the stones and leaned over the water, dipped his mouth into it and sucked. It was fresh and good, tasted of forest, moss and grass, and reminded him of the fresh, spring-cold water that always stood in a bucket in the kitchen at Bothingen. Chapter 14. As soon as the girls had quenched their thirst in the stream that Jerk had found, Lawton asked if they shouldn't go home now. Yes, Elizabeth replied with a pious expression. And when Lawton looked suspicious, and with unnecessary force insisted that no one in this life could make her go back the same way, namely through the swamp forest and over the long bog, Elizabeth calmed her by assuring that they would find a completely different way home. Jerk certainly noticed that Elizabeth's answer contained both lies and truth, but he could not figure it out. He thought the answer was tricky anyway. He admired, like most children, trickiness without being disturbed by any moral qualms or concepts. The path they now took, after Jerk had pondered the cardinal points for a while, led past the cliff where the spring flowed and over a sloping pine ridge. And then they came out onto a rocky area with large juniper bushes and coarse, dry tufts of grass. They stopped for a moment in front of a high pile of fresh elk droppings and could still smell the pungent scent of the elk that had probably just passed, maybe only a minute before they arrived. In a slightly damper hollow, meadow's wheat grew in abundance and filled the air with its scent. Lawton became wild and naturally had to pick a bouquet. Then came a dense, deciduous forest, with alder and aspen and young birches, and the ground was almost overgrown with the dense brush of the young forest. Lawton stumbled and dropped the bunch of fireweed, picked it up again, and stumbled anew. Now she lost both the fireweed, which scattered in all directions, and Nal, who fell on his nose. She said, "Damn it all," received a reproachful glance from Elizabeth, and said, "That's what Dad always says." "Yes, your father is indeed a paragon and a role model," said Elizabeth with wasted irony. It was hot, and the air was full of the irritability that presages thunderstorms. Lawton picked up Nala, but let the poor fireweed remain. It was not the first time today that she had left flowers behind, thought Jerk, who had learned never to pick flowers unnecessarily. After that came a large area of clear-cut land with heaps of piled brushwood, and here grew ferns, wild strawberries, raspberry bushes, and large drifts of flowering milkweed. Here evidently they had once burned stumps and tried to clear up. Perhaps it was the railway's land, Jerk thought, as he saw a stack of moisture-darkened timber and noticed deep tracks from log dragging and horse hooves. Since the sun was visible for a while, he performed his weather direction calculations, mysterious to the girls, with the brooding seriousness of a shaman, yet not entirely unaware of the effect it had on the girls. He felt as though he was wandering around on Jules Verne's mysterious island, but he did not speak of it. "Quiet," he suddenly said and raised his arm. "Either it's the thunder or the train," he said. It was a dull, dark, and rolling sound. "Hurry," he shouted and began to run, and after he had run about 50 meters, he saw the tall, sand-red railway embankment between the trees. "Come," he called while still running. "Hurry up. It's the train that's coming." He felt excited, exhilarated. They had gone the right way. They had gone the right way. He heard the girls running and panting behind him as he reached the railway embankment that was very high just here, full of gravel, sand, and stone. But in the grass that sprouted thickly between the stones grew enormous amounts of cow parsley, wood cranesbill, and milkwort. Now he clearly heard the train and wondered what time it could be. He looked up at the sun and guessed it was between 1 and 2. So it wasn't a passenger train. Must be a gravel train or maybe a freight train. Passenger trains only ran mornings and evenings, except on Sundays. Wasn't it Friday today? Then the steam whistle's shriek cut through the forest, and he understood that the train was tooting in a curve or at a crossing. Now the iron clattering, screeching, snorting din grew, and he felt just like a man who finds himself on a deserted island and hears a ship's horn. The girls reached it just in time, and then the 3 children stood in a row and looked up at the frightfully high railway embankment as the locomotive in black inevitability emerged from the thicket. A dense gray-white smoke billowed up over the treetops. It was a magnificent sight and a deafening noise as the train with gravel and timber wagons passed. A brakeman standing at his brake rig saw them down in the depths, pulled a face and waved. The girls waved back. Jerk stood silently counting the wagons, but lost count when the brakeman waved. 20 wagons, I guess," he shouted. The last wagon passed them, and on it stood another brakeman, but he stared straight back along the railway tracks and did not see the children. When the last wagon rolled away and disappeared around the bend, Jerk felt like he was that man on the deserted island again. The ship had steamed past the horizon without noticing the plight of the stranded. The children stood still as long as the slightest sound could still be heard, and then they were as if awakened by the silence. It was a sun-hot, dragonfly-hovering, tar-flower-scented silence, and it smelled of soot, sun-baked railway sleepers, and coal smoke. "We'll just follow the railway," said Jerk. "There's no train coming now, and if a track walker comes by on a handcar or velocipede, we'll ask for a ride." They climbed up the embankment, and then they stood up there looking around. The rails gleamed and curved in both directions, but in the direction they were going, northward, a longer stretch lay open, and there it was all spruce forest, dense and shading. He had just managed to say, "This is really the perfect promenade," when the silence shattered into a tremendous crash. It was the thunder again, and high up he saw the thundercloud's yellow-gray, malevolent forerunners rushing forward in a hurry-slowly manner. At that same moment, he saw the eagle again, just as it disappeared behind the forest. He thought it was as if it knew where they were going, and as if it was following them and watching over them. The girls looked a bit scared. "Do you think the thunderstorm will come this way?" Lawton said. He looked up at the sky again. The sunlight had gone out, and now there came black-blue clouds with dimples like sheet metal or steel. Between the edges of the clouds shone a treacherous, poisonous light, and the clouds billowed like heavy breakers in a violent, silent motion. The wind is southeasterly, he thought. It has turned. "Yes," he said, "and there will probably be a shower, but it's best we stay here, because you should never stand under trees when there's lightning." "Look, there's a road," said Elizabeth. He looked in the direction her finger pointed. It was on the western side of the railway. There grew a dense spruce forest, but through it ran a narrow road. He said it was just a logging road. She said that maybe they could find a house. There couldn't be any houses here, he assured her. On one side they had the Ljungquist forest, and on the other the Elg Mossen, so it was dangerous to venture into. Lawton started to feel anxious and screamed. Where are we supposed to go, then? They couldn't just stand here on the open railway when it was raining and thundering. Were they afraid of thunder? Yes, wasn't he? Well, yes, but there were no houses here. There was no farm nearby, as far as he knew. Just forest. Then came the next clap of thunder, and now they also saw the flash of lightning. And while the rumble still rolled over the forest, the girls were already in full sprint down the railway embankment, down towards the forest road. He stood indecisive for a second and looked along the shimmering railway tracks in both directions, but he found no shelter anywhere, so he slid down into the sand and gravel and yelled angrily, "You're crazy! Straight into the forest!" But they just rushed on. He followed. And quite unexpectedly, the spruce forest opened up around a clearing with a desolate little meadow. "Do you see?" said Elizabeth, and pointed. At the far end of the clearing, about 100 meters from them, lay a small forest hut. It was as if she had conjured it up for his view. He thought that he should have trusted her. If she believed there was a house close by, then there was one. They ran, and as they ran, it rumbled in the distance. It had grown dark. The barn looked dilapidated and eerie, and it surely hadn't been used in this century. The roof was covered with shingles, the wide double doors stood half open and could not be budged, as the grass had grown up on both sides of them. They rushed into the gloom. The cloud-gray daylight shone in pale streaks between the sparse beams, but the barn was empty, apart from some remnants of hay, a couple of empty barrels, an old rusty plowshare, some planks, a shovel handle, a ladder, and a decayed water barrel. The ceiling was high, and through the broken wood shavings, the cloud light glimmered. The girls sat down on an empty crate, but Jerk stayed by the door, looking out. The silence was muffled, expectant, and threatening. He stared at the small patch of lush wild grass, at the black spruces, and at the little piece of sky he could see, when a dazzling light made everything pale, and a crack as of a giant whip clove the air. It rang in their ears. The entire barn shook and the ground quivered. He had recoiled backward and bumped against the broken barrel. He sensed the peculiar smell of lightning. His mouth was completely dry, and he experienced the light, brain-emptying sensation of dizziness that arises when the blood leaves the head and rushes to the heart. He turned around on unsteady legs and saw that the girls lay face down over the empty crates, hiding their heads at each other's shoulders. Nala popped up his eternally surprised face between them. They were silent and completely resigned. He saw that Lawton's fingers curled spasmodically in the same naked and blindingly white instant that the next strike came. He looked out again. A few raindrops fell. He stood still and waited again. He heard Elizabeth's low, monotonous voice recite, "Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done," while Lawton's shoulders jerked in the way they did when she cried, really cried in all seriousness. His head was clear now, and although he was still afraid, he was at the same time immensely interested in everything that was happening and could happen. Next time, only a thunderous crash was heard, but it sounded hollow and came from farther away. Then he smelled a scent. He sniffed, looked around, and sniffed again. "It smells like smoke," he said shrilly. He felt his legs were weak and unsteady again as he took a few steps forward and looked out. He stared, paralyzed, for a moment before he realized that it was smoke he saw. He heard an angry crackling and saw a flame lick up from the ground next to the pines and dart a distance and burst into a dry bush. It was in the forest towards the railway. The road from the other direction, the logging road, was clear. He screamed, or rather, a scream detached itself from him and flew out into the smoky air. "It's on fire. Come, come. Quick, the forest is on fire, and the wind is blowing this way. The barn will be lost. Hurry up." He was outside when he shouted the last part. He had seen that the girls had stood up and were looking at him with frightened, suspicious eyes. He felt a few raindrops and heard the thunder rumble in the distance. He turned around and saw that the girls came rushing out, with open mouths and stiff eyes. The braids and hats were flung over their bent backs. The air was full of smoke and the smell of burning resin. He heard the crackling, but could not see the fire because of the smoke. The girls ran past him while he paused to look around. The smoke drifted slowly, thickened into clouds, swelled, stood still for a moment, and then lifted, revealing a glowing, hissing interior. Flames leaped from treetop to treetop, and it sounded like when bacon pops in an overheated frying pan. He saw a couple of birds in wild flight, noticed a butterfly in the midst of the smoke, and heard an owl screech helplessly and wildly. He ran again. Sparks came flying through the air past him, and the smoke lay like a fog on the forest path ahead of them. The girls had stopped and turned around, and he saw that their mouths were wide open and that their carotid arteries were swelling, so he understood that they were screaming with all their might. But not a sound of their voices was heard in the hissing, cracking, crackling, popping, and in the deep, sucking roar that the fire's center produced. "Run!" he screamed. "Otherwise, it will catch up with us." But his voice, of course, was not heard either. As he ran, he thought both terrified and ecstatically, "The fire, the fire, the fire. The fire is great and powerful." He began to get short of breath, gasped heavily, got a stitch in his side, and stopped to look around again, while first Lawton, then Elizabeth rushed past him. But now only smoke was visible. He was not at all surprised when he glimpsed a hare in full flight. Wherever he looked, now there was smoke, and not even the sky was visible anymore. Then came the downpour, as sudden and violent as the lightning strikes. It transformed the smell of smoke, the smell of fire and burnt wood, into the sour smell he remembered from winters when they burned with green wood. It was like steaming in the forest now, like in a giant laundry pot. The rain poured down, the children were soaked in a second, but they just ran. They ran on the logging road while the rain hammered down like nails into the ground. Rivers and rapids formed everywhere. How long had they been running? 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes? Did time stand still, or did it fly? The rain continued. The coniferous forest continued. The smoke followed them, but it had become thinner and smelled musty. Gradually, the rain turned into a drizzle, from drizzle to a fine but dense misting, and the smoke was almost gone. The rain mist gave as poor visibility as the smoke before, but it was quiet. No more sound of fire roar or crackling. The girls had stopped. Lawton stood with a dissolved, contorted, rain-soaked face, probably crying. Elizabeth carried Nale. He also stopped, feeling that the clothes were heavy and stiff with moisture, that the sandals resembled water-filled boats, and that the rain tasted sweet on the lip. The cap felt like a soaking wet wash sponge. Then they continued. Not a word was spoken between them. The rain was still lessening, but the sky remained hazy and unclear. They hadn't heard any thunder for a while. There was a constant dripping, trickling, splashing, and roaring in the forest. Everything was soaked through. In the middle of the road ahead of them stood a fox, but as soon as it caught sight of them, it darted to the side, and they caught a glimpse of the red tail with its white tip as it disappeared into the rain-drenched forest. Lawton just cried and paid no attention to the fox or anything else. She had started to moan and mumble, "Mommy" and "Daddy," but mostly, "Mommy." Jerk was initially still ignited by the terrible grandeur of the fire experience, but that feeling was gradually extinguished, like the fire itself, in the relentless tedium of the rain. Elizabeth was clenched and inscrutable. Her eyes were wide open, and they seemed to see something, far away, far beyond rain and fire and storm. They trudged slowly now, sloshing, squelching wet, with hanging heads, half-drowned, possessed by desolation, humiliation, and degradation. Chapter 15. The Vicar had just left. It was hot. One could hear the thunder rolling over the forests in the southeast. A warm, moist haze enveloped the trees, and the distant heights took on a shimmering, misty blue color. The priest had sweated from the heat, the coffee, and the punch, for he was a fat man, with the self-absorption of a practiced speaker, and with the loudmouth's fear of silence. He had made a big deal of his visit to Rome the previous year, so that neither Felix nor Carl Gustav got a word in edgewise. That Felix knew Rome better than him did not bother him. He seemed to think that the one who had been there most recently had some kind of advantage over someone who had not been there in 3 or 4 years. The priest liked coffee and punch at this time of day. That was why coffee and punch were served. But the Dandelion brothers did not, especially not the younger one. In conclusion, the priest had spoken for increased defense and about the danger from Russia, and he had swelled with a forehead sweaty spirit of Swedish manhood, flared up in a mood of du gamla, du fria, Ur svenska hjärtans djup and vår svenska fana. And before Felix had managed to get a word in, he had broken off, thanked, and said goodbye. Didn't you say he wanted to meet me so that we could have the opportunity to exchange experiences of Rome? Yes, replied Carl Gustaf. He seemed to find a sardonic pleasure in seeing the talkative Felix defeated by an even greater talker. Great exchange, said Felix discontentedly. Everything he said I already knew. Mrs. Olga had visited them now and then to make sure there was coffee in the pot and ice in the punch cooler, and now when she came, the priest had, as usual, left without saying goodbye to her. With a tray to collect the coffee service, Felix and Carl Gustaf remained in the arbor with warmth-drained eyes and punch-dazed expressions. They had refilled their glasses. The morning is ruined anyway, said Felix. One more glass won't make a difference. She had jerk on her mind, but to avoid irritating Carl Gustaf, she kept her worries to herself. She was also slightly tormented by the fact that in her anxiety for jerk, she too easily forgot about Hinke's troubles. It was Carl Gustaf himself who brought up the subject. Perhaps he had seen the worry on her face. Hinke was here briefly to say hello before he cycled to the lake for a swim. He said he had come home to meet Felix. Hasn't Jerk shown up yet? No? Well, there's no harm. He's probably out with some boys swimming and fishing. Mrs. Olga objected cautiously. But it's not like him to miss 2 meals, because he doesn't know that lunch has been postponed on account of the Vicar. And with Felix here as well, I'm starting to wonder if something has happened. Happened, said her husband. What then? Nonsense. He's reached that age where he's starting to become independent and not just clinging to your apron strings, Olga. He turned to Felix. Mothers can never learn that the time comes when children start to go their own way. Mrs. Olga brushed the table clean of linden blossoms and dandelion seeds, secured the linen cloth a bit better. She was eager to hear what Felix had to say, but he said nothing. Carl Gustaf continued. Hinke started early. He did. He was a master of all kinds of neglect. Incredible. During the summers, he never arrived on time for a single meal. And now Jerk has started doing it too. It is in itself a hopeful sign, for I was almost beginning to fear that he was one of those dependent mama's boys, one of those unenterprising dreamers who never amount to anything. Felix wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. You're too much of a dreamer yourself to like dreamers, he said. A dreamer? Me? Ha! That's the last thing. Dear brother, we all are, at least in the beginning, more or less a kind of dreamer. For heaven's sake, our life does indeed begin as a dream. But the time inevitably comes when we must wake up from this dream. Mrs. Olga took the tray with the coffee pot, the cream-filled pastry, the sugar bowl, and the priest's coffee cup on it and left the rest. She walked across the garden path between the lilac bushes and along the side of the house to the open kitchen window, pushed the tray over the windowsill, and asked Hilda, who was busy cooking dinner, to take care of it. Then she turned and went to her garden flowers. Some had fared very badly from the peculiar storm wind that had passed by at noon. Some of them were broken. A hollyhock, a couple of delphiniums, and some columbines had snapped, and the sweet peas had tangled into each other and warily lay down. She thought that it was probably true that Jerk had begun to withdraw from her feminine, maternal influence and seek out more masculine pleasures, and indeed she mourned it. A delightful time of unrestricted companionship was over, but she found it completely natural and was not anxious about it. A task, a kind of companionship, has its time, she thought. Then it transitions into something else. One must redirect oneself and learn what it was he needed now, as he was on his way into the harsh world of men. That she would still be needed for a long time, Hinke had shown her today. Thus a mother finds solace in her son's misfortune, she thought. It is the true maternal egoism. When we can no longer share their joy, we console ourselves with their misfortunes. So she thought of Jerk again. He had begun to show a certain indifference to the evening prayers, had taken to the habit of asking certain shrewdly skeptical questions, in which she recognized Carl Gustaf's viewpoints and word choice, and to come up with expressions like actually, or probably, or real things. It was as good a sign as any. But boys at the age of 9 are not or cannot be entirely consistent. They are testing the waters, so he often relapsed. He could still come into her in the sewing room and ask, for example, Mom, Tell me, when you sleep and dream, where are you then? Why does it feel like you were dreaming when you were awake, and as if you were awake when you dream? Or Mom, tell me, why can a calf both stand and walk as soon as it's born, when it takes over a year before a child can do that? Why can animals do almost everything from the start, and why does it have to be so troublesome to be human? And surely the trees can both see and hear me, don't you think? There was often an unspoken mistrust of the father's explanations behind these questions. The days before Felix arrived, it was rainy weather then. He spent a lot of time up in the attic, and he could lie for hours on his stomach in the sawdust and flip through old Var-8 Dag. With an almost voracious interest, he studied the Boers and Englishmen's uniforms and mocked his mother when she couldn't tell a Boer from an Englishman. Why do women never care about what interests us men? Or, you know nothing about regicide, Mom. You just think it's nasty. Of course it's nasty, but these are political world events, you see. Look here. And he pointed to a headline where these significant words were written. And now, for the first time in his life, he had set off and neglected 2 meals. On all previous excursions that he knew would take a long time, he had asked for a packed lunch and said that he would not make it home for this or that meal. After cutting off all the broken flowers, she called out to Sigrid in the dining room window, handed her the flowers, and asked her to put them in a vase for the time being. She would take care of them later and sort them out. She looked up at the sky. Large, heavy clouds were rushing by. Then she went back to the arbor and sank down on the bench that ran around the table and the inside of the arbor. The brothers were unexpectedly completely silent, sucking on their extinguished cigar stubs and staring down into their empty glasses. A couple of punch-drunk wasps crawled across the table. Felix stared absently at her and apparently thought of Jerk again, for he said, "How is the boy doing in school?" "Well," said Carl Gustaf, "you know that I am very particular about my boys not being treated differently than the other children. No favors. In school, I am their teacher, not their father." Hinke took to it just fine, even with delight, for he was, and to some extent still is, a cheeky rascal. He wasn't stupid. He challenged me with difficult questions, backed me into a corner, and had a wickedly good time. He certainly didn't hesitate to embarrass me in front of the whole class, the devil. Carl Gustaf smiled contentedly. Mrs. Olga noticed with wonder Felix's gloomy face and the almost hostile glance with which he regarded his brother. "But Jerk, no," continued Carl Gustaf. "He won't accept it. He's softer. He constantly forgets himself and looks confused and foolish when he appeals to his dad with some ridiculously private and utterly irrelevant question and receives an answer from a stern teacher. He sits there fishing for favors. If he can't answer a question related to the school subject, he tries to get by, just as if we were sitting at home in the hall, by talking about something else. It's a most irritating bad habit. Felix looks as though he's waiting for something, thought Mrs. Olga. What's on his mind? She turned her gaze away when his eyes suddenly sought hers. She heard his dry voice. "Does he have a reading ability?" "Yes and no," said Carl Gustaf. "He's imaginative and consequently has a poor memory. And what can one learn with a lousy memory? When it comes to facts, that is. But when it's about more irrational things, things that touch his imagination, then he's on the ball. Take history, for example, when there's a bit of excitement in the mix. It's strange. No one can describe Gustav Vasa's first adventures in Dalarna like he can. And last spring he surprised me by knowing a lot about the murder of Gustav III, even though his class hadn't gotten there yet. So one can answer both yes and no to the question. He has a peculiarly fine ear for foreign names and geography. He undoubtedly has a fine linguistic ear. But when it comes to years, population, mathematics, geometry, and the theoretical side of grammar and other such things, then he's just lost. One suddenly finds oneself dealing with an idiot. But weather and wind, the sun and the moon, clocks and chronometers of all kinds, interest him ridiculously enough enormously. Most surprising. It must be his grandfather's doing. For old man Verodel, the wind still means something, even though he walks on the wood path in Bothagen with nothing but spruce forest around him, and a tiny little patch of a lake. When it comes to grandfather, there's romance in it, you see. But his father allows no romantic fancies. They are risky things when it comes to knowledge and skill. I have tried to make him understand that, but no, he does not want to comprehend. Felix's mouth twisted in a strange way, but he said nothing. Children are good imitators, she thought. Therefore they should have good, admirable role models. And children are listeners, questioners, not responders. Teachers forget that all too easily. And Jerk can listen, and it is precisely listening he needs. We must give the children something they can listen to. It is a pity for the person who has never learned to listen, for she is excluded. One day she will knock on a gate and not understand why she cannot enter. He who has never learned to listen can use his ears as much as he wants. He hears nothing anyway. It was different with Hinke, continued Carl Gustaf. Alert to facts, sharp in mathematics and geometry, everything to do with physics and chemistry, a numbers man, skilled in crafts. It's a joy to hear a boy who knows coins, measures, and weights on his 5 fingers, and who never slips up on the length of rivers, the heights of mountains, and the size of cities. Hinke is a quick and alert boy, and he will surely become something practical. Mrs. Olga thought, but he slips up on what he cannot measure, his own feelings, his sorrows, his very being. In a peculiar way, he is a stranger in his own innermost self. Who gives us knowledge about ourselves? What good are facts when it comes to our soul, our spirit? There are no measurable heights or depths. Shouldn't we also learn to listen to ourselves? Shouldn't we also learn to see ourselves? Felix lit a new cigar. I am very fond of Hinke, he said, without anything particularly dangerous sounding in his voice. He's a fine boy, and he has that abrupt surface and that brusquely unaccommodating manner which generally indicates a sympathetic shyness for emotions, perhaps precisely because the emotions are so strong. But I wonder if you aren't being a bit unfair to Jerk, Carl Gustaf. Of course I am, said Carl Gustaf calmly. I always am towards those I have in school. That is to say, demanding and strict, and such is always called, God knows why, unfair. In school I am no friend of coddling. Men must be raised to be men. In the hands of Olga and the primary school teachers, he has had enough of excessive consideration. Miss Follen was too weak for him, and now he shall learn to step into the world of men. Yes, I can see that you're looking at me, dear Olga, and I understand that you don't like this reasoning because you think that Jerk is such a completely different and more sensitive boy than most. You thought the same about Hinke in his time, by the way. You see, that's what all mothers think about their boys. But you can be completely calm. I can sit here and be harsh towards Jerk. But at school, I am incorruptibly fair. I just have to teach him that which women have so little sense for, namely objectivity, because without knowing what objectivity is, one can never learn to be fair. Feelings are all well and good, and I certainly don't want to kill them, but in the world of women there is too much of them, and that's what needs to be corrected. The silence was suddenly charged with something that made Mrs. Olga anxious. Was this the moment Felix had been waiting for that had now arrived? She didn't like his smile. There was something maliciously cruel in it that did not bode well. She looked at Carl Gustaf. He didn't seem to like the smile either, and he probably knew it better than she did, and knew what it meant. Brothers who have grown up together often have the sensitivities of their youth very well preserved, secret vulnerabilities that follow them throughout life. "What are you grinning at?" he said. "Because I've always thought that if there's anyone who handles the practicalities in your house, it's Olga, not you," said Felix. At these words, Carl Gustaf also noticed the change in atmosphere. She sensed the slightest shift in his face. First he was confused, and then his face became rigid. Then came the pain, the never-forgotten pain of boyhood years, and then all the lines in his face turned downwards, and then anger swept over it like a swift passing shadow, leaving behind a naked, pale, defenseless face. There was also a dangerous and unnecessary sharpness in Felix's voice, she thought. It must be because of the heat and the thunderous air. Carl Gustaf composed himself. He simply sat and was silent until the worst of the anger had passed. "Would I be unreasonable?" he said with a slightly insidious smoothness in his tone that she rarely heard. "Certainly not," said Felix with a desolately cold smirk that was also out of the ordinary. "You are passionately objective. There is just such a strong element of emotion in your so-called objectivity. Yes, passion, that you overshoot the mark, dear brother." Mrs. Olga stared through the arbor's opening at the green lawn, and mechanically thought that it should be cleared of the dandelions that had now begun to bloom for the second time, while she waited for a discharge. But Carl Gustaf's voice was as insidiously smooth as before. She heard an almost imperceptible tremor deep beneath it, and she involuntarily closed her eyes. "What's that? Overshoot the mark? Good God, if she could prevent Felix from saying something venomous now. Good God, stop him!" Felix twisted his mouth strangely. His eyes shone under the thick black brows, and it came out coldly toneless. "Yes, you are so infuriatingly objective that you become unobjective. And unfair, not so much towards the boys, perhaps, for they are not fully grown yet, they are both this and that and everything, but," and here the voice became razor-sharp, towards Olga. Carl Gustaf's face froze again, while Felix fixed him with an almost brutal intensity. But the fierce shadow did not return. While she sat praying to God that neither of them would say anything that would take years to overcome, she saw her husband's face soften, dissolve. He smiled. "Towards Olga?" he said with raised eyebrows. "Nonsense." So he suddenly rose, approached her, bent down, and kissed her on the forehead. "It's only idiots like Felix who can say that I am unfair to you, Olga," he said, and smiled uncertainly at her. The kiss on the forehead felt like a retreat from previously held positions, she thought, like an escape from great danger. In any case, he had maneuvered Felix out and saved himself, over to her. She felt that in this kiss he was seeking refuge with her. Now it was instead Felix's face that had hardened into rigid inscrutability, but he remained silent. Carl Gustaf placed his hands on her shoulders and looked steadily into her eyes. She met his gaze just as steadily, but felt uncomfortable. "Something unclean has entered me," she thought. "I am not true, but, good Lord, forgive me, what should I do? It's because he has forced me to keep silent about opinions that are unpleasant for him." He said, "Olga, am I unfair to you?" She could not smile at him. Something deep inside her innermost being twisted like a worm in agony. Oh my God, must she lie again now? "No, dear friend," she said, "you are not. I probably deserve what I get. You are only ever unfair to yourself. In that case, Hinky and you are as alike as two peas. You are so shy about the best within yourselves that you do everything to hide it in the worst you have." "The worst?" he said, looking puzzled. He released her shoulders and placed his hands on his back. "The worst?" he repeated doubtfully. Felix burst into an empty, soulless laugh, struck his knees hard, and said, "A most mixed compliment, upon my honor. But spot on. There lies the very core of masculinity exposed. To be masculine is just a kind of self-denial, if it isn't outright a kind of immaturity. The men who really realize this are not at all masculine." "Nonsense," said Carl Gustaf. "You don't understand that. You are an artist, you live on emotions, you sell them. Your emotions are a commodity. What you call self-denial and immaturity, that is, let me tell you, just pure plain decency." "Suit yourself," said Felix, leaning back and laughing again, but the laughter sounded natural now. "I'm as indecent as the devil," he said. Carl Gustaf smiled a bit twistedly, but the danger was over now, she saw. Thank God. Although it was frightfully close, she thought. Nothing happened, but wasn't it just postponed? How long could it be postponed? One beautiful day it might finally happen. There are things you cannot escape. That was when the first real clap of thunder came. They looked up at the sky, which was filled with majestically rolling dark clouds. She stood up and said it was best that they went inside. At that moment, a slight lady in a white blouse, dust-edged gray skirt, and a large straw hat with a hat pin in her reddish hair came along. She was leading a lady's bicycle on the footpath around the house, and when she caught sight of them, she leaned the bicycle against the wall's bench, bent over the bike, and unfastened a package from the carrier. Then she straightened up and walked towards the arbor. She had large brown eyes and looked nervous. "It's Mrs. Schuyler from Leckeberga," whispered Mrs. Olga before she went to meet her. What on earth could she want? She was surprised that the lady from Leckeberga was not dressed in mourning, for she had just lost her sister. The ladies met and shook hands, and Mrs. Schuyler handed over the package, which contained a cheesecake, a gift from her and Oscar. After Mrs. Olga had received the package and thanked her, Mrs. Schuyler asked in subdued words for forgiveness for coming and disturbing them. She seemed pale, timid, and a bit confused. She said, "Dear Mrs. Dandelion, You haven't seen my girls, have you? That is my daughter and niece. You know them, right? Charlotte and Elizabeth. I know they are friends with your son, Jerk. You don't mean they've disappeared? Said Mrs. Olga. Jerk is actually completely missing. Mrs. Sheeler stared, flinched at a loud clap of thunder, and explained with the same peculiar nervousness that the girls had gone out at 6:30 in the morning and hadn't been seen since. They had taken the dog Bodge with them, but he came home alone at breakfast time. Mrs. Olga and Mrs. Sheeler agreed that the girls must be with Jerk, and they talked over each other. What kind of adventure could they have embarked on? Where did the girls usually go? And where did Jerk usually head off to? Mrs. Sheeler looked anxiously up at the sky and said that the girls usually went to Rutjern to swim, but she had been there, and there was no sign of them, and she hadn't met a soul who had even caught a glimpse of them. The whole thing was highly disturbing. Then came a loud clap of thunder, and Mrs. Sheeler jerked again and grabbed Mrs. Olga's arm. Only then did Mrs. Olga understand that the young Leckeberga wife was simply afraid of thunder. Besides, of course, being worried about the girl's disappearance. Come, she said, took the young wife under her arm and pulled her along up the school stairs and through the school children's cloakroom. The Dandelion brothers followed at a somewhat leisurely pace, while the thunder rumbled dully over the silent, submissively waiting landscape. The heat weighed down the air, the trees stood motionless, the birds had hidden themselves, and everything seemed very ominous. The moment the rain began to fall, Hinky came cycling at full speed on the road, turned into the open gate, threw his bike at the stairs, and rushed in. He stopped in the hall to catch his breath. He stared through the hall door's small round window. Everything outside, the fence, the gate, the road, the cemetery wall, the trees, and the church with the gravestones in the chapel, almost completely disappeared in the downpour. He heard footsteps on the stairs, and when he turned around, he saw that it was his mother standing there in the dark stairwell. Her voice came thin and forlorn against the backdrop of the rain that roared against walls and windows and gushed in the downspouts. "Have you seen Jerk?" He let out a harsh laugh. "No," he said, "but rest assured, Mom, he's probably on his way home now. In this weather, it's no pleasure to be outside any longer." Chapter 16. The timber road ran over tree roots and stones, between mountain crevices and timber stacks, over hills with pine forests and down into valleys with streams and dense deciduous greenery, and so it had continued for an hour, and still no settlement was in sight. The sun shone again, and the fire smoke had long since disappeared, but the air was misty with moisture, especially in the valleys where the freshly fallen rain evaporated in the warmth of the sun and rose like steam. The forest was just as dense, but not quite as gloomy anymore, for long rays of sunlight fell at an angle between the pines and spruces. It smelled fresh, and they heard the cooing of wood pigeons and the melancholic song of a yellowhammer. When they came to an open, bright forest clearing, they saw a rainbow over the trees. They stopped as if in reverence, and stared unwaveringly at it until it slowly dissolved and disappeared. They had walked fast and were quite out of breath, so they sat down in the sunshine on a fallen pine. They watched in amazement how also the dampness in their clothes rose up like a light smoke. They looked at each other with wide eyes, awakening to the consciousness of their situation, discovering how ridiculously half-drowned and dirty they were. But they did not laugh, for the seriousness still held them in its grip. The fear had not let go. They smiled a little hesitantly. The girl's hair was slicked down by the wetness, the straw hats drooped, the braids had hardened into ropes, the bows looked like curly mushrooms, and the dresses like wet, sad sacks. Jerk's blouse shirt clung soaking wet tightly against the body. The cap felt like a heap of wet rags, and the trousers were just nothing else than a cold, wet dishcloth. They sat and smiled at each other with wet faces, but said nothing. The silence signified fatigue. Nall had fared well in the downpour, for Elizabeth had carried him against her chest inside her dress, and now he was brought out, greeted, and placed to dry on a tree stump in the sunshine. Lawton's eyes began to regain their squirrel-like sprightliness. She looked around eagerly and said, "Where are we now? Do we have far to go home?" Elizabeth and Jerk exchanged a covert, perplexed glance, and Jerk said, "Wait, Let me think. We ran from the railway, as I believe, towards the northeast. He always heard his father's voice and sensed his urging example when he forced himself to be factual and not say more than he could truly vouch for. Let me see. Here is where the forest is thickest, if I remember the map correctly. No one lives here, at least not until we get a good way up towards Sandshewn. There are a couple of farms there, but I've forgotten what they're called. I've been there once with Franz, but it's an awfully long way there, for we had to travel half the day. But here, said Elizabeth, if no one lives here, to whom does the barn belong, and the log road and all the timber? Someone must take care of it. Yes, of course, he said, but it could belong to the railway company. I am not familiar with the farms and homesteads in this part of the parish. To the north, before you reach Sandshewn, lies Normira that I know, but no one can live there. It's a cloudberry marsh. It might not be as dangerous as Crocarrot, but it's just as big. Elisabeth had a good memory. Didn't Nisa Lambert mention a couple of farms called Östra and Vestra Krogstorp? And weren't they supposed to be somewhere, a good distance beyond the railway? Jerk did not remember that. He had never heard of any farms with those names. But if Nisa Lambert said it, then it was correct. Write that down. Should we turn back to the railway? She said as she emptied her shoes and looked at the hole-worn socks and the sour, muddied shoes. He sat astride the fallen pine, sat there spurring his manly, worrisome responsibility as if it were a skittish horse. He pretended the difficulties were a horse that he had to tame. No, he said. Back to the railway is too far, and it might still be burning there. This logging road must lead somewhere, perhaps to a real road, and on such a road we might come across a ride. Where are we then? Lawton said impatiently. Why can't you tell me where we are? She had not yet discovered the patience, honesty, and joy of matter-of-factness. She was just impatient, tired, hungry, and homesick for her mother. Easy does it, said Jerk. We'll manage the record. All hands on deck, no panic. The objectivity, the pattern with Mysterious Island, had a revitalizing effect on him, but he could only reach it when he was allowed to search for it himself, not when Dad was looming over him. Finding it on his own made him feel manly, omnipotent, standing above all the vile circumstances, like Scott, Stanley, and Peary. It was the man's eternally playful seriousness, but in a boy, this is most pronounced when he has lost faith in himself and memory and imagination are failing, and both imagination and memory were failing Jerk now. He was completely lost and astray, although he hoped, hadn't lost his sense of direction. The wet clothes prevented them from becoming drowsy, but otherwise they were more tired than they were willing to admit. Lawton said that her feet hurt, and that her stomach felt like a hole, with not a single thing in it, for unlike Elizabeth and Jerk, she was a slave to her feelings of discomfort. They got in the way and prevented her from thinking about anything else. Suddenly she got a stomach cramp, and while the girls went a little way into the forest and Jerk took care of his natural needs by a half-rotten stack of birch logs, he thought of home, mother, father, and Uncle Felix. How they must wonder and worry now. But he couldn't bear those thoughts for long. Homesickness pinched at him. The present was in all its uncertainty after all. He couldn't find the words, but he felt them. More accessible, more malleable. It was drippingly silent in the forest. He looked up at the sky, and through the moisture haze and against the background of a thin, misty cloud, he saw the eagle again. It felt like a mysterious jubilation in his chest, like a divinity's comforting greeting, and he lifted his cap, swung it, and beamed up. It felt as if he had gotten air and strength back in his lungs, and since Uncle Felix called all animals, trees, and flowers his brothers and sisters, he said aloud, "Thank you, brother." A child feels hope as strength and joy, but gives it no name. It doesn't use the word happiness either. It is only when we know what true hopelessness and misfortune are that we give hope and happiness their names. Jerk could lose hope, but he didn't really know when he did it. It felt like a great fatigue, like just wanting to lie down and sleep. The eagle circled in calm, wide, slow arcs against the moisture-glimmering cloud and seemed to look down on him. He thought with a kind of vertigo, the eagle might see the railway, Långgöla, Crocarrot, Långmyra, Ekinga, Rotjärn, the way home, and perhaps even the church tower. And then the thought came with a deep, trembling wonder in it. and Trefoteberget. Where was it? That was where they were headed. The eagle disappeared again, as if he had just wanted to ascertain their location and inform them that he had not abandoned them. Then the girls came. The first sign of the proximity of people was that they saw and heard house martins in the air. Then a couple of squirrels jumped across the road, which indicated deciduous forest. Thereafter came a fence with a crooked and rickety gate, and inside it the timber track became almost a proper road. They opened the gate, went through, closed it behind them, and felt solemn in spirit and full of curious anticipation. When they caught sight of a forest clearing with greenish-yellow wheat and cornflowers in it, they simply felt reverent and praising in their souls. Jerk swallowed and said, "No rubbish in the hedge as long as the splinters hold." It was a phrase that Jericho used when something unexpectedly favorable appeared. It was like seeing an island after a long, long time at sea. He felt that he had gone through infinitudes of forest, just forest. By the clearing grew a wild apple tree, and in it hung an old, worn milking stool. "Fine fish," he muttered. The girls just kept silent and stared. They had hardly expected to feel so oddly at ease upon seeing a small wheat field, a wild apple tree, and a milking stool. There is something strange about things that human hands have touched. The children did not know the words warmth and security as the adults used them. For it is only when we no longer know what warmth and security truly are that we use those words. But the children lived inside the very concepts, and needed no words for what they felt when they saw the milking stool, the wild apple tree, and the wheat field. Along the ditch grew dandelions, and since the dandelion does not like the forest, it must have been the end of the forest now. Jerk looked around and noticed that they were surrounded by willow, alder, aspen, and birch. Then came a gate and a fence again, but this gate stood open, and on the road inside it walked 3 hens, and they stretched their necks, clucked, turned, and fled. The deciduous forest still hid the human dwelling, but they constantly heard the swallows in the air. After the gate came a rubbish heap. Between 2 large boulders in a natural hollow lay a mass of waste, a pot lid without a handle, a dented bucket, a soleless shoe, a chamber pot with cracked enamel and rust turned black, heaps of rotten potatoes, broken bottles, and all sorts of other debris. A rubbish heap belongs to human proximity, and since children seldom see the repulsive in this backside of the human, this stinking nastiness seemed almost festive to them. Lawton rushed forward and grabbed a naked, broken doll, but Elizabeth quickly took the wet, dirty thing from her and threw it back into the garbage heap. "You little dirt pig," she said. "You have Nolly, after all." Lawton was too exhilarated to care about this reprimand. She forgot her fatigue and began to skip and dance along the road instead of walking with dignity and decorum. "Polera! Polera!" she called to the chickens. Then, amidst a cluster of berry bushes, a woodshed appeared, with a neatly chopped and stacked pile of firewood and a chopping block in front. There was also a grindstone, and a scythe hung in a tree. Here the road curved around the berry bushes, and it looked as if it were squinting at them and saying, "Guess where I'm going? Guess where I'm going?" And finally, beyond the berry bushes, against a backdrop of tall, lush, rain-glistening greenery and surrounded by dense shrubs, lay a long, quiet, gray-white painted dwelling house with light green gables and window trims, and it lay there as if in a vision, a dream. To the right of it, they saw a moss-gray shed, a brown-red barn, and a row of outbuildings. The dwelling house looked very old and dignified, and the courtyard in front of it lay in sun-hazy, half-asleep stillness. The sky stood high but was moisture-laden above the trees. When they took a few steps closer, they saw over an open green meadow dipped to the left of the houses and the garden a large lake with islets in it. It also glimpsed a little further to the right between the cowshed and the outbuilding wing. "Svengen!" Jerk screamed and lifted his cap again. "It's Lake Svengen. I recognize it. It has 9 islets as long as all get out and goes all the way up to Nittefall, Björke, and Lycke. But what is this place?" "Don't know," he said. "Imagine we've come this far. Across the lake at the northern end, there's a long bridge, Lycke Bridge. The Turn is the parish's largest lake, a mile long." They had stopped and stared out into the moisture-glimmering air over the lake. The farm lay in the shadow of the rain-soaked trees, not a soul in sight except for the chickens. The road ran straight ahead towards a red fence with a white painted gate in it, but across it ran another road, leading from a valley that lay to the left, over the hill where the farm was situated, to another valley that lay to the right. It was a proper driving road. Before they reached this road and the gate, a figure appeared behind an old pear tree, but it was only a scarecrow over an oblong strawberry patch that stretched along this side of the driving road. It was a ghastly sight, wearing a green-faded navvy hat, a dirt-white cloth for a face, a sackcloth for a scarf, an ancient, worn and black-green overcoat around the torso, and the arms of the coat swung empty and lifelessly in a gust of wind. Here also grew long rows of raspberry and currant bushes, and inside the white gate they saw clusters of peonies, monkshods, lilies, and marigolds. The stillness and silence made the children hesitant. Lawton whispered, "Who lives here? How can we know that when we don't even know the name of the farm?" said Elizabeth. "Yes, but someone must live here, right?" "Dumbo. Of course someone lives here." They crossed the driveway up to the gate and looked in at the flowers and the circular lawns and the neatly graveled paths around them. In the center of the house there was a small open veranda with white painted benches. A stone staircase led up to it, and behind it the double doors stood open. It was a low 2-story house with 4 windows up top and 2 below, one on each side of the veranda. The children felt that the windows were watching them suspiciously. Behind the mysteriously gleaming panes, white curtains were glimpsed. Jerk looked around. He now saw that the driveway to the left ran downhill, slid past a barn and over a stone bridge, and disappeared into the spruce forest. On both sides of it lay pastures with grazing cows, birches and stone cairns, and fields and greenish-yellow cereal crops. Far in the distance, towards the lake, he saw a flock of sheep, but not a sign of human life was to be seen, nor any other human dwelling. He looked to the right, east, but there stood the spruce forest again. Then he started, for beyond the dark green infinity of the spruce forest rose a haze-blue mountain, and high above it, though closer to here, hovered a small dot. Was it not the eagle? "It's the mountain," he said and pointed. "I could bash my head in swearing it's 3-foot mountain. What do you think? Do you see the eagle? He lives there." He heard Elizabeth take a deep breath. Then she grabbed him and said, "Quiet." They listened intently. It was the train. Far away in front of the mountain somewhere the railway ran, for right now they saw the smoke, a thin winding smoke from the locomotive. They heard surprisingly clearly the echoing rattle of the wagons, the panting of the locomotive, and even the bangs against the rail joints. "It's so audible," she said. "Light east wind," said Jerk. He thought it must be a freight train again. The train quickly disappeared into the deep forest, perhaps right where they had walked, a long time ago. There was no sign of the forest fire. He turned around. "Look," he said, now pointing westward, between the lake and another small mountain. "There you have the thunderclouds," he said. They lay there like a blue mountain range slowly sinking below the horizon. While watching them, they seemed to see how they sank. A rooster crowed, and they became aware of the house and the silence again. The lake shimmered in a moistly twinkling sunbeam, and the islets, of which only 3 were visible, sailed forest-covered and solemn in the water. A lone white seagull came flying in over the quiet yard. "Shall we not go inside?" said Lawton. Chapter 17. They stepped cautiously onto the small porch. Elizabeth tiptoed across the creaking planks to the open doors and peered into a dim, cramped vestibule with a black-brown-red rag rug on the floor and filled with some kind of spice scent that mixed with that smoky smell that often lingers in old houses where one never airs out in the winters. The walls were painted brown and every wall surface had a yellow-white closed door. To the right, a steep staircase led upwards, and its handrail was so worn and polished that it shone in the gloom. So they stepped into the vestibule and stood there for a moment with faces turned upwards, listening. The silence was profound, but from above, through the stairwell, came something that sounded like the buzz of a spinning wheel. Lawton grew impatient, and with her usual innocent boldness she opened the door to the right. A large, shadow-filled room with a wide-tiled stove, 4 windows, long rag rugs, a ticking Dalecarlian clock, and a large table with a tall kerosene lamp on it. Their eyes swept around in the empty silence. A sofa, a cupboard, a black rocking chair, 4 chairs around the table, and next to the tiled stove a small sewing table. All 3 of them crowded on the worn threshold. Then they jumped at the sound of a rough bass voice that came from up the steep stairs. "Is anyone there?" They turned around and looked up the stairs, but they could not see the top end of it. Elizabeth licked her dry lips and managed to say, "Yes. We were going to ask for the nearest way to Dalhem. We have gotten lost." A moment of silence, and they heard the song of a leaf warbler out in the garden. And then, "What? Have you lost your way? Wait, I'm not so quick on my feet. Where's my stick?" The clatter of a stick and creaking steps were heard, and then in the stairwell appeared a pair of slipper-clad feet, a pair of swollen ankles in gray wool socks, a dark brown heavy skirt hem, and the tip of a stick. And while the feet laboriously made their way downward, the coarse voice was heard. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Before the face of the inquirer became visible, Elizabeth answered loudly, "My name is Elizabeth Bogey, and I have my cousin with me. Her name is Lawton, and we are from Leckeberga. And then there's the Cantor Dandelin's boy, Jerk." They stared in amazement at the middle-aged woman who slowly became visible. Tall, thin, black-haired with a dark shadow on her long upper lip, and she smiled at them with large yellow teeth and strangely pale eyes. "Are you 3 then?" she said while she continued to descend. "I don't know anyone from Leckeberga, but the Cantor's boy." "The youngest? He's just a child, you know." Now she had reached the bottom step, standing there leaning on her cane, staring at them with her empty, pale eyes. She smiled her wolfish smile and said, "You'll have to excuse me for being forward, but are you children, all 3 of you? Are you 3? Elizabeth was confused. The old lady stood there at the foot of the stairs, motionless, grinning, with black hair, staring straight at them, asking if they were all children and if there were 3 of them. She said, "I am 13 years old. Lawton turns 9 in September. And Jerk, how old are you?" "9, he said full. "Then off you go," said the old lady. "You all have such sweet voices, God bless." "Eh? My name is Malvina." "Yes, I'm together at home, but haven't you gone astray from Dalhem? In this nasty weather? Huh?" So she walked stiffly, tender-footed up to the door that Lawton had opened and that Elizabeth anxiously closed again. She asked them to follow and led them inside. The trees outside the windows plunged the large room into a green twilight and gave it a very solemn character. Only now did they see a tall, dimly shimmering mirror on one of the long walls between 2 windows, and it leaned slightly forward so that the floor appeared sloping in it. Jerk looked at the Dalecarlian clock, whose ticking filled the entire room. Before, he had looked at it without thinking about what time it showed, but now he saw that it pointed to 3:30. 3:30, he thought, dismayed. It was an hour more than he had calculated. The black-haired woman smiled the same wild smile and said, "Huh?" and goodness with her dark, rough voice while she staggered strangely around the room, poking about with her stick. Then she said, "Do you see the rocking chair? It stood over there in the dark, but Sarah must have moved it when she swept this morning." Elizabeth pointed. "Does the lady mean this one?" In that instant, she and Jerk understood that the black-haired woman was blind. A brief, awkward silence ensued, while the woman stared and smiled her unchanging smile with large yellow teeth. She said. "Sumley is lame and can't move, but I can. Sumley is deaf and can't hear, but I can. Sumley is blind, and that I am, you see, children." She laughed quietly, as if she thought she had said something very witty. Elizabeth shyly approached her, took her by the elbow, and led her to the black rocking chair. She said, thank you," and sank into it, arranged her cane beside her, smiled her wide-open, gaping smile, and said, "You may call me Aunt Malvina. Take something to sit on and don't float away, then I can talk with you." And as they pulled out chairs and seated themselves around her, they learned that the farm was called Nopen, that it was owned by her 2 brothers, Gunnar and Ingemar Hallen. The eldest was married but a widower and had 2 daughters, Anna and Sarah. The younger was unmarried, as was she herself. Gunnar, Ingemar, and Anna were at haymaking at Gunnar's in-laws in Östra Krogstorp, and she had just received word that they had luckily avoided the rain there. Sarah had cycled to Lycka and was expected home at any moment. The children were at once captivated and a little frightened by her peculiar appearance. Especially Lawton found it hard to overcome her mistrust of this swarthy, gnarled, perpetually smiling horse face. But Elizabeth and Jerk soon realized that the grimace-like smile was an expression of a lively, almost vehement eagerness to please, and that she, even if she might be a bit touched, was not at all dangerous. Even though she had said she was blind, and even though they themselves noticed that she was, they always had a feeling that she saw them. They just couldn't understand how. "Well then," she said now, "dear children, where were you when the thunderstorm and the rain were at their worst?" "In the forest," said Elizabeth. "Lightning struck not far from us and started a fire." Miss Malvina started. For the first time they saw the smile fade. She said, "What are you saying? Was there a fire? Where then?" Jerk replied that as far as they could understand, the rain had put out the fire. They hadn't seen any smoke after the rain, but they hadn't stayed and watched the fire, of course. It wasn't far from the railway at all. She said that the railway, it was long. She wanted to know where exactly they had been when the lightning struck. They managed to explain that it was directly northwest of Ljungquist. "Ljungquist?" she said. "Good heavens. How on earth did you come that way? You don't mean to say you came all the way from Ljungquist? One could just sink into the ground there." "Yes, they came from Ljungquist," said Jerk. They had walked through the forest from Källan. They had made their way between Ljungmyra and Krokkaret. She stared, her chin dropped. She gaped and said that, "I don't know. Oh dear mild you, my creator. Do you really mean that?" "Then you have, let me see, walked nearly 2 miles, poor cripples?" 2 miles, echoed Elizabeth and Jerk, looking greatly at each other. Lawton sat unaffected, for distances in abstract measures meant nothing to her. Jerk allowed himself to doubt that it really was that far. "Oh, human," said Miss Malvina, and smiled her wolfish smile again. "I reckon it's at least a good 1.5 in any case. Oh, horror! What a perilous path, then! You must have had God's angels with you. What in all time were you doing this way for? Where were you headed?" "To Trefodeberget," said Elizabeth. She clapped her hands, laughed quietly, and rocked her head. She almost screamed, "Ai, Garskne!" That went really well, then. When they explained that it was because of the forest fire, she began to worry about it again, muttered, stood up, sat down again, and said it was strange, because no one here had seen any signs of burning. The tavern boy, Jonathan had been here just after the rain. He had said that they saw the thunderstorm and the rain over Noppen, but in Krogstorp they had not received more than a few drops, and that was indeed a stroke of luck for their hay harvest, already delayed by the previous rain. But if there had been a fire in the forest towards Ljungquist, he should have seen the smoke. In Krogstorp they could not have seen it, for it lay lower. She muttered for a long time, and was obviously worried. The wind was blowing from that direction, she said. I was outside to take down the bedclothes I had hung out to air, so I should have smelled the fire. I left the doors wide open, so I could get out in a flash in case the lightning would strike, but thank God it didn't. She rocked vigorously in the rocking chair, looked at them, and smiled as if she had said something witty again and eagerly awaited applause. Her large, felt-slippered feet cheerfully bumped against the floor, and the smile was glued to her face. Then it suddenly struck her. "My, what a life, children! You must be soaked," she said, feeling Elizabeth's dress tentatively. "Good heavens, are you starved too? Wait, you shall have food." She took her cane, stood up, avoiding their chairs as if she knew exactly where they were sitting, and walked stiffly on her swollen legs towards a white closed door. She found it without searching with her cane. At the door, she turned around, looked at them, smiled her eerie smile, and bellowed with her strong, dark voice. "Goodness! Huh? Follow me, so you can get dressed, for I shall dry your clothes." She managed everything in the large kitchen as easily and nimbly as if she had not been blind at all. In less than half an hour, she had lit the stove, heated up water and leftovers from dinner, and set the table in the kitchen. Then she washed the children's feet in a small round wooden tub, while their clothes hung to dry on a clothesline in front of the stove. With her seeing fingers, she felt that Elizabeth's and Jerk's feet had fared well through all the hardships, but that Lot's were a bit sore and swollen. So she washed the smallest girl's feet in 2 waters, after which she rubbed them with some kind of homemade ointment. Soon the children were wrapped in thick blankets, eating reheated brown beans with fried pork and drinking milk, while she smoothed the girl's braid ribbons flat again with a hot iron. They stared at the blind woman's incredible dexterity and nimbleness. Lawton was still a bit afraid of her, and therefore compliant and quiet. Elisabeth and Jerk cautiously inquired about the nearest way home. She said, "Are you completely daft, children? You're not thinking of walking home, are you? With those feet? You'll have to stay here overnight or wait until the car comes back, then someone can drive you home tomorrow. Otherwise, what would people say in Leckeberge and at the Cantors if you came walking from Hollands in Noppen? God forbid." But it turned out there was a good footpath. If one followed the left northern logging road past an empty signalman's cottage by the railway, for there were more small forest paths branching off from there, one would eventually come out on the north side of Källan, and there lay a crofter's cottage and a homestead called Vebo, and from there a cart road led to the valley road opposite Huckangen. Jerk's eyes brightened. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Vebo by Lake Kal. I've been there many times." Elisabeth asked if there was a telephone here or in Krogstorp. No, the nearest telephone was at the traders in Nittefall, and then one had to row across the lake along the bend that gave the lake its name. Or one could walk around the lake, for there was no drivable road other than through the village of Ljungquist, and just to get there was a good 3 miles. With a shiver of strangeness, Jerk felt that he had come far out into the wilderness. It was now that Elisabeth asked how far it was to Trofodaberget from here, and if there was a good footpath there. It was the same path she had just mentioned, she said. It was a path trampled by loggers, which charcoal burners and timber sleds used to get through in the winter. It ran down behind the cowshed, past the cart shed, and into the forest. One had to pass a tarn, and then came out at the railway where the trackman's cottage lay, but it was empty and abandoned now, for consumption had taken almost the whole family. The cottage lay on the other side, atop a hill in a grove of pines, and past it a little footpath led up to the mountain. How far it was she couldn't exactly say, she didn't remember, for she herself hadn't been up the mountain since she was a child. She lost her sight when she was 11 years old. But Sarah and Anna used to, back when the railway watchman Jonsson was alive, and that was a couple of years ago, go to his cottage to catch a ride on his handcar to Lycke. They knew the time he would travel there, you see. It would probably take them about 3/4 of an hour to walk to the watchman's cottage, she would think. If now the path was such that one could make it through, that is to say, and the rain or snow wasn't too much of a bother. But what are you going to the mountain for? Elisabeth gave Jerk a long look and said that she just liked to climb up mountains. Then it turned out that the clothes were dry, so the children dressed. Lawton started to become quietly fussy and argumentative, and as soon as she had her clothes and shoes on, she began to whisper, "Aren't we going home now? When are we going home? I want to go home now." Miss Malvina perked up. "She needs to sleep," she said. "Take her by the hand and follow me, you'll see." She briskly led them across the porch and into a chamber, where a massive, old-fashioned, made-up bed stood. Jerk stopped at the threshold and peered in, while Miss Malvina arranged the bedding with a couple of blankets. Lawton was displeased at having to take off her shoes again, but when it seemed like Miss Malvina intended to help her with that, she recoiled, took off her shoes herself, and climbed into the bed. She glared furiously at the flower-patterned wallpapers and at an oil print depicting a fire-breathing volcano by a lake with lots of boats and people on it. Then she refused to sleep unless Elisabeth lay down beside her, and Elisabeth sighed and relented. 10 minutes later, Jerk too had fallen asleep on a couch in the living room. Before falling asleep, he heard Miss Malvina washing up in the kitchen, then was overwhelmed by the stillness and silence of the house, felt it became an enormous ant, heard his mother's voice far away, and then he ran into the smoke-dense darkness of sleep, believing he was chasing the sound of his mother's voice. He woke up to someone touching him. He jerked awake and saw that Elisabeth was leaning over him with a finger on her lips. Then she pointed at the door and put her finger to her lips again. He pushed aside the blanket and got up, groggy with sleep. Then he saw her pointing again, and when his eyes followed the direction of her pointing finger, he discovered that Miss Malvina was sitting in the rocking chair with an empty coffee cup in her lap, asleep. Her head was tilted back, and her mouth was half open. He stared at her. This black-haired, gnarled, yellow, almost wild face was now peaceful, smoothed by sleep, but very serious, even sad. And though he did not understand it, he felt that a great gentleness and a deep loneliness emanated from the worn, sleeping features of this middle-aged maiden. And a voice within him whispered, "What does it matter now that her eyes are blind? In sleep, even the blind have eyes to see with." He became aware that Elizabeth was waiting for him. He took his sandals in hand, followed her, and tiptoed toward the door. They sat down on the small veranda. He felt the drizzle had eased somewhat, but he saw that the sunshine remained subdued and misty. "Lawton is probably sleeping for a couple of hours now," said Elizabeth in a low voice. "It would take 45 minutes to reach Trefota Berget. It'll be at least an hour and a half there and back. Shall we go?" He still felt dizzy from sleep, fumbled with the fastening of his sandals, and said, "Without telling anyone?" "Yes," said Elizabeth. "Lawton sleeps like a log, and Aunt Malvina thinks I'm asleep too. She'll think that only you went out, and that's fine. Besides, she might think you're asleep too, since she can't see you. And she probably doesn't want to disturb you." "Well," he said, "can't you manage? Are you too tired?" "Me?" he said. He stood up. "Of course we'll go. Otherwise we might never see Three-Leg Mountain and the Warrior's Cairn. Come on, then." Then he saw her rare smile again. She placed her hand on his chest and said, "You are one of the chosen," she said. "Ah," he said modestly. It was not difficult to find the path between the cowshed and the cart shed, but when they reached the downhill slope that led into the forest, they heard a screaming, wailing, and bawling behind them. They turned around. It was Lawton who came running with Nala in her arms, and she screamed, "Mommy, Mommy! I want to go home to Mommy. Are you going to leave me?" "You can't leave me. I want to go home to Mommy." A good distance behind her, Miss Malvina could be seen, who, leaning on her cane, trudged forward on her swollen legs, and she seemed to listen with her wide-open blind eyes while her mouth smiled its strange smile. "Hush," said Elizabeth. "Jerk and I were just going to go to the mountain. We'll be right back." "I want to come along," Lawton wailed. "I am afraid. I want to go home. I want to go home. We are not going home. It's too far." "Then I want to go with you to the mountain." Miss Malvina had stopped by the wagon gate. She waved her stick, stared at them with her pale empty eyes, and smiled her incomprehensible smile. "Let him come with us," she said. "You are probably brave, you who have run so far today. That you can manage, men go on. I shall have Aftavala ready for you when you come back. Goodbye to you." The children stood still and watched her as she waved her stick, turned, and staggered back towards the house. Perhaps she sensed that they were watching her, for she turned around once more and waved, and the sound of her coarse voice reached them. "Don't go astray, children, don't go astray." Only now did Elizabeth see that Lawton had stepped into her shoes without tying them, and as she bent down to do so, Lawton whispered in a frightened tone, "What's so creepy about her?" I woke up because she was standing in the doorway staring at me with her strange eyes and said, "Where are you? Where are you? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? How could she know that you had gone out? She's blind, you know." I got scared. I didn't want to be alone with her, so I rushed out. I got scared. "She's a kind person, Lawton," said Elizabeth. "She only meant well, you understand." Jerk thought about what he had seen in Aunt Malvina's face when she slept, but he felt that he wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone, perhaps because he didn't quite understand it himself, but it was there nonetheless, and he would never forget it. "I want to go home," said Lawton. Chapter 18. It was this afternoon that, even at this hour, concealed the beginning of the day's enigmatic transformation from him. What would constitute the day's hallmark, distinguish it from all others, and perhaps not change but imprint his entire remaining life. And hers. Nothing would be the same again, but he did not even suspect what it was he felt, or that the thing he did not know he felt would be broken down the moment he became aware of it. When the incomprehensible, he meant fate, finally found the time ripe to reveal something to one, it is often just as fate is about to demolish everything. Who could have foreseen this when one got up in the morning and saw this most ordinary but very delightful summer day? But first, there was Mrs. Sheeler. She could probably be a little pleasant lady when she wanted to. She scared him a bit with her sudden, whirlwind-like mood swings, quick smiles, and soft voice, which could just as unexpectedly become sharp, unlovely. She is easily pricked, he thought, or perhaps suspicious. She senses attack in every word, and she is deeply wounded by Carl Gustaf's coldness. She had calmed down considerably since the thunderstorm had passed, and as they now sat eating fried herring with the cheesecake from Leckeberga waiting on a serving table, she was entirely focused on pleasing Olga. It was evident that she looked up to Olga, that Olga was a significant personality in her eyes. He thought the Varo dell'Arna in Bothagen might perhaps be the pinnacle of peasant aristocracy for a girl from Leckeberga, and it was probably some of that which shone over Olga in little Mrs. Sheeler's eyes. She possessed that kind of sweetness which is very pleasant to look at, but which one should be wary of indulging in. He did not finish the thought, letting it drift away in this all too enticing scent of sensual femininity that his artistic nature was drawn to and feared. He looked at the small, delicate face with tiny, pale freckles under the mass of reddish hair, and thought that her husband must have had a painful awakening from the dream of sweetness. Oscar had spoken of him with that peasant-like mocking and stubborn animosity, for Engineer Sheeler was not only a socialist, but also a combative gentleman. The result was that he was now banned from Leckeberga, but how good Oscar had managed to settle that matter with Agnes Sheeler, that was beyond Felix's comprehension. It could only mean that she had a weak spot somewhere, and that Oscar knew of this weak spot. She, Agnes Sheeler, spoke of having sent a couple of men to search around Kirchen, and sent Oscar with horse and carriage to Denga and Hokangen, since the girls often wandered off in that direction. But none of them had returned when she cycled to the Cantor's residence an hour ago. Her mother would send Franz here if the children were found or showed up, and she asked what they had done to find Jerk. "Nothing," said Olga. "Nothing," echoed Mrs. Sheeler. Carl Gustaf said a bit tartly, "We are perhaps not so easily frightened, Mrs. Sheeler. We actually do not yet believe that anything serious has happened." "Not yet," said the lady of Leckeberga, fixing her beautiful brown eyes on his sour, unapproachable face. "Well, I must say, no one will make me believe that nothing serious has happened when my girls do not come home for breakfast. I am not familiar with the habits in your house, but at our home in Leckeberga we have very definite habits, at least concerning meals." Carl Gustaf smiled tightly and bowed stiffly over the table towards the young lady and said that, firstly, because both his son Jerk and her girls had disappeared at the same time, it was not at all certain that they had disappeared together. Secondly, they themselves had very regular habits, that is to say, the adults did, for they excluded, at least during the summer, the boys. Therefore they were used to the sons disappearing on long excursions and not coming home until the evening. "It's different with girls, dear Cantor," said Mrs. Sheeler. "They don't go out alone on any longer excursions. Moreover, Mrs. Dandelion has told me that this is the first time your son Jerk has left without a word to inform you of his whereabouts." "That's true," said Carl Gustaf. "But what do you suggest we do? There's no point in worrying about a boy until evening comes. If we had a telephone, for instance, we might have called around to see if anyone had seen him, but we don't have one." "No," she said. "That shows how foolish it is not to have a telephone. As I've said to Oscar, no civilized person nowadays is without a telephone, but he's so old-fashioned and frugal. And yet he is a lay judge. As such, he should indeed have a telephone. If I know Oscar well, he wants to be left alone and have peace and quiet," said Felix with a smile. "Peace and quiet, I can promise you that," she said in her sharpest tone. "He certainly doesn't like to worry. I have to scold him to get him to go to Denga. Like all incurable bachelors, he's a supreme egoist." "I understand him," said Carl Gustaf. "I don't like to worry either." "You're not a mother," said Mrs. Sheeler. "No, thank God," said Carl Gustaf. "I am just a heartless father. Mothers like to worry, and I so gladly grant them that. They need this little worry to feel that they mean something." Mrs. Sheeler gasped, but she quickly composed herself. Felix thought he noticed Olga patting her knee secretly under the table. In any case, she smiled reassuringly at the lady from Leckeberga, who allowed herself to be calmed. Hinke's presence was barely noticeable. He was so hunched and subdued, almost sorrowful, that it was hard to recognize him. What had gotten into him? As soon as the cheesecake was tasted and the coffee drunk, Mrs. Schuyler broke up. She could no longer control her worry. She had to go home. Carl Gustaf would go over to the church to speak with the sexton and the gravedigger about Sunday's 2 funerals, and Felix thought to accompany him. When they came out, Olga and Mrs. Schuyler stood outside the gate discussing something. And since Mrs. Schuyler directed a few smoothing words, "We really must hope that you are right, Cantor Dandelion, and that truly nothing serious has happened," to Carl Gustaf, he stayed out of sheer politeness and then forgot where he was heading. It had brightened, the sun shone again, but there was a moist haze over everything, which made the greenery at fairly close range appear bluish. His painter's eye appreciated this trembling, light-drenched air. Here, next to the cemetery wall, the road still lay in the shadow of the linden trees. The tree canopies shimmered, the puddles on the road glistened, all was afternoon quiet, and the church bell was just striking 3:30. What a delightful summer day, he thought. Mrs. Schuyler adjusted her hat, checked if the hat pin was where it should be, and placed her right foot on the bicycle pedal, while saying, "Thank you, dear Mrs. Dandelion. And oh, we mothers, we are indeed silly in our worry, but we must stick together, understand, and support each other." And then there came a little gust-like change of mood again. For she gave them, him and Carl Gustaf, a quick glance from her large, burning eyes, and said that it was of course clear that it took a long time before men realized that something could have happened. Oscar was one of those. Such an ostrich. As soon as she worried about something, he hid his head somewhere and thereby believed that no one saw him and that the danger was averted. Felix laughed. "But it's not his child," she said sharply, and gave Felix a reproachful look. She turned to Olga. "If I hear anything, I'll immediately send the barn boy, Franz, you know. He walks in his master's leisurely style, but I'll get him moving, I will." Had it not been for that sweet lady with her irritating motherliness, Carl Gustaf would likely have shown a clearer interest in the children's disappearance. But, Felix thought, such women left him utterly cold. Olga must have known that, for it was evident that she tried to suppress her in every way, and it had helped during the entire dinner, but not now. "Your calm, Mrs. Dandelion," she suddenly said in a shrill tone, "is meant to instill calm in me. I understand that, and I appreciate it very much. But unfortunately, I am made such that others' calm makes me jump out of my skin. Yes, forgive me, dear Mrs. Dandelion, but the only thing that can calm me is to act. Now I shall go home and stir up Oscar, if he has made it home from Hökingen and Denga, that is." Then she cast a searching glance at the sky, and apparently did not like the misty air, for she pursed her sweet mouth, and then she said goodbye, and mounted the bicycle, straight-backed and stiff-headed as if she were afraid of losing her hat. She wobbled a bit ungracefully on the bicycle before she picked up speed, and then Mrs. Schuyler was no longer in sight. And goodbye to her. She could jump in and out of her fine skin as often as she liked, but Olga's calm she would never learn to understand. Carl Gustaf had imperceptibly disappeared up the church wall's staircase, so that now it was just Olga and him left at the gate. And it was now it began. "I want to talk to you, Felix. There are always surprises lurking in the essence of every significant person," he thought. A significant person, obviously not significant through power, wealth, or even intelligence, almost always hides certain deep layers in their essence. They have like mysterious reserves within that most of us others do not have, and they do not squander them. They do not bring them out until fate knocks on the door and presents them with a choice. So it was with Olga. As soon as they had entered the cool, shadowy salon and sat down, he saw that her eyes were cold and her face pale with determination. He felt a vague unease, but it started so innocently, and God knows if she even intended to go further than that. She said she wanted to ask him not to irritate Carl Gustaf with certain allusions to what had once happened and could not be undone. He had regretted it, she knew that. She had seen it in him, and he would not have behaved as he did today if he had not felt that he must atone for that. She assured him, Carl Gustaf realized it was a mistake, and he regretted it. It was in that moment, in the arbor today, she understood that she must forgive him. It is consternation one feels when the reticent open their inner selves. It gives almost a sense of something inappropriate. In the years that had passed since this schism was interrupted by Carl Gustaf's fist-pounding ultimatum, they had not touched upon it with a single word. What happened then had existed in everything they thought and said, but wordlessly. And now, it felt as if something heavy turned inside him. It hurt somewhere in his most sensitive inner self. Did she want to betray her freedom of thought, her freedom of speech? Was that the result of this long silence? He said, "Dear Olga, you know as well as I do that Carl Gustaf is not a man whom one forgives. He would not accept forgiveness. He would be insulted, for he certainly does not believe he has done anything wrong. The only thing he fears is losing you, Olga. All his repentant maneuvers are rooted in this fear, not in any changed state of mind or altered opinion. If you overlook his oppression of opinion now, you will never be free again. You will be trapped." She sat like a statue. In the gentle, sparkling afternoon light that filtered through the trees outside, her face became beautiful, animated, Madonna-like, himself standing with his back to the window. But it was impossible to see in this motionless countenance what was stirring within her. The only thing he saw was her deep seriousness. He continued, "If Carl Gustaf comes once more claiming that he knows what objectivity and true justice are, he who, in pure old-fashioned conventionalism, refuses to acknowledge our cousin Ossian's legitimate claim to humane treatment, then I will not remain silent. You know that." And his way of stifling his brother's and his own wife's free speech, as if he could decide what we should think and feel. "I will never forget or forgive." She remained silent. Perhaps it was here that through his own words he forced her to go further than she had initially intended. Who knows? He said, "What's gotten into you, Olga? Why are you betraying yourself? Are you afraid to lose him?" Then came the enigmatic words, "It's not I who risk losing him. It's he who might lose me." He recoiled. What self-awareness? Or was it just cold objectivity? Yes, but then what? He can slam his fist on the table and forbid me anything, but if I didn't obey, he would still never cast me aside, she said with an almost frightening calm. "That's not it," she continued. "If I didn't obey him, I would eventually leave him. That's how it is." He felt only an empty, groping, helpless wonder. What was it she wanted to say with this? He stopped as if before something immense. Why? She had no desire to answer that, she said. What she now wanted was to ask him not to make it harder for her, but to assist her. By lying, by keeping silent. "Not lying, just keeping silent," she said. "Olga, you don't seem to understand what you're asking of me. I didn't think you were such a poor judge of character that you hadn't realized that in the long run, it's impossible to gag me. Not even for my sake?" "No," he said. "Precisely for your sake. I don't want to do it. So you intend, with deliberate intent, to stifle your own free thought for the sake of marital peace?" "Not the thought, just the word," she said. "And not for my peace, but for his." He began to pace the floor. Would he need to enlighten her about the fact that one who conceals what he considers right and proper eventually ceases to be able to think what was right and proper? If we tried to hide the truth, we gave power to the lie. She didn't believe that, she said. Perhaps some were weak in that way, but not her. Always wanting to be right could be just as dangerous, perhaps not for the truth itself, but for our selfless relationship to it. He conceded that there was something to it, but where was she going with this? What did she mean by all this, with this sudden, unexpected change? "It just must not happen," she whispered. "What then?" "That I abandon him," she said. "Why would that need to happen?" She couldn't answer that, she said. She only knew that if she openly insisted on her opinion, it would ultimately lead to that. "And that must not happen. And your peace of mind?" "My peace of mind?" she said. "I do not wish to buy myself any peace of mind at the price of his misfortune. I do not live for my own sake. I am nothing. I live for my husband and my children." "Olga," he said in despair. "Is that you, Olga? No, I cannot comprehend this. What does it mean? Is it a choice you're making? A choice between what?" She avoided the question. "I want to bear what he could not bear," she said. "Of the two of us, I am the stronger, and the strongest must carry the heaviest burden." Do you mean that Carl Gustaf would become so unhappy to have a wife who constantly asserted her own opinion? Not just him. Me too. He stared at her wildly, questioning. And now you want to ask me not to provoke anything that forces you to take a stand against your husband? Is that it? Yes, she said. That's what I want to warn you about. I will stand by my husband's side. Even against your own opinion? Yes, she said. When it comes to you, I understand that it's not because of cowardice, but what in the Lord's name is it? A choice, she said. I once chose him, and I want to stick to that. Because you once chose him as your husband, dear Olga, you don't need to share his opinions. An expression of impatience appeared on her face, but she maintained her composure. I don't, she said. But you conceal them? Now her patience snapped. She said there was no point in rehashing this, over and over again. She had said what she wanted to say. Now he knew where he stood with her, and if he wasn't satisfied with that, then he would have to be dissatisfied. And with that, she stood up. What's this, Olga? He said, ruffling his gray hair and looking confused. Does this mean that a full stop has been placed, that a door has been closed? She stood there, erect and still, illuminated by the gentle, twinkling afternoon light, but the spirited in her mature, Madonna-like face had been replaced by hardness, coldness, severity. If you want to see it that way, so be it, she said. Dear Felix, you know where you have me. I need hardly say that this must remain between us, and that I would prefer that we never speak of what has been said here, not even when we are completely undisturbed. And then she walked towards the door. But Olga, he said, you can't leave before you've given me an explanation for all this. At the door she turned around. To say more would only make everything much harder, she said. Let's avoid that. For my sake, you'll have to try to be satisfied with what has been said. And then she was gone. Had she given him a gift and taken it away from him the very moment she presented it? What had happened? His thoughts groped in an enigmatic darkness. He thought, who can understand such a woman? Not I! Not I! He pulled out his pocket watch. Strange time. He had looked at the clock when he entered. This life-altering conversation had taken almost exactly 20 minutes. How was it? In the moment Carl Gustaf kissed his wife on the forehead in the arbor just a couple of hours ago and entrusted his fate to her hands. Wasn't it then that he won? Then it was as if nothing else was anything, just because it was displaced by the brooding over that incomprehensible, unbelievable thing. He didn't want to think. He couldn't think. He just heard her words, over and over again, and the more they were repeated in memory, the less he understood them and what had happened. He found Carl Gustaf in the sacristy together with churchwarden Hegel and gravedigger Anderson, and they were engrossed in the practical arrangements in connection with Sunday's 2 funerals. Felix sat down and fleetingly felt the calm of transience, this scent of church and graveyard and death which, in a different mood than the one he was currently in, would have made everything else seem ephemeral. Humanity is a great clamor that ends in a great silence, he thought. What a fuss to learn to live. Why does no one teach us to die? So they had gone out into the church, and just as Hegel and Anderson were on their way out, Olga arrived. She smiled at them as they greeted her, but when she came up to Carl Gustaf and him, the smile had extinguished. Her face was still cool. Is that woman colder than I thought? But her voice was rather a bit dry. We can't delay any longer now, Carl Gustaf. Something must be done now. It's peculiar with the sensitivity between spouses who have been married for a long time and are in an intimate relationship with each other. For they were, after all, that was the remarkable thing. He himself couldn't hear anything special in her voice, but Carl Gustaf visibly started, gave her a probing and vigilant look, and replied, I understand, Olga. She said she had been to the vicarage and called a couple of acquaintances in the community, to the trade shop in Danga, to Miss Ringert's in Högberga, the district officer in Hökangen, the forester's wife in Vauxhult, and to acquaintances in Olam and Lycka, to everyone who had a telephone in all directions, but no one had seen the children. She had just sent Hinka on a bicycle to Jerk's friends, Knut Granat in Nesset, called Jericho, and Philip Carlson in Norangen, called Paulina's Philip because there was another Philip Carlson of the same age. And then she said, now we're heading to Leckeberga. Felix can come along if he wants, to organize a search chain with Oscar's help. Karl Gustav nodded and said that he just had to make sure the sacristy door was locked, and while Olga was heading towards the church door, he muttered, "When she looked like that, used that tone and those words, then it was serious business, and it was best to do as she wished." And so he left. Felix watched Olga. When the tall church door opened, she appeared as a small, inconspicuous shadow, outlined by the sunlight of the porch that streamed in through the open outer gate in slanted rays, and far out, he saw the moisture-laden air glisten around the treetops. With a deep sigh, the church door closed, and the sight was gone. Felix remained in the porch by the open gate, stood there in a plum-colored top hat and with a cane, observed the dandelions growing next to the ancient threshold stone, and thought, who could have foreseen this when one got up in the morning and saw this most ordinary but very delightful summer day? He thought of her. After every conversation he had with her over the years, it struck him, no matter what the conversation was about, that there must be something in her everyday simplicity and straightforwardness, yet so reserved, reticent nature, that instilled in him a clear sensation that she must live in great solitude. Not a gloomy, not a self-pitying, not a haughty solitude, but deeply serious. Why else would every conversation with her leave behind, just like today, this incomprehensible feeling of melancholy, a sensation of the never said, what it daily and hourly cost her to be the person she was? He thought of a tree that grows with a straight trunk and tall crown, although she was not physically large, and which spreads its quiet but always noticeable presence over a large area, which is always in its place, never fails, whose mere sight has a mild and calming effect, which one just finds natural and self-evident and very rarely gives a thought, but whose innermost being, whose deep, extensive root system in the darkness of the earth, and whose secret life one senses but does not know, a tree that never makes a fuss, but whose absence one would experience as a painful loss, an unbearably empty void beyond all understanding. Before they set off for Leckeberga, a message came from Oscar that the Leckeberga girls and Jerk had been spotted by some Danga farmers at Kirkeke this morning, and that they had been seen together with the Storms from Spadtaget and Niels Lambert from Inholt. Chapter 19. The children had walked through a half-swampy, scrubby coniferous forest in almost unbroken silence. According to Jerk's calculations, it had taken 15-20 minutes when they reached the tarn, which lay there in moist, misty blue, enchanting stillness in dense, deciduous forest shade. Here Lawton had started to whine and resist. She was tired of this eternal walking. She wanted to stop, pick water lilies, and rest. A heated dispute arose, for Elisabeth allowed no breaks now, wanted to move on, and since Lawton did not dare to be alone by the tarn until Elisabeth and Jerk came back, they moved on. Now they came among mossy boulders and furiously dense thicket and stumbled over strong, peeled tree roots that seemed to have defied many winters' log drives and charcoal burners. But suddenly the coniferous forest turned into mixed forest, and they passed a desolate, abandoned leafy meadow and smelled a sweet, mysterious scent. When Jerk said he thought it was honeysuckle, Lawton wanted to find it and pick some flowers for Mom. Elisabeth refused again, and now Lawton began to sulk for real. It didn't help that they reminded her that it was she herself who had chosen to come along instead of staying in Noppen and having a restful and pleasant time. "Why are you so strict?" said Lawton. "You're just like Dad when he shaves in the morning and is about to cut himself when I tickle him behind the knees, and he says, 'Damn it and forgive me, my little crow, but this is nothing to play with, you better believe it.' And neither is this, just walking and not being allowed to do anything else but walk and walk. If we ever made it home at some point." Elisabeth was serious, silent, and determined. Jerk followed her blindly. Lawton was frightened by their silence, but since no one listened to her, there was nothing else to do but to trudge on. It had become rocky again. The timber road meandered between the boulders, ran over flat hillocks where the bedrock lay bare, went along a marshy meadow where a wood sandpiper flew up with a cry, and a brook climbed up again and came along a ravine where they glimpsed a white gleaming skeleton from some large animal, perhaps a moose, out into a grove of deciduous trees, and disappeared. But they found it again on the other side and continued. "They are angry, you see," said Lawton to Nolly. They don't have time to play, you understand. The forest grew more somber, the silence and the feeling of solitude deeper. Far away, they could see a misty sunlight shining on the moss, but here it was cool and dim. Jerk saw that the trees were getting denser, the brooding boulders ever taller, and he was seized by that distress that always assails one in an unknown and seemingly endless forest. He thought that there must be something wrong with Aunt Malvina's assertion that it would only take 3/4 of an hour to reach the railway and the signalman's cottage. "Since we've only seen one path, we can't have gone wrong," he said. "No," said Elizabeth, "and it's so clear. It must be this one." Lawton lagged a bit behind, but now she let out a low, theatrical whimper, sat down on a stone, said she had a stomach ache, and refused to move another step. They stood at a loss for a while, and Elizabeth said, "Do you need to do something?" "Why do you ask that?" said Lawton. "You don't care about me at all. Go ahead, just go on and leave me here to die." "Are you tired?" Lawton made a heavenward gesture, and Jerk thought he heard her mother's voice. "What does it mean that I am tired? By all means, let me not disturb. I can walk home by myself." Elizabeth sighed, reached for the prayer book, and said that if they didn't hurry up, it would get dark before they got back to Noppen. Lawton said, "I don't want to go back to Noppen, and I don't want to go anywhere else either. I want to go home." Jerk was struck by inspiration. "Do you have a stomachache?" he said. "I will cure it." And in a kind of gloomy exhilaration, he succumbed to the temptation to show off one of his talents, which he had tested with reassuring success on Eugen, Jericho, and Philip, to put together pretend sentences of incomprehensible words. "You probably have Sascomorium utilismus," he said. "I'll give you a strong composition to lodge with. It works excellently. You'll need to take a friscolit and a pinch of fundament, but they must be whipped together and quarreled thoroughly. But be careful with the substance, miss, so you don't lose the balance in the cocoon and get the viaduct in your throat. Abracadabra, Jolbox amat Joba, if you're not well now, you'll get a spanking." She looked at him with amused astonishment. She couldn't resist this. He made some magical and snake-like movements, took the opportunity to tickle her, while he continued with his rhymes in suitable variations. In the end, she screamed with laughter. "Do you feel better now?" he said. "Yes," she said breathlessly. And while Elizabeth smiled her rare smile of thanks at Jerk, Lawton looked graciously upon him and said, "I must admit that I have underestimated you. As Mother usually says, you are— what was it now? Wait. Just a moment, I'll get it soon. An ac visi Sean. It means something very high grade, you understand." "Shaw," he said modestly. She said that Nall had also gotten a stomachache and wanted Jerk to cure him, but he refused. Then they walked on. Lawton was animated. She wanted to admire Jerk, but she also wanted to be admired herself, so she tried to outdo him. And she almost succeeded, for she knew a lot of political words that he had never heard before and which she concocted into pretend sentences. He laughed first naturally, then affectedly, then embarrassedly, for he already possessed the budding artist's sense of measure, and Lawton did not want to stop. Moreover, the path was now troublesome to walk on, and with Lawton screaming distortions of the words vote, debate, capitalist, liberal, Marxism, finances, and God knows what else at his heels, it became quite a trial. If one could fly up into the air, he thought, and sit there as on an invisible ladder and look around, wonder if one wouldn't even see the church tower at home then. Here one felt almost trapped. The path was at times so narrow, and the trees grew so close that they had to push their way through branches that hit them in the face. Lawton stumbled and fell a couple of times without caring about it, but she began to grow hoarse and was panting audibly. They had no idea how long they had walked when the railway embankment became visible. Hallelujah! It wasn't as high here as it had been at the site of the forest fire. The forest road was level with it and cut straight across it. The tracks lay empty and silent and disappeared straight in both directions, but they saw only forest in both directions. A flock of black grouse flew up with a crash from a small sandpit. The trackman's cottage lay half hidden in a grove of pines on the other side, with black and curtainless windows and surrounded by a dead, ghostly silence. The sunshine shone on the red trunks of the pines. There was an overgrown kitchen garden on one side and a woodshed with a chicken coop on the other. But Aunt Malvina was wrong again. The mountain was not visible from here. Perhaps it was in her youth, but now they only saw that the forest, growing dense beside the cottage, rose behind it. The ascent was steepest towards the southwest, that is, in the direction of Olam. He noticed that Elizabeth's face had paled, her eyes darkened, and she breathed heavily, and he felt her subdued excitement pass through him like a wind. She whispered, "We won't go up the mountain. We'll try to go around it. We must find Kempa-Roset." Lawton was a bit afraid of the empty signalman's cottage, so it was no difficulty to persuade her to come along. They soon realized they had underestimated the distance to the mountain and the extent of its base, for they had to clamber and squeeze their way through a rocky and brushy forest before they noticed they had reached the foot of the mountain. They glimpsed high cliffs, shadow-black cave holes, steep outcrops disappearing upwards between the nearest giant spruces. Up there grew creeping pines and white-bearded moss. The silence was sepulchral. They continued along the base of the mountain on the northern side, but it was hardly a place for a stroll. Everywhere lay fallen trees or towering boulders, or the forest closed in so tightly that they had to crawl through. Sometimes it took them a long while to advance just 10 meters, and often they had to wait for Lawton, who kept losing Nala. The base of the mountain seemed to have an immense circumference. Then they came to a clearing with wiry, shaggy, coarse grass, and from here they could see up the precipice. It looked daunting. Jerk assumed they were now on the southeastern side, but since he saw neither the railway nor even a glimpse of the sun, he was not sure. Elizabeth's eyes darted eagerly around. She seemed at once impatient and solemn, like someone who after a long, long time is finally approaching their goal. Lawton sank into the grass. She stared, trumpeting and scornful, at Elizabeth, who stood motionless, sniffing, trembling, like a retrieving dog. Jerk followed with his eyes the mountain's moss-covered, creeping pine-adorned, granite-gray ledges upwards, and he thought that he could probably make his way up that route. It was then he caught sight of the eagle again. It soared with a couple of heavy wing beats out from a steep crest, and Jerk managed to see its hooked beak and eyes directed downward before it disappeared behind the treetops. He took a deep breath and said, "All quiet on the Shipka Pass." Lawton and Elizabeth had now grown accustomed to his playful jargon, so they did not ask what it meant. And since he kept the sight of the eagle as a secret between the old man and himself, Elizabeth did not understand why he suddenly looked so elated. "Do you see something?" she said. "I just know that we're on the right track," he said. "Ola kvasamunto, that we don't have far to go." "How do you know that?" If he had answered that he had the notion that the eagle was watching over their steps, he would have been distrusted and felt as if he had betrayed a secret. Not until now had he been clear about it. He said, "It's obvious. It's Three-Leg Mountain." "Yes, of course," said Elizabeth. "I knew it as soon as I saw it." The lot seemed to be cast. She looked as though she thought she had walked through half her life across half the globe, and that her mother was very, very far away, in another world, in another life. She was probably not as aware as Elizabeth and Jerk of the dangers they had come through unscathed, but she certainly felt that more had happened this day than any other day in her entire life. And she said, "Shall we never go home?" No one answered, and rather than being left alone, she followed when they set off again. Besides, she had no sense of direction, so whichever way they went, she dragged herself along, believing that home lay in the direction her nose pointed. She was very much a child of the moment. Her thought processes were, to say the least, disordered, and her optimism was actually inexhaustible. Therefore, she continually managed to forget that they were not yet on their way home, that the goal which had been envisioned by Jerk and Elizabeth from the start had not yet been reached. What did not interest her hardly had any reality for her. Instinctively, both Elizabeth and Jerk sensed this, and that was why they were careful not to speak loudly about Kempa-Roset and the spring. Where the clearing ended, on the southern side of the mountain, the ground was moister and covered with deciduous forest, a half-withered, light-starved deciduous forest, a sick and sorrowful forest. Jerk looked around and wondered if they had not gone wrong after all, for could Kempa-Roset really be in such a wretched forest? Then he noticed that the foot of the mountain curved out to the southwest in a long, rugged spur, and that they entered a sand-dry moraine hollow, where almost no vegetation existed, just sheer stone, in all sizes from coarse gravel to large boulders. Beyond them lay a small rise with spruce forest. Not the slightest hint of a path was visible, so there was nothing to do but keep an eye on the mountain and follow it. He looked at Elizabeth, who walked silently, without hesitation, and almost with the assuredness of a sleepwalker, her face lifted and eyes wide open, gazing into the distance. She did not stumble on the stones nor trip over the dry tree roots that protruded, but he and Lawton did constantly, even though he made an effort to look up, strive to be agile, quick, and attentive. He looked up at the sky, but the eagle was nowhere to be seen. Judging by the sunshine he saw on the mountain and the forest, he thought, they must be approaching the western side of the mountain, for it was now afternoon. The sun was still quite high, but much lower than when they had left Noppen. The moraine was gradually conquered by the forest again. The air became cooler and felt less dry, and the shadows of the trees thickened. He saw that the foothills of the mountain rose up into cave-like ledges, and suddenly a deep bay filled with deciduous forest opened into the mountain, a slope with grass, a ravine where the mountain rose on three sides. Here the sunlight streamed in between the foliage. There were alders and aspens and the occasional birch. Elizabeth looked around. He stared into the deep leafy ravine. A small pebbly furrow that suggested a dried-up stream ran between the leafy trees from up the mountain. The original stream must have taken another route, for otherwise the furrow wouldn't be so dry. Lawton said, "Don't you think I see that you're constantly running around this mountain? What do you think you're going to find? That spring, huh? The fabled spring?" She sat down on a stone and turned her face towards the sunshine. Elizabeth stood still, but Jerk heard her sigh. He lay down on his stomach in the crackling dry moss. Strange, there must not have been a drop fallen here today. How had the thunderclouds moved? Elizabeth had seated herself on a fallen tree with clasped hands and closed eyes, as if she were praying silently. Lawton and Jerk were close to each other, while Elizabeth sat a good distance further away, inward towards the ravine. He heard Lawton's whisper, "Don't you understand now that she's a bit mad? Do you know what a fixation is? That's what she has." He couldn't make sense of Lawton's swings between carefree, unconscious naivety and sudden insight and spiteful cunning. He thought, how can she be like a tiny, tiny child at times, and then suddenly like an adult? Then came her scream, "I want to go home. I want to go home. Don't you understand that I just want to go home?" Elizabeth started and turned her face with wide-open eyes towards them. She looked sorrowful, rose slowly, and said tonelessly, "Come, let's go." They set off again. Lawton dawdled behind, but repeated several times, "Are we going home now?" "Yes," said Jerk through clenched teeth. "You're lying?" "Yes," he said angrily. Elizabeth was walking a long way ahead of them now. They left the ravine and followed the mountain through a narrow string of sun-drenched deciduous forest. Now Jerk noticed that they were turning towards the northwest. Elizabeth had stopped and stood silently staring. Between the thinning leaves of the trees, he saw the railway tracks again. He and Elizabeth stood speechless for a long while Lawton chattered something gleefully malicious. So they had walked around the mountain, and had not seen any Camparos or any forest nymph. Elizabeth looked helpless and shrugged her shoulders as if she was about to cry. He looked up at the sky, which was now filled with light, ascending clouds, but it was still sunny. The eagle was nowhere to be seen. He pondered for a moment, then he said, "Wait, the mountain must be wide along the track. Don't you remember what it looked like from Noppen? Wide, almost flat. I guess we have a long stretch left to the signalman's cottage, and this must be the place." "The place for what?" said Lawton, playing dumb again. She was fully fledged. "The way home," she said. "Is it the way home you're looking for?" Then she laughed, but the laughter soon turned into a scream. "You're both mean and ganging up on me. You're mean." Elizabeth approached them. She looked deeply, almost shakenly serious. She said, "Stay here with Lawton while I go and look a bit further ahead." "No," he said. "I want to come with you. Lawton might as well stay here and rest. And wait. There's nothing dangerous here, and we'll be back soon." Lawton threw herself flat on the ground. I'm not taking another step in that direction, she said with her nose against a tussock. She hit the poor Nolly repeatedly against the grass. It's probably best that we rest again for a while, said Elizabeth. There's no point in trying to make her understand that the more she fusses, the longer it will take for us to get home. Lawton sprang up. Yo-ho, she said vehemently. I understand that well enough. We're going. It's best you get your way. Otherwise, we'll never get home. Never. There. Calm down now, said Elizabeth. You're tired and need to rest, and we have a long way home. No way, she screamed. I will not rest until you've found that blasted warrior cairn. That's the spirit, said Elizabeth, smiling a weary smile. Good girl. And even though Lawton stuck out her little red tongue and said, yuck, Elizabeth continued, if you keep being this good, we'll soon be home again, you'll see. Come on. Jerk did not feel relieved. How could Elizabeth promise that they would soon be home again? How would that be possible? But he said, Hoppla, let's go again. It was a narrow valley with dense shrubbery between the railway embankment and the moraine block-filled base of the mountain. They saw that the mountain stretched endlessly along the track, but suddenly and unexpectedly, the railway and the mountain receded and turned eastward. Here the terrain was cluttered, rough, and rocky. Sometimes they had to climb over a long row of small boulder blocks, which lay like barricades, hindering their steps. Jerk looked at Elizabeth's face and felt a rising tension, for she was pale and clenched again, and her eyes searched vigilantly and eagerly in all directions. Then an immense ravine opened up. The mountainside rose abruptly, and the mountain lay there, in their eyes, vast, immovable, sunk into itself, in an enormous stillness, like a being submerged in a deep 1,000-year slumber. Here in the shadow of the ravine, the air was cool, quiet, ominously still, and as if in a dream, they stood before 3 towering granite blocks that with their inconceivable volume and weight rested upon some other small, pitiful stones. Behind these 3 silent, heavy, and yet almost resting on nothing stone blocks rose some even larger ones. Elizabeth went first. He followed. Lawton was silent and wide-eyed now. She stared at the blocks that seemed like they could topple over them with just a nudge. On the other side, towards the mountain, a depression opened up again, and here lay a damp hollow with a slender-stemmed and solemn birch forest. Beyond it, the mountain rose at the steepest angle yet, cellar-cool, damp-cold, and shadow-filled. Long, hanging moss-beards were everywhere. At the very top, they saw the sunshine slanting onto a Scots pine. It was a clearing, a grassy spot surrounded on all sides by stones. On one side the massive boulder blocks, looking like giants' toys, and on the other the steep mountain wall. A clear, desolate trickling from the mountain could be heard. Chapter 20. There is no person who is born with a notion of the earthly that is solely temporally emphasized. What we call the earthly is a reflection of something that is greater, deeper, and richer than what the eye can convey. Yet what the eye provides seems rich enough to us. An unspoiled child can enlighten you about this. It is said that all things spiritual and religious are learned, but it is the opposite that is true. It is doubt that is learned. All children are, if not influenced in another direction, unbound by one-sidedness, free from the reason's stingy demarcations, and uncomprehending before all harsh explanations. Children are one with the very source of spiritual life, and it cannot doubt itself. A child does not know doubt, just as neither the flower nor the migratory bird does. Not even when the sense of self has entered, like a new strange light in the gentle twilight of dreams, does it feel doubt. Only wonder, astonishment, and perhaps joy, perhaps anxiety. All doubting is learned, and the denying reason is to a child something hostile, an intrusion. And how can it be otherwise when it disputes the existence of that which the child lives right in the midst of? In our time, unspoiled children are something very rare. Time has killed the unspoiled in them. The reason of an adult is what it becomes, or happens to be just at the crucial step from childhood to youth, from dream life to consciousness. Puberty is our earthly life's image of the fall of man. Everything depends on how much and what we carry with us from childhood into adulthood, how much we save of the living within us. That is to say, of that which once existed in us, though we were unaware of it before the ego and the earthly fully entered our soul. If it is suffocated by the careless hands of adults, It has immeasurable consequences. It extinguishes and cannot without great difficulty be reached again. But if it is kept alive, if the hands of adults are careful enough, then it slips into the most inaccessible depths of consciousness and returns in due time. It awakens again. It awakens anew on a golden harvest day when the earthly growth has reached its maturity. In careful hands, the mysterious riches of childhood are something indestructible and irreplaceable. It was in childhood that the sun, the moon, and the stars leaned over you and gave you the name human. Elizabeth stood still in the middle of the glade-like clearing where the slender birch trunks rose like thin pillars. They reached high and had leafy crowns only at the tops. How could they live here with so little sun as they got? The clearing was as large as an ordinary farmyard and was overgrown with damp moss and pale sun-starved grass. There were clusters of ferns, too. Where did they get their color from? Jerk looked around and thought that when the sun now in the summer was at its highest, probably some sunbeams reached here. He felt as if he had dreamed this once, that he was experiencing something he had dreamed a long time ago, in a distant time. He felt a kind of terror-mixed reverence when he heard Elizabeth's whisper. This is how Mom said it was. Lawton was still dumbfounded. She even looked scared. She stared at Elizabeth, but didn't dare to approach her. She crept closer to Jerk, and to his astonishment, he felt her little hand fumbling and searching for his. He took it without feeling embarrassed. They both watched Elizabeth, who was behaving most peculiarly. First she stood still with clasped hands and closed eyes. Then she opened her eyes and smiled at someone she could see. It seemed as if she had looked into the face of someone she recognized. In the echoing silence, the trickling along the mountainside could be heard. She stood like that for a long time, just smiling at that. Then she turned towards them and maintained the same peculiar smile. "Mom is here," she whispered. Jerk started. He felt a deep horror at his own insignificance. He sensed not only the grandeur of the boulders and the mountain around him, it was something else now, something completely different. Something more than a church, for the church was to him a place where his father had part of his business, so it had acquired a certain everyday character for him. This was more, he felt it, because he did not think it. He did not think. It was something that entered into him and filled him, and it was more solemn than in a church, more solemn than seeing a dead person, more solemn than anything else he had experienced. It was more than death itself. He could not think in words. He did not search for any words. It was as if all words had lost their meaning. He felt with a shiver that he reached beyond the comprehensible and that he saw without seeing. Not a heaven, not paradise. There was nothing like that here, but something that seized his reason, his will, his emotion, his understanding, and all that stuff, whatever it was, and lifted it, like lifting a lid, so that he saw, or rather felt, that something unfathomable was present. Was it God? Elizabeth was now kneeling with clasped hands and bowed head. Jerk felt that Lawton's fingers clenched spasmodically tight around his and that she pressed herself against him. Where was all this when one did not see it? At night, when he had just woken up. Who was really she who was called Elizabeth? He recognized her as Elizabeth, but also as someone else, as someone he knew, as someone he had known before he knew Elizabeth. And then he saw that Elizabeth was kneeling by the spring. It was indeed just a puddle between some stone slabs, but it was a clear puddle. He noticed a tall and blade-like water grass growing at the tufted edge of the pole. And now he understood where the trickling sound came from. A thin stream ran along the mountainside, became a tiny, tiny miniature waterfall at a rock slab, after which the water was silently absorbed by the moisture-swollen moss. Elizabeth's mouth moved. They stood still, hand in hand, watching her, as she was. And not just her. The birches rustled up there in the sunlight, and through that rustling, the silence between the mountainside's height and the grandeur of the boulder blocks felt as if one were in an echoing church, where every rustle, every whisper, and every breath was heard clearly and amplified. Elizabeth lay motionless on her knees. He felt that Lawton's paralysis was beginning to let go. She moved restlessly, tossed her head, shrugged her shoulders, and paced nervously. He looked at her and noticed that she was terrified and that she was fighting with all her might against the urge to scream and run away. but she had not yet given up. She whispered, "She believes her mother is here. She believes in God. It's insane." He shaped his mouth to the word silent without uttering it and held her hand tightly. He understood that it was the terror that made her have to defend herself with words, with fierce words, wild words, hateful words. He understood that she wanted to scream something ugly, disgusting, anything that could dispel this paralysis, this enchantment. He was ready to place his hand over her mouth. Now Elisabeth leaned forward and drank from the water, dipped her hands in it, and moistened her face and neck with it. It was like a baptism, like a devotion. So Lawton tore herself free and ran. At first there was only a faint, strained whimpering, then it escalated to a scream, then it swelled into a howling that echoed between the boulders and the mountain. It felt like a desecration. He clenched his fists and squeezed his eyes and mouth shut to keep from starting to scream himself. It shot through him. If you give up like her and run and scream, everything is lost for you. You are found unworthy, found weak, found too light. Then it was quiet. Elisabeth hadn't moved. She lay submerged in prayer. He turned around. Lawton had sat down further away. He saw her between the tall rock blocks, but he couldn't make out her face. It just looked like a blotch of color. He noticed that Nala was lying in the grass at his feet, so he picked him up and tucked him inside his shirt. "Come jerk," said Elisabeth softly. He jerked. She looked at him, and it was her, but still not just her. He rose with unsteady knees and faltering legs to approach her. He looked down into the well and discovered to his surprise that it was deep and certainly not just a puddle. Elisabeth, who still knelt, took his left hand and said, "Do you want to join?" "Yes," he said, without understanding what it was she wanted. He did not try to comprehend anything, but he looked around for a moment with a kind of dazed surprise, as if he had stood between dream and wakefulness and seen the waking in the light of the dream. It felt as if something very familiar within him had stepped forward. That stood here. It was him, but still not just him. "Kneel down," she said. He did. She shaped her hands into a bowl, filled them with water, and lifted them towards him, telling him to drink. He drank. It tasted of rock and moss, cold and mild. Then she moistened her hands and stroked his face with them. He heard her muttering something biblical, but the only words he caught were, "And may you never forget that you are a temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwells in you." He felt the present unfathomable again, that which was more than the church, more than death, for which there were no words, because all words had lost their meaning. It was more than reverence, more than devotion, more than his own smallness could comprehend. Everything stood powerfully still and was. He felt that he was in everything that was. Sleep opened its eyes and told him who he was. Then she looked at him again. "Never forget this," she whispered, "but never speak of it to anyone either, because then it might lose its power, you understand. Do you promise that?" "I promise," he said. "Now you can go," she said. "Go to Lawton. I can't ask her to come here, you understand. And she doesn't want to. She believes she's a heathen because her father said she is. And her mother, she won't forgive me anything, no matter what I do." He stood up. "Go to Lawton," she whispered. "I need to be alone now. Alone with Mother, you understand. I have to say, goodbye. I'll be back soon." He turned his back on her and walked as if in a dream about a dream he had dreamt a long time ago. Was it Elisabeth? Who was she? Why did everything feel so unusual and yet so familiar? Lawton was lying on her stomach in the moss and looked up at him when he arrived, but she no longer looked scared. He took out Teddy and placed him next to her. "She must be crazy, right?" she said. "I didn't want to stay and watch that kind of foolishness, because it is foolish, isn't it? It has to be." "Quiet," he said, and sat down to wait for Elisabeth. He didn't look into the clearing, because he didn't want to disturb, as it were. Then he noticed that Lawton was crying, and when she saw that he had noticed, her face contorted, she threw herself forward with her head in his lap and cried desolately. Awkwardly, shyly, and helplessly, he reached around her head. Her hat lay on the ground next to her. He heard Elisabeth coming, but he didn't look up. Then he saw her when she sank down into the moss next to them and put her arms around Lawton. So they sat until Lawton had cried herself out. They were suddenly aware of a terrifying fatigue. They did not look at each other, and they said nothing. It was perfectly silent around them. The great boulders were silent with all their many thousand-year-old sleeping wisdom. Chapter 21. She saw the jackdaws returning home just after sunset. Where had they come from? At that time, the sky was filled with motionless stratocumulus clouds, the air was mild, the honeysuckle emitted its scent, and in the pink-hued evening stillness over the ripening cereal fields of Leckeberg, the call of the corncrake could be heard. It could have been one of those peaceful evenings, she thought. An evening on the porch before dusk had fallen and the Swifts had gone silent. She had left Mrs. Sheeler and her mother and gone out to the courtyard. Anxious women get on each other's nerves. She needed to be alone for a while. She soon became aware that she was constantly stopping and listening, as if she thought she could hear what was happening to the searching men out there in the forest. Or did she believe she could make out the children's cries? By 5 o'clock, Hinke had returned from Nesset and Norringen. He had spoken with both Jericho and Philip, but they hadn't seen Jerk for several days. By 7 o'clock, Oscar with Carl Gustaf and Felix had come home from Enholt and Spadtaget, and while Oscar was unhitching the horse, she learned that Nils Lambert hadn't been home, but that they had met Concordia, Augusta, and Conrad Storm. But they had no idea where the children had gone since they parted from them at Kirkecke. Oscar led the horse to the pasture, and Felix, Hinke, and she followed, while Carl Gustaf lay down to rest in the green grass. It had seemed as if the half-witted Conrad knew or suspected something, but had become frightened and never managed to express it, said Felix. Oscar thought that such fools were not worth paying attention to. Fools know more than most, said Felix. He had been intimidated by Carl Gustaf's severity. She knew Conrad, so she agreed with that. If you wanted him to talk, you had to handle him gently. It was the same with old Mrs. Concordia, Felix thought. She said nothing to people she disliked, and it was evident that she did not like men who came asking so bluntly and gruffly. She had said that, and such things you do not say to Carl Gustaf, at least not to a nervous and anxious Carl Gustaf. Felix muttered that one should not act like a policeman towards such people, and they surely hadn't done anything wrong. But Carl Gustaf simply couldn't stand that sort of people. He regarded them as pariahs and as irresponsible. Mrs. Olga felt uncomfortable with Felix's words. There was an all-too-personal bitterness in them. She took Hinke by the arm, walked away, and left Felix and Oscar by the gate to the pasture. That was when Hinke squeezed her arm and whispered, "Dad and Uncle Felix had a quarrel on the way home, and Oscar just sat there like a fool. What happened? Why are they behaving so badly?" It was about Dad's brusqueness towards the Storms, of course. It ended with Uncle Felix saying, "That you'll be rid of me. I'm going home tomorrow, and it will be a while before I come back." What kind of manners is it to sit and say such things while Oscar listens, and to quarrel about such things? There must be something else behind it. What can it be, Mom? She had closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, and she was relieved when she saw that Carl Gustaf came to meet them, so she didn't have to answer. Later, when old Mrs. Andreasen served a heavy and rich evening meal, she had seen that Carl Gustaf and Felix met each other with the exquisite but cold courtesy that signified the end of a period of friendship. She recognized it. They were never so polite to each other as when they had terminated their friendship. She had seen it so many times, but this time it felt different and more difficult, for it was not just that she now knew the rift had become irreparable. She also knew that she herself had played a part in it. There had been no other choice, and one who is chosen with open eyes no longer has the right to complain. That's that. By 8:30, 11 men had gathered in the courtyard. Oscar Andreasen, Carl Gustaf, Felix, Hinke, the barn worker Blixt, the barn boy Franz, the coachman Nilsson, 2 crofters from Hugbo and Kroken, and the blacksmith Samuelson and his son, who happened to be in Leckeberga at that time in the evening and immediately offered to come along. Oscar suggested that they should start from Ekänge and from there spread out and search the area between Enholt and Rotjärn, that is Krokkaret, Långmyren, and Lillmosen, and everyone agreed on this. Carl Gustaf and Felix did not look as dapper as usual. The former wore a plaid sports cap, an old shabby suit, and heavy boots. The latter looked like a road worker in a dented felt hat, a work vest, and boots that he had borrowed from Oscar. Mrs. Schuyler burst into tears when they left and rushed into the house. Carl Gustav had kissed Mrs. Olga on the cheek and asked her to keep her spirits up. Felix had given her a long, inscrutable look and raised his hand in greeting, and Hinke had taken her by the arm, pulled her a bit aside, and whispered, "You have enough worries now, Mom, so don't think about me. I've given up. I've written to her tonight that I can't come along. Don't tell Dad about it, please." And then they had left. So many worries marching away, she thought. And here I am with mine, but it is worst for the one who can do nothing else but go and wait. Agnes Schuyler had had another crying fit. She had rushed up from the coffee table, where she, Mrs. Andreasen, and Olga were sitting, clapped her hands over her face, and dashed to the door, screaming, "It's unfair to the one who has always cherished her child as I have." Mrs. Andreasen, who was not usually talkative, had rocked her head and said, Oh, one must submit a little to God, but see, she will not see." Then Mrs. Schuyler had returned with a pale and ravaged face and apologized for her behavior, but one can't help being so sensitive. 10 minutes later, she had clashed with her overly pious and sanctimonious mother. Many words were exchanged, with bitterness from the daughter's side and a pious rambling from the mother's. That was when Mrs. Olga had stood up and left. When she returned an hour later, Mrs. Andreasen had gone to bed. "For another can't do any good," she had said. Mrs. Olga and Mrs. Schuyler sat in the twilight in the parlor. It wasn't long before the young wife began to talk about her husband, her child, and her home. She knew well enough that many wondered why Yngve, her husband, no longer came here to Lekkeberga, but it was not Yngve's fault, but Oscar's. Since Yngve had worked his way up from practically nothing to an engineer with very good income, for he was indeed a skilled and sought-after tradesman, and was born in a very humble working-class home, and remained loyal to the political party that had taken care of the workers' interests, Oscar could not stand him. Oscar was a lay judge and a large landowner, and highly conservative, and couldn't even tolerate Yngve snorting at the royal portraits. Her husband was a very proud and sensitive person. He was an idealist of the new kind, for whom God and the church and the whole so-called culture that the well-off had created held no value. His gods were Marx and Engels and Hinke Berggren. No, he did not support Branting, not at all. He was against Branting, considered him too mild and lenient. He supported the revolutionaries, but not officially, of course, but in secret, for he remained in the party. He had found it most advantageous to stay there. He just wanted to wait until the spirit changed and harsher winds began to blow, for there were many secret opponents within the party who were waiting for the moment when the revolution would break out and the leadership would pass into their hands. Then the monarchy and religion would be abolished and prohibition introduced and much else, things that Branting considered less important. Of course, she loved her husband. He was a wonderful husband and father. One had to search for his equal. But Mrs. Dandelin should not think that it was easy to be married to a person who, in today's Sweden, by the class she had previously been accustomed to moving in, the one she herself and her brother Oscar belonged to, was regarded as a malefactor and anarchist. Her husband wanted her to divorce the farm, let Oscar buy her out, and never return to Lekkeberga. But she was so attached to the farm and her mother and the areas where she had played as a child. So however much she wanted to share her husband's views in everything, here she had to put her foot down. For she also had to consider that Charlotte needed somewhere to be in the summer, to get sunshine and baths and learn to love the countryside, which, say what you will, was an indispensable value when growing up. She herself had grown up in the peace of the countryside and could not imagine being without it. And in that respect, her sister Rutt had been of the same opinion. Mrs. Dandelin should not think that she and her husband were at odds with each other because of these differing views. Certainly not. Their marriage was perfectly happy, and her husband understood her points of view. But of course, there were clashes sometimes, for Yngve was not a person who liked compromises and half-measures. He was a man of clean and clear lines, which also led to disagreements about the child's upbringing. She had managed to have the child baptized, for what would people think otherwise? But that was where it stopped, For then she had to promise never to speak to the child of a just or sovereign or all-knowing God, or of any God at all. Not to instill in the child any notions of something beyond that was comforting or rewarding or punishing, and not to let her be confirmed. But she couldn't help what the kid learned in school, and that she came with difficult questions and began to wonder if it was her mom or dad who was stupid, or the school teachers and all other people who believed in a God she was not allowed to believe in and read stories she was not allowed to read, and who said that you went to heaven when you died, while her mom said she didn't know, and her dad said that you just died, and that was all there was to it, and that the whole world was unjust, but that it would one day in the future be remade into a world where all people were equally situated, and where everyone was happy and no one better than the other, except that everyone had to die, of course. Mrs. Dandelion must understand that it was not easy with such a husband and such a child, so she often cried out of despair and did not know how to behave, for she herself had been brought up in the belief in a God and a meaning with life, for she was a farmer's daughter who had grown up close to the earth and had God-fearing parents and learned to believe in the king and the government, and such things were not thrown away in an afternoon. So it was clear that there would be schisms, especially since she did not want to part from her mother and Oscar and the farm and everything she had grown up with. And the worst part was that it affected the innocent child who should not believe, as she herself once had, the things it deeply wanted to believe, or at least be allowed to choose what it wanted to believe in. Because children do not understand the meaning of a life without any meaning at all. A life that was just politics and labor issues, when they themselves were so well off and did not suffer need and did not have to think about such things. And he himself, her husband, profited from the society that he condemned, currying favor with the gentleman he one day intended to overthrow. He always emphasized that he too had grown up in a God-fearing home, but that he had very early freed himself from all bourgeois notions and thrown himself into the struggle and sorted out his own life, yet continued to think of his brothers in misfortune. But he had suffered need and experienced terrible things that made him the way he was, but neither she nor Charlotte had, so he could hardly expect her and the child to understand. But Mrs. Dandelion should not think that she let any of this affect her feelings for her husband in the least. But one could not help that one had been brought up differently in this world, and thought a little differently, at least deep down, than he and his party comrades, so that one did not want to believe that a priest was a bad person because he was a priest, or that the king was a villain and the whole court just a vile bunch of parasites, or that Christianity had come into the world only to keep the lower class in slavery and protect all the bourgeois, or that every person who believed in God and Christianity or any other religion was just disguised despots or wolves in sheep's clothing. For if one read one's Bible properly, then one saw that Jesus wanted justice for all, and forbid them not, and whatsoever ye do to the least of these, or however it was not at all that Yngve and she were at odds. It was just a matter of different opinions. And different opinions really had nothing to do with what one thought deep down she meant in the face of death, and so on. Mrs. Dandelion should not think that her husband was a tyrant, and that things were as bad as they actually could sound. But it was certainly not easy to be married to such a man, who was so ruthless and so little understanding of one's own background, and all that once constituted a value for one. For they were, after all, Christian people, since they were baptized and everything that could not be denied. And then one must think of one's child, and today she had dreaded and wondered if this was not God's punishment for not thinking of her child's best and protecting her from all this that she had to suffer scorn and ridicule for at school. Oh God, what if this is the punishment? There, God does not punish you for that, said Mrs. Olga. Calm down now. But what should I do? That's not easy to answer, said Mrs. Olga. But you are an adult with your own will, and you must make clear to yourself what you really want and choose it. Your husband must not force you into anything. Does he? You are both parents to the child, and you have the same right to decide as he does. The mistake is probably that you fell in love with your husband and thoughtlessly promised to follow him through thick and thin. Wasn't it like that? Yes, she said, and lowered her head. But I was so young and foolish back then, agreed with him on everything, looked up to him, admired him. Yes, unfortunately, I did that. It's usually like that, said Mrs. Olga. Then you must not forget that you once actually promised him to feel and think as he does. Yes, she said. It was when the girl was born that it started to get difficult. She was distressed when he refused to let the child be baptized and reminded her that she had promised to think and feel as he did. Wasn't the child to be baptized? She had screamed. Was he completely mad? She could not for the life of her remember that she had promised him that if they had a child, it would not be baptized and not be raised in the belief in Christianity and all that. But she must have done so, for whatever her husband thought and believed, he did not lie. Well, said Mrs. Olga, he has also been thoughtless and unreasonable, for he should have realized that he was asking too much of you. Just point out to him that he must consider that you were so young and thoughtless when you promised that, and that he cannot demand that you keep your promise. You must ask him to release you from the promise. Yes, but dear Mrs. Dandelion, I have done that, said Mrs. Schuyler, countless times. But he just replies that a binding promise is a binding promise, because that promise was a condition for him to marry me at all. And yet, he never fails to remind me, despite his reluctance, just for the sake of domestic peace, he had allowed the child to be baptized. You have indeed paid for your folly, said Mrs. Olga. We all do. Mrs. Schuyler sat there, biting into the sour apple of the past. She did not like its taste at all, but she had to eat it up. All this has ruined my relationship with Oscar too, she said, because I must support my husband's opinions, otherwise I wouldn't be a proper wife. And Mother, afterwards. No, I'd rather not talk about Mother. And poor Ruth, while she was alive. And everyone thinks that I believe deep down like my husband, but don't understand that I must speak for his opinions and defend him. For how could I do otherwise when everyone attacks him? Since everyone just attacks him, I must defend him. But now everyone thinks that I think like him. Yes, sometimes, you know, Mrs. Dandelion, I actually believe it myself. She fell silent abruptly. In the paw-gray twilight of the drawing-room, she looked very small, helpless, miserable, and indomitable, for all the helplessness and misery were borne up by the indomitability. She did not seem to want to give up. She simply reveled in exposing herself all at once, helter-skelter. She experienced the intoxication of confession. Poor you, said Mrs. Olga. It is certainly not easy to be in your shoes. The worst was with Ruth, said Mrs. Schuyler. You know, she was such a deeply religious person. To my astonishment, I noticed that I had adopted my husband's way of seeing, thinking, and feeling to such an extent that I couldn't bear her piety. Yes, I probably made our summers together here in Leckeberga difficult trials for her, but she was always so forgiving and patient. Oh, Mrs. Dandelion, why must one always do so much that one regrets? Since she died, I have tried to be fair and understanding towards my niece, Elizabeth, but she is so strange and tense and has such peculiar notions about things. She is no ordinary child, if I may speak my mind. Like this business with the spring, a holy spring, which her mother instilled in her was somewhere to be found, because since she spoke of it when she lay dying, though she did so earlier too, when Elizabeth was younger, but then only as a fairy tale, it became the word of God for the girl. She has no better sense than to take everything Ruth said literally, even though Ruth obviously meant it, what's the word, as a metaphor. For she was so ill and weak then that she didn't think the child might misunderstand her. So when the kid asked if Mom meant that spring in Ljungquist, the poor, befuddled Ruth replied, yes, that one, even though she was obviously only referring to the fairy tale she had told before, and still meant it metaphorically. But you can't get Elizabeth to understand that, because she doesn't want to understand it that way. Children don't know what metaphors are. So one fine day, she'll set off for that spring and discover that it's just an ordinary spring, if there is a spring at all, and then she'll be disappointed and distrustful of her mother's memory. No, one probably shouldn't talk to children about metaphors and such, because they take everything literally, and everything becomes reality for them. What spring are you talking about? Said Mrs. Olga. And where would it be? It's just a fairy tale, Mrs. Dandelion. A tale that Root told her daughter when she was little and that Root happened to mention again just on her deathbed. Could it be in the Ljungquist forest? Yes, I believe so. Didn't you just say that Elizabeth took the story about that spring literally? Yes, but dear you, why haven't you mentioned it before? Said Mrs. Olga. Why so? Why is that? Don't you understand that it's to search for that spring that the children have gone out into the forest? That's not possible, said Mrs. Sheeler. My Charlotte would never be part of that. She doesn't believe in that spring. On the contrary, she has always teased Elizabeth about it. Then you don't know children, said Mrs. Olga. When push comes to shove, they believe in anything that sounds enticing and mysterious. And it doesn't even help if they have parents who've done everything so they wouldn't believe in such things. Do you have any idea where in Ljungquist forest that spring would be located? No. Yes, wait, said Mrs. Sheeler. Elizabeth has indeed said that it would be located by Trefotaberget. And what's it called now? Kemperosit. Oh dear, said Mrs. Olga. Then that's where they've gone. I can assure you, if my jerk has heard about that spring, they've gone there, whatever Charlotte might have had to object to that matter. But Trefotaberget, it's all the way it's too far away, said Mrs. Sheeler. They can't possibly walk all the way there, no. She clasped her hands over her face. But my God, the bog lies in between. Yes, exactly, said Mrs. Olga. Calm down now. We must consider that the forest is so large that they could have gotten lost. My boy is used to moving around in the woods, and he's not so foolish as to venture onto a bog that he knows is life-threatening. But you should have mentioned this earlier, dear Mrs. Sheeler, because then the men would have known better where to search. You should have said it right away. How could I know that? A spring? No, Charlotte is at least not that foolish. Yes, but dear Mrs. Sheeler, by all indications, they have ventured into the forest. And the problem with the whole thing was that we earlier did not understand why they set off. But now we know. Mrs. Sheeler bit her fingertips. Then it's all Elizabeth's fault, she said. That mad little girl, and that spring she kept nagging about because she wanted someone who found the way to follow her there. Alone, I knew she wouldn't dare. But of course, with Jerk, he might have known the way. Then it's all the fault of Rut and that overstrung girl. That shows how dangerous it can be to fill poor children's heads with such things. That shows. It's not often one can make children believe anything other than what they deep down want to believe, said Mrs. Olga. Rut was foolish when it came to Elizabeth, said Mrs. Sheeler. They read the Bible together like the worst of colporteurs. I always said, now, dear ones, said Mrs. Olga gently. We are all foolish. We have all committed our follies. You have just admitted as much yourself. Why should we accuse a dead person, who perhaps erred because she was so ill and befuddled? But what about Oscar? Shouldn't he have understood that, said Mrs. Sheeler. She did talk to Oscar about that spring. That idiot. Why didn't he understand? He should have thought of it. Now, you didn't think of it yourself. No, said Mrs. Sheeler, lowering her head. What on earth is one to do with such a mad child as Elizabeth? You should have let her have her way, said Mrs. Olga, in reassuring company. Then this would never have happened. Why wasn't she allowed to come there, when you say she nagged about it? Mrs. Sheeler noticed the sharpness in Mrs. Olga's voice and put on a surprised, offended face. You're not blaming me, are you? She said. The white-gray dwelling house with its 2 rows of windows lay there quiet and self-luminous in the July night. The trees stood black against the bright sky. A hedgehog, which was out sniffing at a spilled drop of milk, quickly withdrew when Bodge, like a restless shadow, shuffled across the desolate courtyard. Chapter 22. He opened his eyes, saw Lawton's dirty blue dress and red hair, Elizabeth's long, slender hands with scratch wounds and earth-black nails, felt the animal smell in their clothes and heard their even breathing. Nolly lay on his back and stared with his stiff porcelain eyes up into space. He woke slowly, sat up, and looked around in wonder. He was stiff in his joints and felt a throbbing pain in his legs. They lay in the coarse grass and moss next to Kemperosit, and he could discern the cool blue shadow of the spring glade. But he did not remember it yet. He did not connect the sight of the boulders with what had happened. He looked up. The sun had set. The sky was filled with immobile, pink-colored flock clouds. How long had he slept? If he remembered correctly, the sun set sometime between 8:30 and 9. The silence was so deep that he clearly heard the jackdaws long before he spotted them up in the air between the trees, a black, disordered, squawking flock. What if it was the church jackdaws on their way home? The memory of them leaving the church tower this morning rushed through him in an avalanche of time. Why were they lying here? He stared over the sleeping girls at the massive boulders that rose in a gray, frightening silence, and he experienced a kind of unspeakable and whooshing astonishment inside. What had happened to him? He understood nothing when it happened, and he understood it even less now. He paused in some kind of awe at the memory of a dazzling sensation, almost a vision. It had felt like suddenly understanding why one had been born, why one was a human, and why one would someday die. And behind these three whys spread a fourth why, like an unknown landscape, unfathomable and infinite in its vastness. Then he became aware that Elizabeth had woken up and was lying there looking at him. And in her wise, calm eyes, he saw it there again. It had been difficult to revive Lawton, and when she finally woke up, she followed them in a stiff-legged, drowsy, half-asleep state, which made her stumble on the railway sleepers. They had made their way up to the railway and were now walking between the tracks towards the signalman's cottage. Lawton must have somehow noticed that they were turning off onto the path to Noppen. She jerked, stopped abruptly, stared at them angrily, and said, "I don't want to go to Noppen. I want to go home. I've told you I want to go home." Elizabeth explained to her that if they returned to Noppen, she could get a good sleep and regain her strength, and then, tomorrow, they would be able to go home. "No," said Lawton, "I want to go home now." Elizabeth said that if they walked home, it would be dark before they arrived. But Lawton said she didn't care about that, as long as she got home. "Then we'll damn well walk home," said Jerk. "But don't come whining later, don't come complaining. Remember, it was you who wanted this." "If we go back to Noppen, we'll never get home," said Lawton. "I want to go home now. Then we'll have to rely on you," Elizabeth said to Jerk. "Do you think you can find the way home?" He believed he could. There was supposed to be a road over Vebo from here, Aunt Malvina had said. The trick was to find it. Once he got to Vebo, which sat high and pretty with a view over Calcian, it would be no art after that. He had walked the road from Vebo many times, and he didn't think it was terribly far to Vebo from here. So they turned and entered the forest again. All three of them limped and stumbled a bit before their joints became supple and obedient. They recognized the path that led towards the mountain. Beside it, in almost a straight easterly direction, ran a wide logging road, and since they saw no other, it had to be the one. It was dry, smooth, and comfortable, but the comfort did not last long. It soon became narrower, more uneven, and marshier. The forest darkened. They continued in a state that was both indifferent and obsessed at once, a state in which fatigue and an overload of impressions interacted and caused them to function soullessly and mechanically. The legs walked and walked, almost by themselves, and the thoughts and feelings within them drifted like ghostly, tattered clouds over the semi-dark surfaces of their consciousness. They were completely silent. At first, they barely noticed the endless black monotony of the waterlogged mixed forest, but gradually they became more aware of it, for it was here they were attacked by myriads of mosquitoes and blackflies, which penetrated hair, nose, eyes, ears, mouth, and under the hands, not allowing them to become sluggish. At first they fought wildly against them, but soon they gave up and let them crawl and bite as they pleased. Elizabeth carried Nolly and held onto Lawton's hand, for she staggered on like a blind person and often fell flat on her face, but when the path became narrower, she let Lawton go ahead. At one point they saw the sky glimmer red between the trunks, but it only made the forest look more sinister, and that was when Elizabeth began to sing. "Thank you, little spring, then. Now I can understand you. Spring in the embrace of the forest, alone and nameless." But she soon stopped doing that. Jerk noticed that he sometimes thought out loud, and that he would startle at the sound of his own voice. His thoughts showed a tendency to sink into the depths of consciousness and slip out of reach. He didn't know what had happened when he discovered that he was lying on the ground, tasting the cold, wet loam in his mouth. He lifted his face from something black and sticky sour staggered to his feet, and realized that he had tripped over something. He didn't know what. Perhaps he had even fallen asleep while walking. It felt humiliating, degrading. The girls who had nearly stumbled over him when he fell did not laugh. In the stingy, pale forest light, he saw their expressionless, gray faces and thought they looked as if they too had been sleepwalking. None of them even twitched a smile. "Did you hurt yourself?" said Elizabeth. He heard his own voice. "Not a bit. Hurt myself? No." They continued. Since his senses had begun to strike, he was only occasionally surprised to find his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth full of gnats. He also felt the bites of the mosquitoes, but didn't care about them, for it itched in too many places. Lawton squeaked, "Damn mosquitoes!" and Elizabeth let it pass. Perhaps she hadn't even heard it. Jerk felt that his face, hands, and clothes were as soaking wet as in the morning, but that didn't bother him either. And he wasn't thinking about Stanley, Scott, and Slocum now. His thoughts behaved as if they had lost all control and all reason. The forest's wild and merciless reality had, over a long day, managed to grind down his resistance. It had broken down his finer sensations and reached something emotionless, paralyzed. The pain he constantly experienced, especially in the legs, was like a tooth that aches deep inside a numbness, just like a memory of an ache, but an eternally present memory. He no longer knew if he was walking or not walking, what was real or not real. He brushed his hand across his face without noticing that it became covered with gnats that had been crushed in his pitch-black sweat. He heard his own voice again. "The eagle. He's probably sleeping." He listened for a while to the desolate, squelching sound of their steps and the panting breaths. Lawton occasionally said something that sounded delirious and meaningless. And sometimes he heard Elizabeth praying in a low voice or monotonously half-singing a hymn, and these various sounds that came and went passed by his consciousness like not real sounds, but shadows of sounds. A couple of times Lawton fell, but she said nothing when she was helped up, just spat out mud, moss, or grass, and continued. The forest darkness had thickened, and suddenly fear came. They saw a black shadow, heard a snort, then a crash, and thought they saw something furry disappearing. Jerk became wide awake, conscious, trembling, all senses on edge, like the hackles on a dog. The girls had stopped and wrapped their arms around each other. Lawton whispered, "What was that?" "An elk," said Jerk, although he didn't believe it, for surely elks didn't frequent such marshlands in the middle of the night. He wanted to believe it was an elk, but he didn't believe it. The smell wasn't that of an elk. It rather smelled like a badger. But could a badger be that large? So they walked on. The silence was black and deep. The sky shone above the treetops, but down here almost nothing was visible, except for the occasional gloomy, shimmering puddle. Now he knew he was walking, for now he walked defenselessly naked into something unknown, terrifying. He didn't know what might follow on the next step. He listened, stopped, and turned around and said, "What are you whispering about?" The girls had stopped just as abruptly as he had, and they stared at him. Elizabeth said, "We haven't made a sound." He thought their faces looked like a couple of dirt-gray, scrawny faces with holes instead of eyes. He shook his head and continued with wide-open eyes to be able to see, sense, perceive something. Then he noticed it. He heard voices, voices that followed them, voices that sounded like chattering monkeys at times, like wind rustling or grass rustling at times, now in front of them, now behind them, a single pleading, threatening, warning. It was as if invisible, malevolent beings had followed them from tree to tree, like monkeys. He dared not ask if the girls could hear them. Sometimes the voices grew louder, and then it sounded like a low barking, whining, whimpering at all ends of the forest, far ahead of them and behind them. He stopped again, turned around, and asked, "Do you hear them?" Elizabeth grabbed his arm fiercely, looked him steadily and intently in the eyes. "No," she said firmly. He stared into Lawton's face. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no life in them. She slept with open eyes. Her soul was gone, but her body functioned, and her right hand held onto Elizabeth's skirt hem. She stopped mechanically and started moving mechanically. Elizabeth still carried Nal. She looked stiffly at Jerk and said, "Keep going, keep going." He continued, but all the while he had the same inexplicable, audible sensation that there was something foreign present, some beings that he could not see, only hear and feel, an unwarranted company, hidden in the darkness. He thought, "It sounds like when someone is ridden by the mare and screams in their sleep." For a long time, he had thought that the winding path they followed sloped downward, very imperceptibly and slowly, but undoubtedly downward, and now he saw that they were walking in a marsh. The larger trees had disappeared, and a black, sparse-leaved, semi-naked thicket surrounded them. It smelled sour and musty, and there was a squelching and splashing with every step. The voices had fallen silent, but the presence of something that pursued them and watched them was still felt. A dark and shadowy bird flitted back and forth between the sparse trees. Was it a bat? The sky above them had faded from yellow to gray-green, and this gray-green glow shone over the forest bog and glistened in the puddles. He heard the wing beats of ducks and their warning calls, but did not see them. He lost the log path that disappeared into the mire, and they stood there at a loss for a while, until Elizabeth spotted a half-rotten plank bridge, and on the other side, the path continued again. The bridge was about 15-20 meters long and led over the worst part. There were occasional plops in the darkness. Perhaps they were frogs. It was an evil and oppressive silence, but it was quiet, incredibly quiet. Where the footbridge ended, the ground was drier and firmer, and after a few steps, he noticed it began to slope upwards. It was indeed a small hillside, full of polished tree roots and stones. The taller trees came closer again. They were spruces and pines, and he felt the evil slowly disappearing behind them and something friendly advancing towards them. The ground continued to rise, so they began to groan, become sweaty and short of breath, but here the air was warm and dry and smelled of pine needles, resin, and lingonberry bushes. It also brightened. Here they were met by the sound of the night jars. Their spinning wheel-like sound was heard around them in the warm twilight. The dark forest had receded. The path went over more open ground with heather, berry bushes, and moss, but everything was still so shadowy that they started when a juniper bush rose up before them. The night jars spun, and with a faint breeze came a scent of flowers from somewhere. Perhaps it was night-scented orchid growing on some solitary forest meadow. Then it brightened considerably, and he saw that they had come up on a height, a forest clearing. Here the sky lay wide open above them. To the north, a red stripe was visible above the black spruce forest on the slope, and the rest was a hazy yellow, green, and blue, covered by thin veils of cloud. To the west and south, a long streak of mist lay. Then they saw a small, dark, crouching cottage, an outbuilding, a barn, and a cluster of berry trees. It was a crofter's cottage, but something in the silence, the stillness, and the desolation told him that the place was abandoned, uninhabited. Chapter 23. He saw that an almost overgrown, rocky and narrow road, which led from the cottage, turned off to the north, in the wrong direction, that is. The logging road they had come on continued across it in the same direction as before, to the east. The coniferous forest had receded, so that the very farmyard with the cottage, the barn, the outbuilding, a potato patch, and a field, both overgrown with tall weeds, lay open and free, yet still concealed the view down towards and across the valleys around. It was a quiet and abandoned place, and in the pall-gray twilight of the summer night, he saw clusters of wild lilacs, some garden flowers, an overturned milk stool, a toothless hay-rake, and a pair of ancient shoes that stood in walking position and looked as if someone had just jumped out of them and left them behind on the path. Or were they a pair of shoes that were out walking by themselves? He thought they moved, glanced at them suspiciously, and walked around them in a wide arc. The girls trudged after him. Elizabeth had come to life, but Lawton still moved in a will-less, half-asleep state. They arrived at the road that ran northward. He saw that the cottage's windows gaped black and empty, that a pane was broken, and that the front door hung askew. Night jars were heard all around the whole time, and there was whispering and rustling in the forest. A pair of dazed blackbirds chattered, and an owl let out a long hoot. Who was the little old lady who last walked from the kitchen porch to the cowshed or the well? What kind of people had lived here? And where had they gone? He guessed that they had gone to America, for there were many such deserted places in the parish and the neighboring parishes left behind by those who had emigrated to America. Then he caught sight of a rocky hill, to the northeast, judging by the red glow. He turned around and told Elizabeth that if he could get up on the mountain, he would probably get a better view and might catch sight of Källan and Vibo. "Let's go there then," she said. There was a peculiar ghostly twilight up here above the forest. Everything shimmered in reddish-brown-gray. All objects seemed almost to float in this dim and self-luminous mixture of night and day. Nothing was sharp and defined. Everything merged together. Everything except the sky, which opened up, cloudless and brooding, like an enormous twilight sleeping flower. Elizabeth lifted Lawton and carried her. They stepped over a rotten, collapsed fence that had given up the fight against decay, and made their way up the mountain's long sloping side between small firs and juniper bushes. For Jerk, it was no difficulty to climb up, but Elizabeth panted and groaned with her sleeping burden. The summit was bare and granite gray, and here she let Lawton slide down into a mossy hollow. The girl collapsed like a sack and continued to sleep. They looked around. The forest had thinned out a bit, providing a view to the north and west, but blocked all sight in the other directions. He expected to see the lake just to the south or east, so he was bitterly disappointed. "What lake is that?" Elizabeth said, pointing downward. "To the northeast, yes," he said, "but that's the wrong direction." Then he caught his breath. "Good Lord," he said, "that's Källan. I recognize Yitteroa." The lake lay unexpectedly close, seemingly right below the slope of the road, partially hidden by the forest. But why was it in the wrong direction? He scratched his neck and stared at the dimly shimmering water framed by dark forest. Vibo and the road from there were not visible, as a wooded ridge obscured them. He pondered and said, "We must have taken the wrong forest path. There must have been another trail that we didn't see, if one is to believe Aunt Malvina, that is. That path should have been more towards the north, for Vibo lies north of the lake." Long silence. He looked westward at the road they had come from, but there was nothing to be seen but black forest and long, smoke-like streaks of mist. And Noppen and Lake Svengen, which should lie to the northwest, were also hidden behind mountains and forest. He thought he could discern a rise that could be Trefodeberget, but it was too dark for him to be sure of it. To the east and south, towards Denga and Dalhem, the spruce forest stood rejecting. And while they stood looking at Källan below, the fog began to rise there too. So soon they would no longer see any lake. "What shall we do?" she said. They settled on the rocky knoll, and he looked into Elizabeth's pale, dirty, emaciated face. Her gaze was cloudy with fatigue, and thought, "Neither of us can go on, but neither wants to admit it, just because Lawton wants to go home, for none of us wants to be worse than her. We could have been lying comfortably in our own beds in Noppen now, if Lawton hadn't nagged. I don't know," he said. He stared down at the houses that lay there with their dark berry trees and lilac bushes, lying there as if dreaming of a bygone era and of the people who had abandoned them. The nightjars spun, an owl hooted, the mists began to rise above the treetops, and the sky arched silently and expectantly still over them. "I don't know if this lousy logging road continues and where to," he said. "And this old cart road, it probably goes to Vibo or some other place, but who knows how long it is. And do you think Lawton can make it?" "No," she said. "Yes, I can." Lawton's voice was heard. They turned around and saw that she was sitting upright with her hat at the back of her neck and feeding Nal with a couple of pine and spruce cones. "He's hungry, of course," she muttered. She spoke unclearly and slurred, saying she was thirsty all the way down to her stomach, that she would probably manage to walk again, just as soon as she figured out where her legs were, and that it wasn't worth anyone coming and claiming that she was being difficult and giving up, because she never gave up, but why didn't Mom come and pick her up? It was almost not far home now. She had dreamed that Mom said, so it was clear that she intended to go home, and that immediately. Elizabeth got up, but by the time she reached Lawton, the child had fallen asleep again. "This won't do," Elizabeth whispered. "Let's see what it looks like inside the cottage. If it looks decent, we can sleep there. Otherwise, we'll settle down somewhere else where it's dry." "Yes," he said, and stood up. Elizabeth picked up Lawton again. Jerk took care of Nolly. Then they slid down the mountain, stepped over the old rotten fence, and walked towards the cottage. Lawton woke up and screamed, "Let me go! I can walk by myself." Elizabeth let her go. Lawton's legs buckled under her, but somehow she managed to steady them and staggered along. The meadow around the little cottage was full of tall grass, stones, and juniper bushes, and on the cottage ground a coarse grass also grew, but the paths leading to the front porch and to the barn and outbuilding were still worn by children's feet. As they approached the dead silence of the house, Elizabeth, who was holding Lawton's hand, felt the girl start to resist, and she said, "Would you rather sleep outside?" She didn't want to sleep outside either. She wanted to go home. Elizabeth turned her back on her, but as she was about to follow Jerk into the cottage, Lawton screamed, "Don't leave me!" Elizabeth stopped and said, "Go in, Jerk, and have a look. I'll stay with Lawton. No one knows what she might do otherwise." He understood that Lawton was afraid of the dark. They were all such show-offs. As soon as he thought that, he felt a bit sheepish himself, for the cabin did not look cozy when one got closer to it. He stepped forward between nettles, overgrown bushes, and cow parsley. In the dim gray twilight under the berry trees, he saw the wild garden flowers, and he recognized, from his mother's garden at home, fiery orange lilies, columbines, carnations, and monkshoods. He made his way to a blown-out window, stuck his head in, and saw a small chamber with a cluttered floor, filled with mortar and smoke-blackened bricks, a crumbling stove with open black doors, torn yellow-green wallpapers, and a three-legged chair. A dirt-yellow door stood half open. Then he walked up to the porch, or to what had once been a porch, and lifted the crooked door aside so that he could enter. The vestibule was too dark for him to see anything, except that there were two doors leading in, one straight ahead and one on the right side. He started with the door straight ahead, but when he opened it, it gave a sharp squeal that culminated in a long, wailing tone. He flinched. It prickled up in the scalp at the hair roots. The door jamb sounded as if it were the house's own lamenting voice. He felt a sense of dying, of doom, and the smell that met him was that of a grave. It was the kitchen. He stopped and listened. He heard Elisabeth singing softly, "Till Österland vill jag fara," perhaps for Lawton, while she rocked her to sleep. Since the kitchen had a window facing north, it was filled with a faint light from the night sky's glow. It was larger than he had expected after the small chamber he had just seen. He realized there must be another room, the parlor that is found in all crofters' cottages. To the right, he saw a skewed, brown-painted half-open door that probably led there. Another door likely led to the kitchen porch. His eyes darted around and quickly took in a whitewashed, smoke-stained hearth with a rusty little iron stove, mortar, roof tiles, shards of glass, cobwebs, carcasses of flies, dead bumblebees and bees, yellow, torn, grease-stained wallpapers, and heaps of dark rat droppings. A lone, almost whole felt slipper lay in a corner, making him wonder where the other one had gone. The stillness, the silence over this disorder and confusion in the faintly red summer nightlight made such a ghostly, unreal impression that one got the feeling that an evil spirit of decay had torn apart all the poor comfort that might once have lived here. Jerk got the idea that this terrible something was lurking in the smoke duct like a large black spider. In the other window, facing east, he saw the berry trees and the grass growing up to the windowsill. A couple of moths fluttered around. He barely dared to walk across the floor to the half-open door. It crunched under his steps, and when he looked down, he saw the twilight-pale oval of his own grimy face. It was a large piece of an old mirror lying there. The rest of it was the glass shards he had stepped on. He grabbed the crooked door that lacked a lock. There was just a hole where the lock had been, and stumbled over the high threshold. He saw a low but deep room that lay in twilight, but here the two windows were whole, and the floor was free from debris, though it was not exactly clean. Some old worn rag rugs lay in a corner, a cracked green flower vase stood on a windowsill, the whitewashed open fireplace was intact and fairly clean, the wallpapers were green, damp-stained, cracked, and still showed the darker squares where the mirror and family portraits had hung and where the dresser had stood. The same fly carcasses, cobwebs, and dead bumblebees and bees. A couple of tin-clad rat holes gleamed dully. It was habitable enough, he thought, that if one could just find some dry hay or take some spruce branches from the forest, it would be possible to rest here for a while, at least until it got light outside. He heard a desolate rustling in the chimney and wondered if a bird lived there. He approached the window facing the gate, managed to open it with a crash and bang. He saw that the girls had settled down in the grass outside the gate and that Elizabeth was holding the apparently sleeping Lawton in her arms. At the noise that arose when he opened the window, Elizabeth turned around, looked frightened at him, and put a finger over her mouth. Some bats came out from somewhere and silently circled the cottage and in between the berry trees. The door to the vestibule slid open without a sound. Then he went through the front door out to the girls. Lawton slept deeply with her head against Elizabeth's arm. What did it look like? Well, yes, he said. In what once was the parlor we can probably be. I just need to find some hay or something else we can lie on. The woodshed was almost empty, the barn likewise, but in a small stable a ladder led up to a dark loft, and there was dry straw. He climbed the creaking ladder and gathered a bundle. Elizabeth sang softly again. Lawton lay with open but only semi-conscious eyes and mumbled, "Hasn't Mom come yet? Where is Nal? Aren't we going home now?" He brought in the hay. When he had spread out the rag rugs, he placed the hay on top, since it was cleaner than the rugs, but it was so thin and pitiful. He started at the sound of something moving among the clutter in the kitchen, so he went there and managed to close the door. The window towards the gate was still open. He saw the shadows of bats flit by and heard Elizabeth sing, "Oh, to have wings like the birds have. We need more hay," he thought, and spruce branches. He stumbled over the threshold, his legs barely obeying. His eyes stung and fatigue felt like a constant ache, but he thought of Stanley and continued. He managed to gather more hay, was at the edge of the woods breaking spruce branches, and when he finally finished making a makeshift bed for 3, Elizabeth and he helped carry the sleeping Lawton inside. She woke up once, flailed weakly, and said, "Don't try to fool me. I don't want to go into that scary house. I want to go home." Then she fell asleep again, and they laid her on the spruce swaying, hay-rustling bed. She lay with Nala in her arms, her mouth agape, but she wouldn't have been Lawton if words hadn't also come out of it. "You've been fooling me all day, but you're not fooling me anymore, because now I'm going home all by myself." Before they went to lie down next to Lawton, they looked out the window and noticed that the forest from which they had come was starting to turn gray with the night mist. A lone star was visible. The nightjars had fallen silent, but the bats still flitted in silent haste to and fro. It was at this time they thought they heard voices calling in the forest, far, far away. They remembered it later, but now they believed it was some large bird, perhaps a black-throated diver, said Jerk. So they lay down. Elizabeth snuggled up to Lawton. He lay on Lawton's other side and felt how her braid tickled his nose. He did not know he had fallen asleep when he awoke to the sound of the window latch rattling. "It's the dawn wind," he thought drowsily. It was still half dim and gray when both he and Elizabeth were awakened by Lawton sitting up and screaming for Mom. She was not awake, so they laid her down again. Once he felt something crawling over his leg, but he did not get up, just kicked out with his leg, and before he fell asleep again, he thought he heard the church bell strike 12 and the parlor clock at home closely follow. Then he saw the snake that slithered down into the ditch, and Bodge, who, with his hackles raised, stood staring at the spot where the snake had just disappeared. Chapter 24. It was around 3:30, just before the sun rose, and Leckeberga lay enveloped in morning mist. Mrs. Olga sat in the parlor window and watched the shadowy, silent, and exhausted men approach the courtyard. She went out to meet them. The morning air was unexpectedly cool. Everything lay in somber, misty gray stillness. Oscar, who walked slightly ahead of the others, came up to her. He made a helpless, unfinished gesture with his right hand and whispered barely audibly, "There's probably no hope left, Olga. We must consider the children lost." She didn't bother to protest, just asked how they had fared, what the night had been like. It had been an arduous trek. Franz and the blacksmith's son, Håkan, had sunk into the mire, the young blacksmith's son first, and Franz later when he tried to help him up. Oscar had finally heard their cries for help, and with the assistance of Blixt, managed to get them out of the quagmire again. Nilsson, the coachman, had sprained an arm, and the crofter from Hugbo had tumbled down a cliff, so he limped badly. The others were without injuries. They had constantly circled around Krokeret, Lilmossen, and Longmyren, and had even reached Ljungquist, and they had periodically shouted and called the children's names, but not a sound had answered them, except for owls and nightjars. It should become a parish concern to drain those dangerous marshes and bogs, said Oscar. Then Hinky arrived. He patted his mother on the arm and said that he and Dad had fared well. Dad was perhaps the one who had held up the best of everyone. He, who was considered so frail, had surprised everyone with his fearlessness and energy, and even when the others had given up and wanted to go home, he bellowed like the worst corporal that he intended to continue and push out to the most dangerous areas. But he and I alone couldn't do much good, said Hinky, so he had to give up too. Carl Gustaf came last in the group, for he had lingered in conversation with the limping crofter from Hugbo, who had left the company when they passed Hugbo. Mrs. Olga stood mute and motionless on the porch and watched her husband approach. Hinka whispered, "It's probably not as hopeless as Oscar believes, but you must be prepared for the worst, Mother." "What does Father think?" she said. "He hasn't given up hope," said Hinke. "Why should one do that before knowing?" he says. Felix just gave her a long, mournful look. He moved with heavy dignity in Oscar's boots, but then he sat down on the garden bench by the house wall and made a clumsy attempt to take off the boots. Mrs. Olga told Hinke to help him. Oscar had sat down in the grass. "Where is Agnes?" he said. "And Mother?" "Agnes is sleeping," said Mrs. Olga, "and your mother has just gotten up. She'll probably be here soon." Carl Gustaf approached her, looked her intently in the eyes, and placed his right hand on her arm. He looked grim, muttered that it was Oscar who had given up so soon. He himself had wanted to continue, but most of the men were Oscar's men, so they naturally followed their master. She smelled the strong sour marsh scent from her husband's clothes, slightly mixed with the smell of the forest and the pungent stench of dried sweat. She took his hand, rough from peat soil, and they stood for a long while hand in hand. Hinky came back. "What do you think, Mother?" he said. "I think they are alive," she said, "and I think I know where they went. They have gotten lost, but they are alive and we must find them." Carl Gustaf observed her. "Where to?" he said. "They've gone to 3-Foot Mountain," she said. "Impossible," he said. "Across the marshes it's 7-8 kilometers, and no one gets across who doesn't know the right paths, and the mountain is somewhere near the railway." "Why do you think that?" She explained it in few words. "Huh," he said. "If they ever got there, they couldn't have managed that. Not in that terrain." Oscar was talking to his mother on the porch, and now he turned around and said, "Come on in, lads. Mom has put on some coffee, though you might want to take off your shoes and walk in your socks so we don't dirty the parlor." Everyone settled down on the grass or on the bench and began to take off their shoes and boots. And just then the sun shone through the fog. A willow warbler sang. Felix came up to Mrs. Olga in his stocking feet and said, "Hopeless, Olga. The forest and the bogs are too vast, and it was too dim for us to be able to see any tracks. In those forests, an entire regiment could disappear. If the children went out from Akenga, they might have lost their way towards Elgmossen and Almen and Longchen, and we never got further than Almen. Oscar is a stubborn devil. He had convinced himself that they had gone towards Trefodeberget and wanted to drag us off in that direction, but that's a route no living person can cross, possibly in daylight." Carl Gustaf had flinched. "Did Oscar say that? Why did he think so?" "Because Boji's girl, Elisabeth, had asked him to follow her there," said Felix. "I wasn't in contact with Oscar," Carl Gustaf said sourly. "There was no order in the chain. It was me and Hinky and the smith and a couple of others who stuck together. I should have been informed about that, but Oscar didn't deign to share his plans with me. Why didn't we go that way?" She saw that Felix acquired something haughty and ironic in his tired, dirty face. "Firstly, you didn't want to go in that direction," he said. "Secondly, it turned out to be impossible to make our way through there. We sank wherever we stepped. It was also there that Håkan and Franz went under. It was never really dark, but in the night light you can't see the dangerous spots. So Oscar gave up. He said that if the children went that way, they are no longer among the living." "I should have been informed about the reason at least," said Carl Gustaf stiffly. "I certainly wouldn't have given up." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "Come in now, guys." Oscar's voice was heard in a hoarse whisper. Be quiet, please, so we don't wake Agnes. It's best she gets to sleep it off. The mood was tired, indifferent, and hopeless among everyone except for Carl Gustaf, who with monotonous energy mumbled that they should immediately notify the sheriff and the district officer and arrange for a general muster of rested strong men who knew the forest inside out, and under the leadership of a competent man who could make himself obeyed. Oscar heard his words, obviously felt addressed, glanced at Carl Gustaf and said, "If we haven't seen the kids in the large area where we've been, then it's unlikely anyone else will find them. They haven't managed to get that far to the signal fire. Not that way, not at all. They've gone down, they're lost." "As soon as I've had some coffee in me, I'll head over to Constable Hagberg," said Carl Gustaf coolly. "It won't do to give up. This needs to be better organized. We need more men, and it must be taken systematically." The fog, sunlit around them, began to thin and lift. Boj barked in the distance. He was tied up at his kennel somewhere near the sheep house. They trudged in their stocking feet into the shadow-quiet sleeping house. Everyone spoke in whispers. In the great hall, a sleepy and clumsy maid was pouring coffee into a long row of cups on the hall table, while Mrs. Andreasen stood rubbing her palms, rocking her head, and saying, "God bless you all, God bless! Help yourselves now, you'll need it. Come in, come in." It was not hard to understand that Carl Gustaf and Oscar had come into conflict during the night. Felix had evidently joined Oscar's group, as had Blixt, Håkan, and the tenant farmer from Hugbo, while Hinky, the blacksmith, Coachman Nilsson, and the crofter from Kroken had followed Carl Gustaf. It was most unfortunate, but probably because Carl Gustaf found it difficult to submit to someone else's leadership, unless that person made him his confidant and shared all his plans and decisions. It was evidently in this that Oscar had erred. He always wanted to be a bit secretive. Besides, it had been noticeable that things had gone awry between Carl Gustaf and Oscar already during the journey to Enholt. Mrs. Olga had always found it somewhat difficult to understand Oscar. He and Carl Gustaf were of the same age and had once been playmates, just as Jerk was with Oscar's nieces. Oscar Andreasen was at once a reserved, shrewd type and a disrespectful, lively salmon with a fox-like insidious sense of humor. As a single, wealthy bachelor and a member of the local council, he didn't need to work himself to death or curry favor with anyone, except the chief judge and the priest, but he was not nearly as concerned with his dignity as Carl Gustaf was. He was a tall, thin, red-blond man with a prominent nose, and the mouth under the light red smarstache often smiled a crooked, mischievous smile. He was unhurried, calmly methodical, never rushed into things, but could be as secretive as a sphinx, and he shared the same weakness as Carl Gustaf, that he couldn't tolerate any rival whom he didn't have a special reason to look up to. Oscar's and Carl Gustaf's friendship in their youth had been as faithful as it was quarrelsome. Sister Ruth, despite her warmly religious nature and frailty, had the same disposition as Oscar, while Agnes, whom neither Mrs. Tebdid, Olga nor Carl Gustaf had come into closer contact with until now, had been the darling of her parents, being the youngest and sweetest, and the darlings, Mrs. Olga thought, often become just as self-absorbed, fussy, and unruly as Mrs. Agnes Sheeler had proven to be. At the coffee table, the blacksmith Samuelson muttered something about how, due to a lack of cohesion, they had nearly gotten lost themselves. Oscar heard it and smiled his crooked, mischievous smile. She began to fear that it would end in an open quarrel, but suddenly Mrs. Sheeler stood in the doorway to the parlor, dressed in a kimono-like bed jacket over her nightgown, slippers on her feet, and her red hair hanging over her shoulders. She looked with wide eyes at the silent faces turned towards her, and when she understood what the silence meant, she screamed, "It is God's punishment upon me." Oscar took a few steps towards her, but his mother got to her first, grabbed her daughter in her arms, and tried to pull her away. She tore herself free. "You eat and drink," she said with a shrill laugh. "You eat and drink. It is God's punishment, I tell you. This is how God punishes us sinners. I have betrayed his name and denied my girl her faith. It is this my sin that is punished." "Nonsense," Oscar hissed. "You're insane. You don't know what you're talking about. Why then did he also take the innocent Elizabeth? And the cantor's boy?" "Hush," said Mrs. Andreasen. "Don't talk nonsense. Help me get her out. Let me go," said Mrs. Sheeler. What do I know of your sins? I have enough of my own. Elizabeth, it's all her fault. None of this would have happened if not for that senseless child. Oscar grabbed his sister with strong fists, and as he carried her out, she screamed, Yes, eat and drink, you. Forgive me so much for disturbing the feast. Just eat and drink. Mrs. Olga found that her presence was needed, so she followed Oscar and his screaming sister. Before the parlor door closed, Mrs. Agnes's voice was heard. My husband is wrong. He has made a mistake. God exists, but he is a devil, a devil. Chapter 25. He felt as though he was lying in his bedroom at home and that his father was standing in the doorway, and he leapt up to jump out of bed. He was already on the floor. He lay on the floor. Sleep heavy, half awake, he looked around. It was light but hazy or overcast outside, and he heard birds chirping. The girls were sleeping deeply. He barely recognized the room in the gray dawn. His stomach was a nauseating void. His eyes were half sealed with dried sweat. His mouth was stiff and dry. His tongue was like a piece of leather. Slowly he became aware that he was both hungry and thirsty, and in the desolately gray, bird-chirping silence, he remembered the previous day, the bath in Rotjarn, the conversation with the Mrs. Storms, Conrad and Nisa Lambert at Kirkika, the bog, the swamp forest around Longola, the railway, the forest fire, Aunt Malvina and Noppen, and finally Trefodeberget, Kemperoset, and the spring. There his thoughts halted in deep, shy wonder. What had happened there? He got up. All his joints were sore and stiff. He almost staggered as he took the first step. It took several steps before his legs softened and obeyed him. Then he went out. It was a cool, misty, cloud-gray morning. The forest was an echoing depth of bird calls, and he saw scruffy fledglings clumsily flying around and perching, teetering on tree branches or the barn roof. He rediscovered the carnations, lilies, columbines, monkshods, and marveled at this abandoned, solitary splendor of flowers in the middle of the forest. The worn-out old shoes stood as before in their eerie starting position in the middle of the path. Only now did he notice the well. It lay in a dip in the southwest corner, almost hidden behind some slender young birches. He walked down the rocky slope and found that the well had an old-fashioned hoisting device with a crank, but the chain and bucket were gone. Then he saw that a bucket nailed to a long pole was leaning against a birch, and he took it, opened the half-rotten well cover, and looked down. Water glinted below as shards of the well cover plopped in. He lowered the bucket with the pole and reached down. Once he had filled the bucket with splashing water, he hauled it up, took a lower grip on the pole, knelt at the edge of the well, and dipped his mouth into the fresh water and sucked. He thought, that water can taste so good. He didn't notice that the dirt and dust in the bucket had contaminated the water until he had already drunk. Now he cleaned the bucket by rinsing and scrubbing it with the remaining water, and when he poured out the dirty water, he lowered the bucket again into the deep, cool well. Then Elizabeth stood on the broken porch and watched him. Her dark hair was tousled, her face pale and dirtied, but she smiled and said, "Good morning. Water, just what's needed. Is Lawton awake yet? No, I dare not leave her until she has woken up. So come here with some water, please." "Quiet," she suddenly said. "Wait." Lawton's voice was heard from inside. "Mummy, Mummy, where am I?" Elizabeth hurried in. He didn't rush, for he thought it's probably best that she calms Lawton down first. After he scrubbed the bucket once more, he filled it with water again and began to carry it up towards the cottage. It splashed onto his feet, but they were already wet. He thought of the eagle when he heard a bird screech inside the forest, and he stopped at the bridge and looked up at the sky, but it was gray and empty. He placed the pole with the bucket on the rickety bridge and went inside. Lawton sat on the floor. Elizabeth was kneeling in front of her, arranging her hair. Lawton looked at him with big eyes. "What a dirty face you have," she said. "You too, little friend," said Elizabeth. "That's all of us. We'll wash up a bit later. First, we're going to drink water that Jerk fetched." "If only I had a cheese sandwich and a sturdy glass of milk," Lawton mused dreamily. Yes, yes," said Elizabeth. "It's no use thinking about what we don't have. We do have water." The girls busied themselves with their toilet for a good while longer, so Jerk went outside. After a few minutes, they came out, and they knelt down and drank from the water. It ran around their mouths. They bumped heads and giggled. Then Elizabeth produced an unexpectedly clean handkerchief from a small tunic pocket, dipped it in the remaining water, and began to scrub Lawton's face with it. In the same way she did with Jerk, and finally, Lawton had to do the same with Elizabeth. They wiped off the worst of the wetness with grass, for it was found that their clothes were far too dirty to be used for that. Lawton also tidied up Nolly, for he had fallen into the mire almost as often as she had. "What time do you think it is?" Elizabeth said, looking up at the gray sky. "Impossible to say," Jerk replied. "I would guess it's around 7 or 8, at least. Earlier this morning I woke up and saw that the sun was high up and shining over the fog, but then I fell asleep again." They took a breather after all the morning chores, and Elizabeth asked Lawton how her legs felt and if she was able to walk now. "Oh yes," she said. "I don't want to stay here. Whoever could find some blueberries." "Have you seen if there are any berries on the trees?" she asked Jerk. "Not a single cluster," he said. They discussed for a while which path to take, and Jerk suggested that they should continue on the logging road that ran eastward, for it was likely shorter than the little cart road that led down into the valley to the north. "Then we'll take the logging road," said Elizabeth. They got up. Lawton took Nall in her arms. Jerk checked to make sure he had all his things in his pockets. Then he picked up the pail with the pole, and then they left. He placed the pail by the well and laid down the well cover. As they passed by the small overgrown patch of the croft for the last time, Lawton wanted to pick monkshods, carnations, columbines, and lilies to take home to Mother, but Elizabeth said no. She would just drop them on the way, and it was a pity for such beautiful flowers. The timber road sloped downward now, but they did not come to any marshland this time. There were cars with dense mixed forest at first, and then moraine forest and minor precipices, but the ground was firm and fairly dry all the time. The road became narrower and smaller, and was finally just a path that disappeared now and then, as the forest grass and shrubbery had grown over it here and there, but they always found it again. And suddenly, just as abruptly as things reveal themselves in a dream or on a fortunate morning, they saw the lake glittering between the tree trunks. "All well on board," Jerk said elatedly. "All sails to the top. We're on the right track." The distance down to Lake Call could be 100 meters or more, but the ground looked rocky, bristly, thorny, and difficult to traverse, so they continued on the timber path. The lake disappeared a couple of times and came into view again, until finally it disappeared completely, and Jerk began to wonder why they did not come out to the main road, for there, where the lake ended, should lie the road between Hokangen and Denga. It was damp meadowland again, with sparse, deciduous forest, but it was open and bright. He often looked up at the sky for the eagle, but the expanse was empty. The clouds were perhaps a shade thinner and lighter than before, but it was still overcast. Then they came upon a fence with a closed gate, and on the other side was meadowland. Far in between the trees they heard a cowbell. They rested against the gate for a while and felt the strange, intoxicating proximity of livestock, people, and road. Jerk said, "It's the Denga farmers' beasts." "Where are we then?" said Lawton. "I'm not exactly sure," he said. "It's been a long time since we saw the lake, but I think we'll come out somewhere by Volman and Denga. And there's the store and school and mill, the very civilization," he said. They opened the gate and moved on. It was a stony, barren meadow, but to their eyes it appeared as a paradise. They still heard the barking of the dog far inside the deciduous forest. Then they reached the second gate, and there lay milk stools, fresh milk stains in the grass, imprints of milk pails, milk churns, and feet, so they understood that time had passed, as he had guessed, beyond milking time. They stopped at this gate too, and they felt almost solemn in spirit, for on the other side began a stretch of dense spruce forest, and behind it the road must lie. "Land ho!" said Jerk. "Straight ahead. Come about, ease the sheet. Stand by the anchor." He laughed softly. Then they opened the gate, went through, and closed it behind them. It was then they heard the harmonica play, and they began to run. As they ran, they heard the creaking of a cart on the hard road, and the sound of a hoarse old man's voice urging on the draft animals. The sound of the harmonica, playing an unfamiliar melody that sounded like a cheerful round dance, grew closer and closer. And then the spruce forest opened up. They saw the road and Lake Volman. When they, panting, reached it, they noticed to the right a field with a couple of figures on it, and in front of the field, a pair of long-horned oxen swayed. They shouted and ran. The ox cart stopped, the harmonica fell silent, faces turned around. It was an old farmer in a pale blue work blouse and a dented, faded felt hat, and beside him sat a 15-year-old bare-legged boy who was just putting his harmonica into his pocket. Jerk shouted, "Can we get a ride?" They ran towards the ox cart. They recognized the lake and the road towards Denga and Hugbo. Even Lawton felt familiar with it now. Before Hugbo was the turnoff to Rotjärn and Kirkenga, where their yesterday's walk had begun. Denga and Hugbo were not yet in sight, but beyond them lay Lekkeberga and Dalhem. "Mama!" Lawton panted. Chapter 26. The ox cart with the old farmer and the boy with the harmonica was only going as far as Denga trading post, so the children got off there. They hadn't uttered a sound about their adventure, even though the boy had sneered at their torn, dirtied clothes and shoes. Then they were discovered by the trader's wife just as they were about to trudge home. She widened her eyes and let out a shriek, then called for her husband and rushed towards the children. After that, everything became one big confusion. The children stared, answered monosyllabically, and wondered where all the people had come from. They had forgotten it was Saturday, and therefore a lot of people in the store. As if by magic, not only the trader's wife was there, but also her husband and her 4 children, the teacher of Denga Elementary School, his wife and 5 children, a couple of the farmers from Denga, not the Nicholsons, and a couple of old ladies and a woman in a hat, in addition to the ox farmer and his harmonica-playing son, who suddenly realized what rarities they had had on the cart. Everyone was talking over each other, and questions flew through the air, and it was impossible to answer everything. Jerk only partially grasped that they had been searched for all night, and that volunteers were being gathered for a large search line. He did not like all these strange questions and exclamations. Poor children, how you must have suffered, how terrible, how fortunate that you are alive, children. You must be happy and grateful now, right? What a miracle. God's goodness is great. Did you pray to God? What joy there will be in your homes. Think of their despair. Just recently, everything was sorrow. Now there will be jubilation. Praise be to God. Even Lawton thought they talked too much and too many at once. And why was everyone so excited? Calm down, calm down. Someone kept saying, whoever it was, perhaps it was the school teacher. When they answered the question of how far they had been with Noppen, almost in unison came, "Impossible, dear children. It's nearly 2 miles straight across to Noppen. And why didn't you get a ride with the Hallans home? You've been far enough anyway, little ones. How did you manage? Didn't you collapse from exhaustion? Were you on the move the whole time? O Lord, my Creator, was the hunger severe, and the rain, and the thunder? How did you get lost? Where did you sink down? How did you find your way home?" Stupid questions, the children thought, standing there astonished, perplexed, but at the same time indifferent, aloof, and almost dismissive. They answered curtly and grumpily or completely off the mark. Lawton screamed that they had fun. Jerk said it was no big deal, he would soon do it again. Even Elizabeth lost her composure and declared sharply, "We were fed twice and slept in a real bed in Noppen." Eventually the schoolteacher said, "Quiet, let the children be. You see, all the hardships they've endured have seriously, disturbed their mental balance. We must consider that their poor souls might be damaged. I suggest that you, Borg," he was the merchant, "go and call the vicar and tell him the children have been found. And you, Emanuelson, you hitch up the cart so the children can ride home. Mrs. Borg should give the children something to eat, preferably buns and milk. Too heavy food after a day's starvation is not good for the stomach. And disperse, all of you." They were led into the trading shop. The merchant offered candies, while the merchant's wife fetched buns and milk from the kitchen and cellar. The children felt terribly embarrassed, for everyone who had been out there gathered in a silent ring around them and observed them, and the spectators' silence was almost worse than their barrage of questions just now. Jerk started when the merchant came and said, "Your father is on the phone, Jerk. I called the vicar to tell him that you had been found, and would you believe it? That's when I learned that your father was there precisely to speak with the vicar, about the search chain that is being organized. But now, of course, there will be no need for it. Your father wanted to speak with you. Jerk had spoken on the phone at most twice before, when his mother had called him at the rectory during a couple of his summer visits to Uncle Felix in Vinjogel. So he felt both solemn and nervous as he followed the shopkeeper into his office, but mostly nervous. He picked up the receiver with clumsy and trembling hands. "Hello," he said quaveringly. He heard his father's dry voice. "Is that really you, Jerk? Oh, thank God. And you're safe and sound? And the girls, too? Can you get a ride there in Denga? Good, then we'll go to Leckeberga and wait for you there. I'll send word to Mrs. Schuyler immediately. Now I must hurry home to Mother and tell her the good news. And when you come home, we shall celebrate the return of the prodigal son. For this my son whom I thought was dead is alive again. He was lost and is found. Goodbye for now. Take good care of yourself." There was something in the father's sober tone and strangely biblical words, a restrained tremor, that made Jerk very, very serious in mood. He slowly hung up the phone with his father's words ringing in his ears, and as if in a dream, he left the empty office and walked straight through the store, where the girls were hidden by a ring of people, and out onto the road. He felt that he needed to be alone. Then he looked up into the sky, and behold, right above him, but very high, the eagle soared with outstretched wings, calmly, majestically. Jerk swallowed. It was like a greeting from a great and incomprehensible solitude, a long day's wild, life-defining desolation. In the confusion he now experienced, he felt a deep melancholy that the journey was over and a wordless longing for the mysterious confidence and strength he had felt. Only now, when the adventure was over and they were safe, did he experience its priceless, whispering freedom. He knew he would never forget it. But so much had happened that he would never be able to talk to anyone about. He lacked the words for it. Perhaps there were no words for it. He already sensed that there are experiences that must remain secrets, that one must be able to carry alone. It is like dying. Something dies inside you when you release it out there into the vast, cold, dry, and emotionless world. He walked up to the bridge over the nearest of the two rivers that flowed from Lake Call into the Volman. He saw the old mill, the mill bay, the lake, and the sun haze over the lush greenery. He stared at the stone-paved edge of the field, the jetty, the houses by the river, the willows, and a flock of ducks swimming across the mill pond. In this moment something inside him said goodbye, but he did not know to what or why. He did not realize that he stood here bidding farewell to his childhood. It did not mean that from now on he was a youth on his way to becoming a man. It only meant that what had governed his entire childhood from now on disappeared into his most secret and inaccessible growing inner self, to there in the hidden work, create, prepare his essence for the return to the deepest truth of childhood, the one that only true maturation can give. The end.